Ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes, we are live again with the Lille Community Co-Cast. We are currently watching the pre-show where Pokemon is telling us that we have about 12 minutes and 25 seconds until the show starts. Although that could be they could start early. They could start early at any time. In the meantime, we are starting our show just on time. I'm about to drop the Twitter link so that people know that this cast is going on. And you can also hit exclamation mark join call in the YouTube chat to join the Discord to get into the watch party yourself. So here is the Discord ping for everyone who wants to get pinged in the morning. My goodness, it's early. And here is the link. That's it. That's all the promotion we're doing today. If you would like to co-cast with a friend, just send them a message. And other than that, I think it is time to get chit-chatting. I see we have a couple viewers in the call here already. I don't understand how y'all get up this early. I'm hoping you're just European. Otherwise, if you woke up early for this, I salute you. You are Arceus' strongest soldiers. Yeah, on screen they have some of the rounds from yesterday. They're showing the Thomas Justin match where I don't know how I should tweet at him and ask how he's doing after the Jet Energy event, but that's a question up for him. We are gonna most likely start the stream a little bit later than round 10 of Swiss. I don't know what time it is in France, but I think it is not exactly the equivalent of 8:30 a.m. Eastern. It is 6 a.m. Eastern for me, but it'll be a little bit later for them. Hello, Professor Oak's Paradise. Pleasure to have you back on the stream. And as you can see in front of me, here is my cat. She is very interested in being part of the action today, which is a problem because she just knocked over a glass. Great. Come here. Come here. I have like a little cat toy next to me. Like this is like the cat version of brain rot. Speaking of brain rot, the stream coverage is going to be through finals today, so I don't know when that's going to end, but we're going to aim to get through all the rounds of top 8, including whatever rounds of Swiss we get to see. And I understand that that is a pretty heavy interest area for casting. A lot of folks came in for the last stream for the top 8 specifically. So if you are watching for top 8, we are most likely going to change the way that the casting order is done. So all you have to do, exclamation mark join call, hop in the Discord, click join text. There is a pinned message, and there's also a message really easy to find in call and instructions. So just pop it in the queue, wait for the queue, and then join the call. If you are casting earlier in the day, you'll have an easier time getting on stream because there will be a little bit less demand. Once the top 8 hits, most likely what we're going to do is swap people out by game rather than round. That way there's enough opportunities for people to co-cast, and if demand is truly high enough, I will step out and give them space. So this is supposed to be a community stream. It's not just, it's not the McKellar stream, it's the community stream. So if we have enough people that I don't need to be co-casting with them, as much as I love co-casting, I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to cast if they haven't had the ability. So for those of you watching back home on the video review, hello, welcome. I'm giving you a little kiss on the forehead. Mwah. But if you are not watching, if you are in fact watching live, come into chat. Let's chit chat. Let's build the conversation. The previous day's chat did not get saved. Not quite sure if there's a way to create I guess a perpetual chat or like a lasting chat or like a live replay. We're a little bit new to live streaming here in this establishment, but you know who isn't new to live streaming in this establishment? Our Professor Frosted Caribou, who is our executive producer for this stream and for yesterday's stream. God bless her. She made it through all 8 hours of Swiss. I don't know how I made it through all 8 hours of Swiss. I don't know how she made it through all 8 hours of Swiss. I don't know how you made it through all 8 hours of Swiss. It is a long day of Pokemon, but the good news is that it is a long day of Pokemon. I am very excited to co-cast today, very excited to see how the matches go, and of course, to find out what is going to actually win the tournament. Now, as some of you recall, the phase 2 structure has somewhat changed. The phase 2 started yesterday with round 9 of Swiss rather than the end of phase 1 concluding in 9 rounds of Swiss. It is a small change. One of the regular staples of this game is now that the phase 2 does not have to start immediately with the first morning round on the second Sunday. Which is kind of interesting because it's different in the VGC. Evidently, they had 10 rounds of Swiss yesterday, and many people were not satisfied with the organization there. But TCG runs very simply. You've got your 8 rounds of Swiss, your 9th round of Swiss, and then whatever we do tomorrow, which for us is now today. I believe there's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss followed by Top Cut, but we don't know how many of those are on stream. I could estimate it. I'm going to say we're probably going to start around like round 12 of Swiss, if my understanding of how this time is going to work, but I could be wrong. So we'll find out which round of Swiss we start at. Typically, they end at round 15. So we should expect to see a few rounds of Swiss, followed by an asymmetrical top cut, followed by top cut. Asymmetrical top cut, for those of you who are unfamiliar, consists of playing the game, I guess, the first couple games of what would have been top cut for all the players who are at an identical record to have made top cut. So when you win a match in professional Pokemon, I say professional, when you win a match in professional Pokemon, you get 3 match points. Everyone who has the top 8 score, after across 2 days of playing, so maybe someone like 11, 2 and 1, I think, that's about 33 match points. It's pretty safe for top cut. Everyone who has that record or better, or depending on the player counts at Lille, it might be slightly different. Everyone who has that amount of match points or better will all be in asymmetrical cut, so it could be up to 16 players, I believe, although it's typically maybe 10 or 11. All those players will then play a last round where the first place, second place, third place, and so on will not have to play, but those who are at maybe 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, etc., will play an extra round of best of 3. And the winner of that round will then advance to Top Cut. Top Cut is always 8 players. Those 8 players will then play 4 single elimination rounds. Then they will have the 4 winners of those rounds play top 4, and then those top 2 finishers from the top 4 will then play finals. And the rules for Top Cut are slightly different from traditional Swiss. There are 75 minutes instead of 50, so they have a little bit more time to get through the rounds, and also they cannot tie. It is physically impossible to tie. If after 75 minutes they have tied, they play a sudden death game where they put out 6 prizes, but the first one to take a prize wins. So if you're a control deck and you're trying to play the full 75 minutes out, you're kind of struggling once the sudden death game hits. But I don't think we've seen a sudden death game in quite some time. Hopefully this is creative foreshadowing. Good morning, Professor Oak's Paradise, and I appreciate Gudra Morpikoning. That's very funny. Now, again, we are just waiting for the stream to get started. However, if you would like to cast, all you need to do, !join call. That'll drop you into the Discord server. In the Discord server, there is an instructions channel. There's a link to it right when you join. Click join the queue. You will be added to the list of players who would like to cast the stream. We will poll, most likely just in order, until we get enough people to go, yeah, all right, we're not going to get to everybody, let's shuffle. So just join the queue. We will figure out who we're going to pull from the queue, and once you're pulled from the queue, you will have the option to join a live call. We were going to warm you up in the green room, so we have your video, we have your audio. Video is optional. You do not have to put it on, although everyone yesterday did. I was very impressed to see that, and you are all very lovely, and many of you have incredible setups. Like, oh my goodness, I'm behind a green screen and just a wall, but I was very impressed at the quantity of excellent setups, like PC battle stations, cute shelves with Pokemon merch, little plushies. I mean, y'all have really got this down. I like to just show you the game behind me, but maybe in the future I'll get one of those exciting setups as well. And if you have one of those setups, feel free to share in the comments. If you've got a picture on Twitter or if you've got a picture on Instagram, something like that, feel free to share your @. I'd love to follow all of you. I am noticing. The show is going to start in 3 minutes and 53 seconds. So if you are trying to sync with the official broadcast so you can swap back and forth between the audio, that is definitely an option. We are at the 3 minutes, 46 seconds, 45, 44, 43. There you go. You can sync to that. Lille Regional Championship Round 9 is still being shown. It looks like this is Game 2 of the Gardevoir matchup. We commentated this yesterday. Mr. Jeremy Jolin appeared on the stream. That was quite a surprise. It's totally possible that official casters could come on as well. So if I mean, as the rounds increase, if that happens again, you could cast with official caster. Professor Oak's Paradise says, I have a webcam and want to stream, but I don't know how to connect it. Do you mean stream as in for this event or stream as in events? Because if you want to do your own community streams, I strongly support that too. But short version of the instructions, if you have your YouTube account and you have, I don't know what the threshold is, but there's maybe like 50 people to live stream, you click your channel, you click create, it'll be at the top right, you click go live, and there's all the settings there to, I guess, set up your stream. But if you're not familiar with it, then you might want to watch a short tutorial. So what you need to do is probably get a software that handles your streaming for you. The most common one is called OBS. OBS, it's a free online program, lets you queue up your camera, lets you queue up your audio, sets some different preferences, sets all of your encoder preferences. So things that maybe you might not know a lot about because I'm still learning about them. But there's something called the bit rate that's very important. You could set that there. And generally speaking, oh, you're just a little shy today. I understand that completely. So, if you want to start streaming, it is a unfolding problem, like a big puzzle, like one of those little matryoshka dolls that pops open and there's like a billion dolls in it. It looks simple at first, but there's a reason my friend Frost the Caribou is helping us out with the stream today. I say helping us out like she's not completely carrying us on our backs. So, if you would like to learn to stream, I know one of our frequent chatters, Big D912. He's also into streaming, and he has been a very huge help since the Milwaukee cast. So if he is in today, we should probably get on a call and chit chat. Otherwise, I'm also happy to do that as well. So if you want to start streaming, truth be told, the best way to do it is just to start because there's a lot of things you're not gonna, you know, figure out if you're not trying to do them. But once you're trying to do them, you figure out so much. So I would definitely encourage it. I have found this to be a very good outlet creatively. I mean, the Milwaukee stream was 8 hours for 2 days. This one is 8 hours for 2 days, and despite that, I felt better after Milwaukee, and I expect to feel better after this stream too. I mean, compared to like just kind of sitting around your house and like scrolling on your phone, this is just a much more fun way to use your time. We are at the last minute mark. We are almost there watching the live stream. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Hello, Mr. Andre Alcantara. Thank you for the co-stream. Greetings from Brazil. Ooh, we have Brazilian players in day 2. That's very interesting. I think there is a way for me to check live pairings or at least the standings currently. I've done it at previous events. I need to figure out how to do it for a French event. Anyway, once our first round is up, or at least once the stream is no longer counting down, we are going to add our first caller into the chat. Our first caller today is someone who was very active in chat yesterday. I'm honestly hyped up to meet them. I don't know enough about this person to give them a proper introduction, so once we get started, I will open the floor for that introduction. But I think you're all going to have a good time speaking with our first addition to the stream today, the lovely TJ Reverse 15. Some of you may recognize that name from yesterday. Here we are. This is the lead in. This is it. This is the Worlds coverage. That stage for Worlds this year was so cool looking, and it was just glowing up from the floor and all the effects. Like they cooked. They cooked completely. I hope they do it again because we're in a different venue this time, so I don't know what it's gonna look like in San Francisco, but it's gotta be crazy. You're covering Golden Go. Show them what you got. She used Heatwave. Oh, this is VGC's. I forget that they kind of combine the hype videos, even though this is the TCG stream, so we're only going to be watching the trading card game today. If you are here for the VGC, not sure why. I think it says TCG in the title. But either way, I'm hoping you have a good time hanging out with all of us at the stream. And if you aren't quite ready to stream, if you aren't interested in streaming, that's okay. Just come support Quiz or enter our text chat in the Discord and you can hang out. The goal of these events really, to be told, this stream in particular, is to try to replicate what it feels like on the convention room floor, but without having to spend the money to go to France. Because one of my favorite things about going to these tournaments is that when you are on the tournament floor, you are surrounded by people who speak the same language as you. And that language is Pokemon. It's not in English, it's not French, it's not Spanish, it's Pokemon. Everyone in that room, whether they play video games, Pokemon Go, or the card games, knows what a Pikachu is and knows what a little bit more than a Pikachu is. You know what I mean? So it's just nice to be in a group of people that support your hobby. And for all the comments people have had about how it's sort of difficult to interact socially these days or difficult to do new things in new places, Pokemon is a safe environment to do both of those things. I can't count the number of times I've gone to a regional and just made a new friend or learned something new about myself or learned something new about the country I live in, which is America. Travel is a really great way to improve, I guess, your character, because every time you go somewhere new, you learn something new, you become more open to new experiences. If you never go anywhere, you're not going on a Pokemon journey, you're missing out. You don't have to go to every event, and you don't have to travel as far as France, as fantastic as it would be to be in physical Lille right now. You could get that same experience just by interacting with the community, because everyone who loves Pokemon, to the extent that they go to regionals, has probably been to at least one. And so they could tell you about a place that might be a little bit different than where they came from, or might be a little bit different than where you came from. It's one of the fastest ways to learn more about the world is to talk to people who have been in it. And speaking of fantastic things, here's my cat. She's hanging out off screen. She really wants to be part of the action today. Here she is. She's coming in. We have our second co-caster, my cat. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. You are not commentating, sweetheart. You don't speak English. You don't even speak Pokemon. But I love you anyway. Don't knock that over. I don't know what she's doing this morning. She's kind of a little extra today. She's kind of a little extra every day. That's why she's so sweet. Meow. And she just put her butt all over my keyboard. Girl, do not the cat. I'm looking forward to hearing from our first co-caster. I think this is when I've been hyped up a little bit, because like I went to yesterday and I was like, I wonder what it's gonna be like tomorrow. And then TJ Reverse indicated that they were gonna be on this cast, and I'm just like, I don't understand. I don't understand getting up at 6 a.m. in the morning. I know I got up before 6 a.m. in the morning today, but I don't understand getting up at 6 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't make sense to me. Because you could just sleep in. But if you slept in, you wouldn't get to see the Lille regionals, and that makes sense to me. So I got up before 6 a.m. Yeah. To keep my cat entertained, I've got Subway Surfers in the background and brain rot music, and there's somebody cutting soap. That's not true. I actually just have a little cat toy that I'm leaving around. So if I turn to the side during stream today, it's not because I don't like you. It's because this cat needs love and has decided that she wants to be part of the action. I wonder what they're talking about on stream. We've got no more Team Rocket cosplay unless Shy in the red velvet suit, which is looking mighty fly, is still wearing the Team Rocket R. I think they're dressed up seriously today. Joe got rid of the Alder cosplay. That was pretty funny. For they were doing the costumes because it was the Halloween regionals. So we had two Team Rocket executives, or I guess maybe one of them was Giovanni. It really depends on what they were doing. But they told us to prepare for trouble, and then they made it double. And Jesper Eriksson is hanging out next to Joe. Two of them seem like they are getting ready for the action. Okay, they're talking about World Championships qualifications. This is a good area of expertise. Before we do that, let's make sure. Okay, we have our first co-caster, TJ Reverse, ready to go. Very excited to hear from them. Take it away. Hello. Good morning. How are we doing?
I was not in the chat, so nothing was heard just now. DJ, can you repeat yourself?
I just said good morning. It is a great day. Thank you for giving people this opportunity. This is so cool.
Thank you for coming on. I'm very excited to have you. I can't believe people like were actually here on stream start both days. I'm just like, what? Y'all got up early too?
Yeah, I'm in Atlanta, so it's 6:37 a.m.
No way.
Yo,
I'm in
same.
Atlanta.
Yeah, River's
Yo, we should
cool.
hang
Oh,
out.
I'm down the street from Atlanta. No, I'm just not really. I'm a couple hours away.
are you really in Atlanta? I did not know that. Cool.
Yeah. No, that's so
Sick.
sick. Like, how have we missed each other at locals? Well,
I
I only have a question. I don't go to locals as much as I love them.
yeah. That I make it very important to go to one a week, and then I would like to go to more, but life doesn't always allow me to.
Mm-hmm. When we're not on stream, we got to figure out what store this is, and then I'm gonna start going to
Yeah.
the locals. We should hang out.
Sick. Yeah, let's do it.
Yes. All right. So since we've just loaded up, they're talking about the regionals series pricing and all that. Are you going for a Worlds invite this year?
I am not. I thought about it, and I just got back from my honeymoon. which was expensive and required a lot of my paid time off for work. So I just don't have the time or the funds to attend as many events as I would need to qualify for Worlds. Um, and I'm just trying to be kinder to myself with my expectations for tournaments overall. So uh, trying to just go do my best, and whatever happens is always the goal from here on out.
That's a really healthy mindset. I go for Worlds every year, and then like midway through the season, something happens that I can't travel or some other thing, and then I don't perform well enough at like the 4 or 5 events I do get to. So I say I'm going for a Worlds invite, and then it's like, well, you didn't do 4 League Cups, so maybe you're not really going for Worlds invite.
Yeah.
It's exciting to
Yeah.
hear though. If you are in chat and you're going for Worlds invite, sound off.
Hey, I just want to reconfirm to make sure because I remember you saying this that you do go by JT, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I
I
I
was like,
go
wait,
by
did I actually
JT.
mess this up? But no, your username is
No.
there to confuse. I remembered.
Yes, exactly. My username is here to confuse people.
Oh, I get it. TJ reverses JT.
That
I'm
makes sense. It makes sense.
that's pretty
Yes.
funny.
Okay, so I actually had a topic for you guys because it's
All
based off
right, let's get it.
what you were just talking about. So I'm working on a video right now that is Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. It has both games. So I've been doing a
Okay.
lot of interviews with Yu-Gi-Oh people, with Pokemon people, and one of the Yu-Gi-Oh people last night said that they've played both games, and their assessment of Pokemon is that it is for the unemployed. It favors people who are unemployed and who have a lot of money. And what you said kind of like resonated with me, saying that you don't have time off, and that's so
Yeah.
many people say that. What do you guys think about that?
I
You know,
think I think that's fair, but I also think because of the structure of the tournaments and how frequent they are, it's more about I feel like it's more about having the funds than having the time. I feel like most people that have the funds also have good enough jobs that they have a little bit of extra time off to be able to attend events. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just kind of my perspective. Like, I feel like if you make it a priority, you can do it.
well said. I used to think if I wasn't playing full time, like a 40-hour a week job, I'd never make a day two. I'd never make a top cut. I'd never do well. And as the years have gone by, I've changed my opinion on that. Like, for example, Rahul Reddy, many people know this player. I know they
Yeah.
work a full time job. So, like, it's not impossible. Working full time definitely is less of an advantage than, full focusing Pokemon, but the amount of hours you work does not change how much damage Burning Darkness does from Charizard EX. It
Yeah.
just changes how much you practice. And practice is important, but practice is not a substitute for the ability to perform under pressure. So I do think it's possible. I think it's weighted in favor of those who do not work a traditional job. I think if you don't work a classic 9 to
Yeah.
5, you definitely have more opportunities to travel, more flexibility. Both of those things contribute. But I don't think it's impossible. And it's certainly not impossible to win a World's Invite
Yeah.
without, traditional employment.
And like, I've worked full time since I've been in Pokemon.
Mhm.
And maybe this is just a luxury of the jobs that I've had, that they haven't required a lot of like mental bandwidth for me. But like, just thinking about the game a lot, even if I'm at work, has really helped me to perform better. Um, and then you get in these thought cycles where you just kind of can't stop thinking about the game. But that's a separate issue. But yeah, I just think if you can just thinking about the game more, whether you have the time and the availability to play, um, really does like help as far as like increasing your ability in the game.
This is true. And I have to say, when I compare the games I was playing when I was a student to the games I play now that I am full time employed, I'm just like, well, Was there a difference? Because I sometimes I play better these days than I ever did in like 2019 or 2018. So
Yeah.
food for thought. Although there's some students, and particularly you can see this in like the seniors, like the almost master seniors. Those people are so good at the game for like no reason because they're like 14, 15. And when they age up into masters, some of them are better than full-time adults. Like they are just so on top of it and crushing it. And then when they go into college, sometimes that falls off a bit. So it
Yeah.
really just it's down to the the student cycle, it's down to the professional cycle, it's down to what you do for a living. If you do something really physical, this is a good like counterbalance hobby. But if you spend most of your days in an office, sometimes this hobby is kind of hard because you do a lot of sitting, you do a
Yeah.
lot of traveling. You're not like climbing a wall or something. So it's not
Um,
pickleball. It's pokeball. Oh, day 2 statistics are up on the
yeah,
board.
I am very interested in this. So the big thing that I'm not seeing, yeah, is that Mega Absol box looks like it is in the next deck in the best of the rest. I really expected that um, to to do a little bit better this tournament. Maybe there just weren't enough players playing it, and so like this is actually a pretty good. I'd be interested to see the conversions. Um, but yeah, coming into this, I knew that that was kind of the deck on everyone's radar. So maybe we just saw a lot of text for it. But yeah, pretty interesting there because it did so well in Belo Horizonte was that last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't remember, um, but yeah, like I mean, it did well in Milwaukee too, but the conversion in Belo Horizonte was insane. So I was expecting to see more of that.
And I'm taking a look right now at the Limitless Labs for Lille. I didn't realize these were going to be open for Lille specifically.
Oh, that's sick.
Phase 2. Oh, conversion rate. Here we go. Dragapult converting higher than Gardevoir. That's interesting. Grimmsnarl converting higher. That's interesting. This is a pretty good conversion rate for these. And then if they show the second, we'll get to see exactly the conversion rate for Kangaskhan. That was the statistic I was about to go try to find out. I don't think they show it for this regional since it's still in progress. This is weird. Limitless Labs is saying they're currently in round 12 of 13. 13 Swiss rounds. That's low.
Well, it's 8 and 5, right? Or is
So
it?
it's 8 and
It's
then plus
oh
1 and then 5. So it should
oh
be
right, yeah.
14. Yeah. Because 8 plus 5 is 13. So maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Limitless just kind of updates it as it goes. Um,
Yeah.
it might be just like a weird Limitless like visual bug type thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the.
Uh,
Oh, here it is. I missed it. I was no longer looking.
the standings here are looking pretty interesting. Few things that I noticed. I mean, we saw Piper yesterday. They're a very good player. They're always at the top tables, so it's always cool to see. Henry Brand also on stream yesterday, still killing it. The other thing I see that I find very intriguing, Gabriel Fernandez, the undisputed GOAT of seniors, at 803 right now. So definitely in contention to make top cut. I think he would probably have to win out, but
Yep.
uh, um, to see him, he you know had almost the perfect season, one game away from the perfect season last year in seniors, aging up, getting second at his first regionals against probably the best Brazilian player ever last 2 weeks ago, and then attending his second second regionals today as a master. So it'd be
This
really
kid is
cool
a
to
beast.
make yeah. Um, we all knew he was coming and he was going to start destroying masters as well. So this was expected, but definitely excited to see. I love seeing like history like that. I never want to root against anyone that's doing well. I want to just kind of see them be great and be there to witness it. So really cool to see that.
I hope I hope the Fernandez siblings, because there's two of them, I
Yeah,
hope
that would
they
be
have a
sick.
long and successful career, except when I'm sitting across from them at a table, like to
What
win
a
those
mood.
games. Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I hope they have a good time. And like, I'm not trying to like hope they have a bad tournament. I'm just hoping I
Yeah.
win.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make
Fair enough.
preying on
Fair
their
enough.
downfall, yo. No, I'm just kidding.
Excuse me.
um,
After all those disclaimers, just maligning my character.
so,
SMH.
um, funny story. This just reminded me of my best friend Joe. We went to Pittsburgh together, and he he was 2-0, and then round three he paired against Liam, um, and then he lost, and then round four he paired against. I'll have to pull it up. It was like 3 rounds in a row. He went from 2-0 to 2-3,
Oh.
um, pairing into like what we call named players. Like
Hmm.
I don't know if it's like fair to call them pros because they're not all pros. Like it's not like this is all they do, but
Sure.
um, players he played against 3 players that had won a regional before in a row, um,
JT,
and he was just
you're referring to the gauntlet, pretty much.
yeah. He got smacked around there, and then he like won a bunch of games, so he ended up like 5-3 after that. But and they all told him, they were like, you played really well, and I was like, it's he felt good about the day, but yeah, just a reminder that uh there's only so many things you can control. Just play your best, and if you get put in a situation like that, don't don't like get in your head about it, because that's definitely something I would do if I was when I have sat across from players that have won regionals before. I get into my head about it, and uh, just slow down. It's just another game of Pokemon.
I have to say that was one a pretty good description of how how resilience is an important trait to do well in this game because not every round will go well, no matter how skilled of a player you are. Even Tord Reklev goes 0-3 drop every once in a while. I mean,
Yeah.
it's rare, but it happens. And it sounds like this player you're talking about is almost right there to be a world class player. Just a little bit more work, just a little bit, a couple more hours on the simulator maybe, and just got hit with the training arc. Because one of the other good things about regionals is you don't have to day two to play those good players, and every time you play one of those good players, you become aware of maybe not necessarily a skill gap, but you find new places to improve. You change as a
Yeah.
player for the better. Like there was a regional where I played Frank Persick, there was a regional where I played Andrew Mahone, and the next two Swiss rounds I hit Andrew's like teammate, and I'm just sitting there with two losses, like this is terrible. And then as I've gotten into the game, I've reframed that situation as like, I may have lost those games, but I won something else. So every game, if you can gain a little something as a player, you become unstoppable. If you get bogged down in the losses, though, then you're missing out on some of the hidden lessons that come from this game.
Yeah. Well
Yay,
said.
they
Well
are.
said.
Yeah. I'm also still looking at Limitless apps to see what's going on. Like
Yeah, that's
some
what
of
I'm
these
doing.
resistance rates are ridiculous. Like there's somebody here with it's Justin Kempley. We saw him on stream yesterday with a 70% resistance. 70%. That's ludicrous. Not that resistance is relevant anymore. It used to be super relevant because when you
Yeah.
didn't have asymmetrical top cut, if you bubbled at a top 8 on resistance, that was your whole tournament. That was like $1,000 difference. Now we have asymmetrical cut, so that's not a problem. But
Yeah. I used to play VGC. That's actually how I got into playing TCG. Is I was a VGC player for a long time, and resistance over there is even more important because like ties don't exist. Um, and so because of that, like the bubble is, I mean, they've with restructuring the tournaments in the last couple of years. My understanding is that it is significantly better. That the bubble for at least top cut is not nearly as bad. Um, Similarly, they did a similar restructuring that TCG did, but yeah, it was um, it, it always felt really bad to like hope your opponents in your early rounds didn't drop, or it because that like tanks your resistance in the long run. So glad to see changes being made.
Very true.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting too because that creates a different culture than TCG where it's like, oh, if you didn't win, just take your tie. Like, people are a little less pressured to scoop, I think, in an environment like this. But
Yeah.
in VGC, it sounds like there's a lot more pressure to drop early, which I would be bothered by that. Like, if I wanted to play all 8 Swiss rounds, I paid for all 8. I'm going to play all 8. And then if
Yeah.
that takes my opponent's resistance, now I feel bad.
I do think as somebody that has like played at regionals in both events, it is I don't know which game is necessarily more difficult. It's hard to say. It's a different skill set. It is it is easier to get through a day playing VGC. I find it much less like mentally draining than playing the TCG. I enjoy playing the TCG more. It's just like to me, it's more interesting, but it's also a lot more taxing on me. Hello, Metagross. Uh, but yeah, the VG. Well, it's also because like you're never going to time in VG, like almost never. Like it happens occasionally, but like the games just go so fast. It's pretty. Um, y the pace is nice to where like you have always have at least a little bit of time between rounds to like reset. Um, so I, I think more people like play through the day and like less people drop in VG. It's still people still drop because they are upset about how they're doing, and fair enough. But it's not as much as TCG where like okay I'm out of I can't make day two so I'm out. That like that's a pretty common thing in TCG.
Hmm. Yeah. That's ironic considering the two different drop cultures.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's really interesting. And honestly, like people at like VG events will like come up to the people that they beat and like ask them, "Hey, are you still in?" Like and it's like it's nobody's going to shame you for dropping, but people are hoping that you don't. Um and so anytime like I'm having a bad tournament, I'm uh, like if I'll see somebody around the event and I'm like, "Hey, I'm still in there. I'm trying to keep your resistance up." Like like just um, you know, having a good time, making sure that, I'm not the reason that somebody else doesn't make top cut down the line or something like that.
What a good sport.
I did
Yeah.
find on Limitless Labs because it is like the most insane amount of Pokemon data that exists. Uh, my buddy Joe's rounds. Round 3 it was Liam Halliburton. Round 4 was Josh Frank, and round 5 it was Pedro Hernandez. The gauntlet. It was it was brutal.
My God. I mean, how do you get one of those performances in where it's a and how do you summon the courage to do it a second game? Like if you just played one good player, you look and you see another name and you're like, "Oh, shucks, not again." What do you
Yeah,
do to keep the gauntlet energy alive?
I think
Because I've seen people who like pair someone good round one and then that ruins their whole day. What mental resilience takes a lot of different forms, but for you, what does it look like?
for me it's I I try and not focus on the result of a tournament, and focus more on the process of preparing for the tournament. So if I know that like going into Pittsburgh and to Atlanta was the last regional I attended before that, um, I knew that I had prepared better for that tournament than I had for any tournament before that. And so like knowing that, and just feeling good about that, it's like at Atlanta I played against you know good players, like players that I knew of,
Hmm.
and I didn't necessarily care. I was just like, I'm I know that I'm playing really well with this deck right now. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do my best. We're gonna see how the games play out. And so I think it's less about you know I just try not to worry who my opponent is. Not that I think I'm the best player in the world. I don't think I'm anywhere close. But like I know that as long as I'm prepared and I like the deck that I'm playing, and I'm in the right headspace, I have the opportunity to beat anybody in the world. and just like being aware of that, like having that in your mind's eye as you're playing and throughout the day at a tournament, it'll give you a certain level of confidence that like if this goes well, I'm gonna give myself the opportunity for this to go well. If it doesn't, like I know that I did my best, and that's like what else can I do? So why am I gonna worry about it? That's just kind of how I see it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think when I look at a gauntlet, I mean, tournament resilience, generally speaking, is an actual like critical skill that people spend time working on, and a
Yeah,
lot of it comes down to mindset. You know, looking at problems as opportunities. So if I see a gauntlet in my next couple of regionals, instead of getting psyched out about like, oh my god, I have to play them, it's they have to play me. You know, like,
yeah,
you know, thinking of yourself as that named player, even if maybe you don't have any finishes, do that. Be delusional. It's fun.
yeah, yeah, and that I think that's a piece of it, and also just like, well, nobody's gonna expect me to beat this person, so I have no pressure on me. Let me just go play a game of Pokemon, do my best. Maybe I'll get a dub.
Yeah.
Um, ooh, conversion rates on screen.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if they're going to show us the Kangaskhan conversion rate we were talking about earlier. Because when
Yeah.
it came on last time, we ended up in a side conversation,
Oh,
and
my
it
bad.
was very fun. No, 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 no. I think I dragged us off. I have yep, just fixed it. Just fixed it. Okay, stream should now be able to hear my audio. Hello, stream.
Hello. I'm sorry that you had to hear me rambling without. we gotta-
Yeah, I think it might have just been me. I think you're good. We've
Well, yeah, but they just
yeah,
heard me rambling and like having one side of the conversation for a little bit. It's all good.
yeah.
Cool.
And there's a second conversation going on in Watch Party text. So if you are in the Discord, you are chit chatting on the Discord. That's lovely
Sorry.
and fabulous. No, 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 no. It's
I'm
fantastic. There's
derailing.
nothing to
I'm
complain about.
derailing.
No, it's a watch party for a reason. It's a party. We
True.
got a couple different rooms, so you can hang out whichever room in the party you like.
Do you guys want to hear something super cheesy? Speaking on this
Yes.
conversation. So
Yeah.
my first regional, I despite what everyone thinks, there's a couple things, right? I always tell people I'm horrible in front of cameras, even though that's like my job, right? So they're like, oh, haha, like just kidding, right? And then I'm like, no, actually, like I hate being in front of the camera, like straight up. It's just
Excuse?
anxiety inducing. Like I've never been able
Oh.
to shake it, no matter how many years that I do camera related work. It's just not my thing. But the same thing happens with like performance anxiety when it comes to playing cards. Like I just
Yeah, for
cannot
sure.
shake it sometimes. So the first regional I went to, or it may have been the second, I remember I like Googled the night before like positive affirmations or something on YouTube. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fall asleep listening to this. I think it was like both some sort of sound wave that was supposed to be like a positive energy sound
Yeah.
wave. And then
Yeah.
somebody just like, some dude just being like, you are worth it or something, like just a bunch of like positive affirmations. And I'll tell you what, it worked.
Yeah.
It was very
Heck
Hey,
yeah.
effective. I fell asleep listening to it, and I woke up feeling great the next day.
That's awesome.
manifesting.
Yeah. I remember I put a lot of pressure on myself for the Atlanta Regionals this last year, just because, like I said, I felt I had prepared better for that than I had for any other tournament that I had been to up to that point.
Hmm.
Um, and round one, I I was I was too locked in. Like I was focused and I was playing really well, but it was to the point where like I wasn't having fun like with
Hmm.
the person in front of me.
Hmm.
Um, like I wasn't rude to that guy and he wasn't rude to me. Like we still had a good time, but like I enjoy playing Pokemon, especially the TCG, specifically because of the community aspect of it. And so like my competitive side of me like took over and like took that piece out of it, and then I was like, this isn't fun anymore. Um,
Hmm.
so so I I think it's important to one always think about why you're doing this. And if it's to like, be the best of the best, always make sure that like you're still having a good time while you're doing it. Because if not, like what is the point?
Hmm. Exactly right. I think, and the fact that you prepared so much for Atlanta regionals was so exciting too, because that was the rotation regionals. That
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
no one really knew what was going to show up on the floor, and not every tournament is like that. For the last several years, it's people have kind of known what archetypes to expect. We are in another shake-up phase right now. It seems like because so many different decks are viable, and Mega Evolution just dropped like at least three new archetypes. If you consider Surge a new archetype, and if you consider the I guess Gold Angle Soul Rock engine as part of a new archetype, part
yeah.
of a Bounce
I mean,
Breakfast.
don't
So
don't disrespect Blood Moon Ursaluna as a new archetype.
oh, the new Tim Danklin.
The Danklins, the
Ayo.
the mustache believers. That deck is so much fun. I don't know how good it is. Like I've played it some. I don't know how good it is, but it is really fun. And
Mhm.
I like decks that are really fun to play.
Yeah. I like the creativity of it, and I like how people have sort of come and centered around it. Like I don't think it's the second Kangaskhan Absol, but it doesn't have to be. That
No.
it is a community deck. Like it is. The word I'm using is not contagious, but it is.
Yeah.
It's shared. It's shared.
Yeah, for sure.
So
For sure.
when someone pulls that up, you have a whole side conversation in addition to all your Pokemon talk you can have with people. Like the way
Yeah.
the community evolves to have different threads, different conversations, different memes. It's very exciting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um I I've always wanted to take a control deck to a big tournament.
Hmm.
So getting to see somebody like play control on stream um yesterday, that was fun for me. Um and I guess control in this format, I'm really excited about control in this format. I think that duck solves a lot of problems for control.
Hmm.
Um and so really excited to kind of see how it does. I know one of the best control players in the world, Alessandro, is he's playing in this tournament, and last I checked, he was doing pretty well. Um, it's Alessandro Cremasoli for anyone following along on Limitless Labs.
Oh,
But
I just googled. Is it Fabrizio or no, it's Alessandro? Okay, 732. Alessandro, I
oh
think needs
dang,
to win out to get
Y-
top 32.
yeah, dang, I would
Yeah.
have loved to see him on stream because he always has like interesting control decks.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm third generation Italian, so if I'm not rooting for the home team, I'm rooting for someone over in Italy.
Okay. Let's see. Who's our highest placing Italy player right now? I think it's Alberto Conti, who we saw on
Yeah,
stream
yeah. I mean,
yesterday.
he's in first. Yeah.
Yeah, on Limitless Labs, he's in second.
Maybe I need to refresh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Cool.
So it looks like they're starting round 12, or I guess it's round 13 now. Okay, it says they're starting round 13. Okay, the pairings are out. And do we have. Piper has the up pair. No, it's equal points. Who else? Anything notable here? Henry Brand is in contention, currently top 16. It's so weird that this is saying there's 13 Swiss rounds. That just can't be right. Maybe they're accounting for asymmetric in
Ye-
a weird way.
Yeah. Or I would I wouldn't be surprised if it's like I said, it's updating it as it goes because I think
Mhm.
it pulls data directly from Arcanine, and Arcanine, it if you've been to a
Oh,
tournament
you're right.
on
You're right.
Arcanine, it like says round 13 of 13, and then
And then
14
if
appears
they're
out of thin
yeah,
air after
yeah.
round 13.
Okay, that makes more sense. So round 13 of Swiss, then 14 of Swiss. That means we're gonna have two Swiss rounds followed by asymmetric and top cut. That's exciting. So it's at least 6 matches to commentate.
Yeah,
Shy
nice.
is chit chatting. He
Let
does
me
have the team
see.
rocket tie. Go ahead.
Let me see here at if I can find. I don't know if Gabriel's been on. Gabriel versus Piper would be a really cool stream. Piper was already on
Ooh.
stream, so I don't know if they'll do it before Top Cut, but that would be a really cool stream match.
Yeah.
Um,
She is against Alexander Rutowicz right now, who is also on stream. So I doubt their match will go,
oh,
but
oh,
top cut I think is doable. I mean, she's in a
did
good
I?
position. Anyway, let me not obsess over the American. There's another American in potential top cut, Carter Malnake. Okay, I was looking at a comparison of where the players are coming from for this event, and it's something like 19,000 EU players and 30
Yeah.
American players, and I'm just like, yeah,
Whoa.
but if you're crossing the ocean to go play a regional, you're probably pretty confident in your skills because that is a pricey plane ticket.
Oh, and then there's Henry Brand like going to Lille and Gdansk next week.
Built
Um,
different, built different, built different. Henry Brand is top 16 right now, so a couple
yeah.
more wins could catapult him up. We will have to see. Right now, the top scorer is at 31 points, so 37 match points is quite literally guaranteed for cut.
Yeah.
35 is looking pretty good, too.
Yeah, I think 35 with there being 11 players at 29 or above right now. 35 feels safe. 30 I could see 34 being the cut though.
Mm-hmm. It is quite a struggle to get even this far in a tournament. Like if you're looking at
Yeah.
top 32, you're looking at cash. So mighty
Yeah.
impressive. This is
That's a
the
good day.
metric that some people use. Exactly.
Yeah, I think focusing so much on like specific goals like top cut or world qualifying or making day two, I think if you're at the highest level, that is a great way to measure success. I don't know that for the vast majority of players that is like a healthy way to view things. I think um, it's more in like you can have goals and you can like want to do things, um, but focusing on just doing better every single time, eventually like focus on the process and eventually the results will happen. Uh, and I think that shift in perspective is really helping me. Did much better at Pittsburgh. Lost my win in for day two, but I felt really great about my deck, and my deck ended up winning the tournament. I was like 2 cards off Liam's list, so I felt good about my prep for the tournament. I just didn't pair into any guardies, so like, what are you gonna do?
Professor Oak's Paradise in chat is letting us know. I say focus on winning the game in front of you. That is pretty good.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Because if you're always focused on the game in front of you, you're full focused.
Yeah.
Taking a look here at the standings, a couple of names that folks will recognize. We have starting in. I'm gonna go down and come up. So from like lower to top. So in the top 64, Mattias Luskowitz. Many people will recognize that name. Sander, Control Sander. I don't know what Sander has brought today, but Sander Wojcik. I don't know how to say that. Katie Montgomery at 59. Many of you will recognize Katie from Twitter. Her many Twitter appearances. Good for her. This is a breakout performance, it looks like. And Vinny Fernandez. Vinny Fernandez is 54. Previous Worlds experience and also related to Gabriel. That's funny. Like, yeah, he's got like a ton of accomplishments. You know, he was like, what, top 8? Did he win that Worlds? So... No. He's related to Gabriel. That's the impressive thing.
Yeah, that's so unlucky.
Ithiel Arki in 45th. This is a French player. Some names are not necessarily French. This is a French player who's doing well, who it's nice to see top cutting again, because they don't always get a chance to come to American events. Benjamin Pham, Pham.
Yeah.
And Kieran Farrer from Canada, 41.
705. What the heck? Who does
Undefeated.
Undefeated. Is he going for the meme like ID every round so I'm undefeated?
No, absolutely not. And day 2 in that scenario? Oh no.
Well, there was like a year and a half ago, somebody, it was like before they changed the tournament structure, somebody went like 5-0-10.
I'm done. Not serious.
And there had to be a point in day 2 where they were like, I just have to go for this because it's funny.
It is funny. Like, I guess after round 1 of day 2, they're like, okay, got it. Or they played the least the least active deck of all time, like Crustle
Yeah.
Pass, Crustle
I mean,
Pass.
it could have been. It was definitely in lax format, so they definitely could have been just playing block lax
Hmm.
extra slow than normal.
Anyone watching stream who's unfamiliar with Block Snorlax, Snorlax was a one prizer from the set Pokemon Go that had the ability, if this is in the active, your opponent cannot retreat. And it was ability, so it just was always on. Many people did not like this card. Many people. But these days instead we have things like Clutch Eviltall, Maractus,
Yeah.
Corner Knockley, Impound, Ethan Sudowoodo. So the effect is still around. It's just no longer on ability, so you can, do
And
other stuff with your attack.
I think the important distinction there is that with the attacks, you are now doing damage as a result of that attack, unless resistance is involved. When
Mm-hmm.
resistance is involved, that can definitely like change. Um, like that can definitely like allow things to be trapped infinitely effectively.
Mm-hmm.
But without resistance, you're doing damage. So eventually, the thing that you're trapping in the active will be knocked out by that damage, even if it takes 10 turns, in which case like retreat locking and allowing your like basically waiting until your opponent decks out isn't as viable as it was with the block deck because with Snorlax because Snorlax was just on its ability, so it wasn't doing any damage. You were kind of using the rest of your turn to like get things set up, draw a bunch of cards with Rotom V, and kind of move on with your life, and just kind of pass and see if your opponent is able to do anything. And kind of once they were out of, switch cards and Turos and pennies and things like that, the game was kind of over. Whereas most like Maractus, like Grass and Ethan Sudowoodo fighting, like there's a lot of Pokemon that resist those types. Metal Pokemon resist Maractus, and Psychic and any colorless Pokemon that are birds resist fighting. So like lots of things can get infinitely trapped by those guys. Um, but it's still like a lot more difficult to set up than Snorlax. Whereas Snorlax, a lot of the time, it was like a fun game of like, do I start Snorlax? Okay, I win, and like that was kind of the game, which is I think um, why there was a lot of like negative sentiment around that card in that deck. Um,
Yeah, if you played Snorlax to a locals, people would like raise their eyebrow at you, like really, like for real, really, for real. So
yeah,
I'm glad that's changed. You never
yeah,
you never want a Pokemon card to create a hostile environment. So
yeah. It's not quite to the same level because it's not nearly as good. Similar feeling to how like Poison Donk goes at locals. Like if you're that guy playing Poison Donk and you just like people are there to play Pokemon and you're just not allowing them to play Pokemon, it's that that's the person that's going to be um, not everybody's favorite.
no, I will say Poison Dock is really fun on the online game because
Yeah,
that
for
it
sure.
takes like 2 minutes to get through a Poison Donk game because you only have one turn. So it's
Yeah,
really good for jumping up the ladder to Arceus rank. The problem is that it's just not interactive for the other person. So is
yeah,
it really a game or is it more of a sequence test?
yeah. It's a sequencing mini game with a significant amount of variance.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Would be
but
a fun practice exercise
yeah,
if you had two people playing Poison Donk, but they took their turn at the same time. So just whoever got through fastest is the one who
that's
attacks
awesome.
first. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. I would enjoy doing that.
Yeah. Um, I always like think of like alt formats. Like there is a fun one. Oh, looks like we're getting started here. James Cox and Drew Stevenson. I'll finish my
Ooh.
thought. There's a fun alt format that's like who can deck out first. How many turns like whoever decks out first wins. And I
Mm-hmm.
always like find it fun to like think about the game in that way and like look at the card pool and figure out like how can I like what can I do to make that happen even though that's like not how any of the cards are designed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, look at this. James Cox has got a pretty extensive background.
Yeah.
Previous defending Lille regional champion. I didn't realize that. So this is James defending his title.
Yeah. Yeah, He does a lot on the online scene. He's always like the amount of testing that James does is kind of insane. Like I feel like he's always like locked into. He knows every single deck in the format really well. Um, so he's one of those players like you're never surprised to see him doing well.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, this is
And
definitely a
Drew
familiar
too.
name. Yeah,
Yeah,
Drew has
Drew.
got some pretty extensive seniors
Yeah,
stuff and
he
a
hasn't.
recently aged up master.
Yeah, he hasn't had that like breakout performances in Masters yet. In Masters yet, but like not surprised to see him here. He's always. I remember always checking through the seniors results. He was always doing stuff. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard to win in seniors when Gabriel Fernandez exists. So I'm not, I'm like not going to expect anyone from that era to like have wins, but just seeing top fours, it means like okay, you lost to Gabriel, cool.
Right. Yeah. But that's the other thing too is that doesn't last forever. You lose
Yeah,
enough
true.
games and you go that you like to fire into you like I've got to get this good. I imagine in like a few years all the seniors from the Gabriel era will be just indomitable, like just completely
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah. I think they're all going to be really good because they've been playing at such a high level for so much longer than most of us. Like,
Mm-hmm.
um,
What a beast!
there's
What a
always
beast!
yeah, there's always that debate of like the the best seniors players against like average masters players, and I think that used to be a lot closer, and I think anymore like the
Mm-mm.
average masters player would get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
Um,
The seniors have really good coaching too. Like the senior and
yeah,
junior coaching culture is a lot different than the masters coaching culture. Like I can count on one hand the number of masters I know who are not like the top names that talk about coaching or say, yeah, here's my coach or I'm
yeah.
picking up this coach. Whereas in juniors and seniors, it's just like normalized to post about it because that's just what you do there.
I think we have okay. I think James might
Mega
be putting a
Mawile? Are you,
so I
hello?
saw I think it's his cornerstone answer in his Gold Dingo deck. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, they did
Okay.
both get a mulligan, so no one's starting off on a bad foot. There's a
I
monkey.
see Yveltal, Monkey, and the Genesect from the prizes. So
Mhm.
not a whole lot
This
of information to figure out what is going on here.
no,
Um,
even looking at his hand.
yeah, like
Ugh.
the Genesect makes me feel like could be some kind of weird control deck, but I also could just see it being like something like Grimmsnarl, and he just has like a Genesect tech in there.
Mhm. It's an interesting answer. Genesect used to be a little bit like in at the Atlanta regionals. I was playing in Genesect for that. I had Terrabox, and I think Genesect was more discussed at that event because people were
Yeah,
worried about unfair stand, worried about Badu. That has changed. People aren't really doing the Badu unfair stand combo anymore.
yeah, and I also think it came up at that one too because Goldingo was so hype, and that was the Energy Search Pro. So like being able to
Mm-hmm.
shut off the Ace spec, and to anyone that doesn't know, we're talking about the Ace Nullifier Genesect. Uh, that if it has a tool attached, it shuts off. It doesn't allow your opponent to play Ace specs from their hand. So really powerful ability on a single prize Pokemon is always nice. It's one of those cards like if you could include it in every single deck, you would. It's just, is it, if you had infinite cards, you would always include it. But we only have 60 cards in our deck, so we can't always include it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think it was previously more hyped because of kind of shutting down that Energy Search Pro to not allow Goldengos to just like get all of their energies in their hand and blow something up.
Mm-hmm. And we have a minor errand running from this Gimme Ghoul, searching for 2 energy cards to Drew's hand. Gonna set up pretty well for the next turn, although I don't see any Lunatone or Soul Rock. So Drew better
Yeah,
have some kind of nest ball or something. Maybe James will get an artisan that could help. I mean, I
yeah.
almost want to say this is some kind of what's this? Tatsugiri. Yeah, that's really gonna that's really gonna reveal what deck you're playing.
Is it
Yes,
Absol? Is it Absol?
it could be Absol.
Tatsugiri's
Yeah,
Tatsugiri is kind of a weird one.
No, Tatsugiri was in John Egg's Absol deck.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
pretty sure he used it against me, so.
I see Penny. I see Penny in that Tatsugiri attract customers. So I do believe, yeah, I think the most likely candidate here is that this is the Absol deck. So cool to see this on stream. a deck that
Okay.
I'm very interested in.
Yeah.
Just kind of seeing how it plays out. See a Devo. Okay, I think I saw
I see a
Kangaskhan.
Picturunt.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
there's the
yeah.
Absol.
All right, yeah, all right. We're good. He's checking to see if the trolley is there. I assume. I assume it's trolley.
I mean, you would think. Could be an earthen vessel. I mean, the one downside there. Okay, they're showing the precious
Would you
trolley,
look
so
at
it looks.
that?
There it is. There it is.
um,
Yep.
Interesting also to see. I believe I see Genesect in Drew's hand, Genesect EX, and he didn't put it down, or maybe I don't. I thought I saw it. Didn't put
There's
it
no
down and
way.
like thin out some Goldengos last turn. Maybe just doesn't want the liability in play.
Yeah.
Um, I think I also see a Goldengo in hand, so maybe he's just hoping like that he can then draw into another Goldengo and not have the liability into play.
Hmm. That's
All right,
another thing. Is oh, go ahead.
looks like we're gonna go with the Pheasantipity, the Mega Absol, and Petulant. Seems pretty straightforward. Uh, Probably going to start clutching here soon with a Poison Yveltal to prevent. Well, probably go for the Turbo Energize this turn, but
Depending on energy access, I do think that's legit. Let's
yeah,
see where.
yeah,
Okay, there it is.
probably the Turbo Energize to the Mega Absol seems like a reasonable play.
Absolutely. You want to get Claw of Darkness threatened as soon as possible. And yeah, there's an interesting argument here to be made that maybe you should Petulant up something else to attach the energy to, so that way you're making full use of the resource. But I don't hate putting it on Tatsugiri. I think Tatsugiri is a good choice for a couple of reasons. One, you can still retreat that energy and just preserve it in the discard for maybe like a Night Stretcher. And then two, if you do want to, save it and instead just use Petulant to promote something, then in a future turn you can use it as a free retreater if Evil Tall is not, for whatever reason, serviceable. Or, for
Yeah,
example, if you need to poison up the Evil Tall so that nothing gets poisoned on the return call. So it does give you more increased options compared to, let's say, using. I mean, there's a play here where you could have you put it on the Petulant. Actually, no,
mhm.
you can't. You can't promote your own Petulant. You could have put it on the
No,
Pheasantipity,
no,
but
yeah,
that would have poisoned the Pheasantipity, would have knocked you to 200. That's relevant in the Golden Go matchup. So I think that was probably one of the better plays, rather than,
yeah.
it would be sweet if you could put it on Monkey Dory and then use Turbo Energize, but Petulant EX does not promote Monkey Dory because it is not a Darkness type Pokemon.
It does look
Team
like
Rocket's Petrel. Hello?
yes, this is a card that a lot of people are playing in a lot of decks right now as like um, rather than playing Arven, it just gives you more options. Uh, I don't know what it does in Goldango. Um, like if there's a stadium that's like, cause it is one of the two cards that allow three cards, not well, two cards not including Secret Box that allows you to search for a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, not. I do understand now why the Genesect didn't come down because he did indeed have two Goldengos in his hand. So
Mm-hmm.
no
Don't
need
need it.
to put that liability into play. Um, but yeah,
Interesting play
Petrol.
there.
I don't like the only reason I see Petrol above Arvin is if there's like some kind of stadium card that is super impactful, and I cannot really think of one.
I mean, it does grab you supporters, so there's some sort
Oh,
of
true.
like, well,
Yeah.
maybe there's a scenario where you use it to get a boss for game, like for next turn. That's weird though. So I think I agree with you. The
I feel
stadium
like
seems to be
Cypher
relevant.
does the same thing in the
Mm-hmm.
Goldango deck.
Mm-hmm.
Um, So interesting to see. Maybe if Drew wins this, we can listen to the interview and see, because I would not be surprised if the casters, the official casters, ask about um, the petrol, because that is
Mm-hmm.
definitely an interesting inclusion.
Yeah. Drew is playing this very well, and across the table, James has just attached a Mist Energy and a Bravery Charm to that Mega Absol. Now, the Mist Energy, you might be wondering, why would you put that down here? It's not like there's any effects from Golden Go. That's just your third energy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
You're not going to need it for the rest of the match, so use it now. Normally, you want to be a little bit more judicious with the use of Mist Energy, particularly in a meta where someone could drop down a Mew EX or something like that, but this is Goldango. We don't live in that environment.
so he played a petrol even though he did have an Arvin last turn, and that's now going to be discarded. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty good Claw of Darkness there. Anytime you can knock off your opponent's only supporter, you're feeling pretty good. Like, yes, I've made them dead draw in the environment where
Yeah.
everyone draws like 80 cards. Yes, one more chance of dead draw. Okay, Buddy Buddy
Yeah.
Puffin is going to search out two basics, most likely I think another Gimme Ghoul
Double
and
gimmies. Yeah.
maybe something else, but looks like two gimmies. It was interesting
I,
he discarded the Lunatone earlier, and Buddy Buddy Puffin is not going to grab you a Soul Rock of Lunatone, but
so
maybe an Artisan or something could have come out to go grab the Soul Rock. Any particular reason you think he would have discarded the Lunatone?
I believe it's because Lunatone, not Soul Rock, but Lunatone is a, definitely could be a liability that could get trapped up for several turns against that Yveltal. So he's prioritizing not allowing himself to do that. Just he's kind of going only with Goldingos. It seems like just the way he's played it from the beginning, he may have had some insider information, which it happens. It's how big tournaments go. So um, seems like, I mean, it's possible he didn't too, and he just saw the start of the Yveltal. So maybe not. But anyways, he definitely like is not putting anything down that can't attack, which in this deck it's really just the Goldengo. The Soul Rock can attack, but it has to have the Lunatone in play so to attack. So then you're putting something else that can be trapped. So yeah, that's what I'm assuming is happening here. It just doesn't want anything down that can get Yveltal trapped because he probably plays like I saw at least one Turo in as they were initially shuffling up. That was one of the cards I noticed. So one Turo, so probably not a whole lot of outs to that clutch.
Well, good. I'm glad you had that eagle-eyed castic because I missed that Turo. I have kind of a small monitor here, so I'm like, is that a professor? Is that a Goldango? I'm guessing.
Yeah, as they're
Yeah.
initially shuffling, it's always I'm always like looking at the bottom of the deck just to kind of see. And I knew he was playing Goldingo because I saw like Cypher, Turo, um, and a metal and a fighting, and I was like, all right, that's definitely Goldingo. So we know what Drew's playing.
Yeah. That's the benefit of having multiple casters, though, is you've got four sets of eyes rather than two.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
James here, I believe, is gonna do his best to force the 7 prize game by getting that Mega Kangaskhan out.
Mhm.
Um, because I don't. I mean, I could also see like maybe a late game Petra attack. Looks like we're gonna be going
Ooh,
for a clutch play here. Is
interesting.
there a gust in hand to gust one of those gimme ghouls up?
I think the thought is that this is going to be.
Oh, we're
Oh, okay.
trading. Yeah.
Kangaskhan coming out. All right.
Okay, to draw some cards. Cool. That makes sense.
Okay. Although that does
And then
mean you're not going to attack this turn without some kind of Turo or Penny.
I think I
Psyduck in
saw a penny in
hand.
hand. And oh yeah, he got a counter catcher now, so he can maybe chase down something else
Ooh,
if he would like. And or he could go with a clutch play with that.
true.
Yveltal.
Golden Go having 60 HP remaining means Clutch will not be enough to knock it out. However, it will do 20 damage, and that's going to
Are the
keep it trapped active.
are the Gimmicks Dark Week?
Yes, they are. So that would do 40 to a Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah.
So 2 hit KO.
Or I would knock it out with emoji. That'd be a way to like cheese a single prize, like keep a single prize and you're not gonna see that here. Just gonna
Nope.
clutch that active Golden Go.
Yep. Golden Go will not be able to retreat this turn. However, all Drew needs to do is attach a steel energy to it, and all of a sudden, that Evil Tall could get knocked out at any time in exchange for 3 energy in the discard. Now, James does not particularly seem to be running item lock, so Golden Go is not going to be concerned about that. In other matchups, they have to be concerned about is there Toad Scroll? Do I have access to my superiors? And not going to be an issue here. When I say
Yeah.
superiors, I mean superior energy retrieval. It's a card that's been around
Yeah.
since the black and white days. All you do to use it, it's an item card. You discard 2 cards from your hand in order to pick up to 4 basic energy from your discard pile. Extremely strong effect. Basically half of Gardevoir. And Goldango is going to be able to do it for the rest of this game.
Yeah. And that's one of those easy things that you can learn as a newer player. You can just learn how many energies are Goldingo decks playing. And then if you're ever in a situation where they have um, typically it's like 9 or more energies in their discard pile and you have a Badu in your deck, you can probably just win that game. Um, depending on how
Mhm.
many prizes have been taken. If they have 10 energies, like it's actually over because most Goldingo
Mhm.
decks right now are playing 11 energies. They need the energy for the attachment and then 1 energy to discard to knock out a Badoo. Um,
Ooh, Boss
so
Petulant here. This looks relevant. It looks
okay,
like there's enough
yeah,
energy in hand to knock it out. That'll be 2 prizes for Drew, taking it from 6 to 3.
yeah, and critically kind of not allowing that 7 prize game to exist at this point, and knocking out the thing that's kind of enabling James's setup as far as being able to switch around to all these different Pokemon. Uh,
Mhm.
namely, like putting up the Mega Kangaskhan here after you just played a Penny last turn and your Petra goes down, like it could be difficult to get this out of the active. He said, I need the cards, so he went ahead and put it in the active and is just hoping to draw a way to be able to move it and still get a relevant attack in this turn.
Mhm. Some might be wondering why there's no energy on the Monkey Dory. Why aren't you using Monkey Dory to knock out all these gimme ghouls or Goldangos? And the reason for that is that James has no way to put damage on his own side of the board, so he's not even going to bother attaching the energy until that happens. And Drew is a one-hit KO deck, so it's probably not going to come into play. In other matchups, Monkey Dory is kind of like the linchpin. It decides who's winning, who's got the momentum. In this game, not quite so. It's down to who has the attacks coming at a fast enough rate to take prizes. And Drew is on fire, so there's okay,
Yeah,
gear for a boss. We might
I think
see. I wonder if there's gonna be like a boss of the other benched Goldango. And I didn't like this play when Drew laid it down, but I see the benefits there if he has to dig for cards. The problem was that when he had 2 Gimme Ghoul, neither one of them could be bossed because he could just or like somehow clutch locked because he could just evolve it and clear the clutch effect. This time is not the
yeah,
case. He could just boss up the Gimme Ghoul with no energy, or not the Gimme Ghoul, the Goldango with no energy and
Goldingo.
keep it trapped in the active without having the steel energy
Yeah,
accessible because the 3rd steel energy is sitting in Drew's discard, so he'd have to burn. Actually,
you'd
no,
have
I
to
take
put a
it back.
superior.
It might not be in his discard now that I think about it. I thought it was a steel
Yeah, I
energy, but it's
see
a
4
supporter.
fighting, but still has to
Yeah,
find. Yeah, I mean, this is the play that James is going for. It's
yeah.
forcing Drew to find his last metal energy,
Mm-hmm.
um, which, this could definitely like buy him a turn. I think Drew's playing this really well. I think you're talking about the Monkey Dory there. Um, looks like James is going to charge it up now, and um, the reason the Monkey Dory, I mean, there's lots of reasons to include Monkey Dory in your deck. Don't get me wrong, but
Mm-hmm.
kind of the intention with Monkey Dory in this deck is you use Petron EX's Subjugating Chains ability to put your Yveltal on the active, poisoning it, and then you clutch something that can't attack necessarily, and then you have this infinite damage loop with the Monkey Dory, where you
Oh,
knock
that's
things
smart.
out on your own turn with Monkey Dory as you're retreat locking things. They'll promote something else. Ideally, you gust something else through something like a counter catcher or a boss's orders, and you're always locking. What Drew's showing here is that if you play around that play, it really limits the options that the Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck has available to it.
Mm-hmm.
So Drew playing really well here, only putting down these Goldingos and these Gimme Ghouls. Um, could have definitely, like you were saying, not put all of them down, or at least evolved all of them up immediately, just because this is now kind of forcing him to have everything all at once. And then notably, if James is able to do this again, if say yeah, it looks like we're gonna off this earthen vessel find that last metal energy. James is able to do this again without knocking out um, that Goldingo. We could see it where maybe it's if it doesn't evolve the Gimme Ghoul, I don't think it's possible. But if Drew evolves that last Gimme Ghoul into a Goldango, um, Yveltal could definitely come into play where no
Mm-hmm.
metals are available. So
Mm-hmm.
that Goldango would never be able to attack. So hopefully Drew sees that and does not evolve into that last Goldango here.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting choice James made to bench the Latias instead of maybe a second Monkey Dory or something. But you'd only put 10 self damage on with poison each turn, so why would you put a second Monkey Dory down? It makes sense. And
Yeah,
coin bonus going for that superior energy. If Drew can get it, that will close the game out, but it's not going to be easy. Turo lifting up, discarding the energy. Actually, there was no energy. Excuse me. Promoting the damage one.
So
Superior. There it is.
1, 2,
That's
3, 4.
4.
Yeah, I think it should be
That's,
good.
yep. That's the game.
7 energy, 350 damage for the knockout. Really well played there by Drew. This is kind of a tough matchup to navigate, because against every other deck, you really want to prioritize getting your draw power down in cards like Lunatuna and Solrock, and Pheasantipity. And in this game, like, you have to avoid doing that. Or some really nefarious things can happen on the other side.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Drew is forced to play a 6 prize game, whereas James is not. Drew did a
Yeah.
good job there making sure that there were 6 prizes he had to take from James rather than the other way around. Like, if James had been able to force a 7 or 8 prize game, Drew could have been in serious trouble. So that was extremely well played. That boss for the Petrant was a very critical turn. They just showed it on the replay in order to make sure he kept that 6 prize momentum rather than having to deal with a 7 prize or 8 prize game.
Yeah, and this kind of just shows the volatility of these new 3 prize Pokemon. I mean, that game, Drew just had to put himself in a position to kind of take that last knockout, and just kind of pretty suddenly the game was over. So I haven't. I mean, I played in with some VMAXs, but a little bit. Never played with like tag teams or anything like that. So very interested to see how people are kind of prize mapping in this new format that now includes 3 prizes again.
Here's an interesting comment from one of our chatters, the Fondry, new to our stream, or at least I haven't seen them before. Apparently, the petrol that got used, it means they're not running a lot of tools in Dango, which is interesting because normally you see things like air blow. Oh my goodness.
The
No.
The ace spec.
No, the 8 spec 2
Oh
Absols.
no, 2 Absols.
Foul. If James comes back from this, it will be a
Zoinks
miracle.
Scoob.
Oh no. All right, Drew's gonna go first. Gonna search with Artisan to try to grab something.
Yeah.
James doesn't even know. James doesn't even know.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite moments, to watch somebody do their first deck check and realize everything that they need is in the prize cards, and just kind of see how their mental is after that. I think because you see it, like, some people are just like, cool, whatever, let's play the game. And then you also see some people get kind of frustrated on stream, which is totally fair, like absolutely valid. But I'm always curious to see, especially a top player like James, like, how is he going to handle a situation like this where he doesn't have access to the most important cards in his deck?
Mm-hmm. And Drew, on the other hand, is seeing that there's only 2 Gimmighoul available. Doesn't know that James has this prize scenario. So Drew's like, oh no, I'm gonna get Precious
Yeah.
Trolley. They're gonna knock out all my guys. I gotta preserve these Gimmighouls. I have to put out something, maybe a Soul Rock, but I hate that. Meanwhile, he doesn't know.
And something that James could do here to put on a lot of pressure, and maybe from that first turn of Drew's, he wouldn't know, but it's pretty easy. Assuming he plays at least one Binding Mochi, it would be pretty easy for him to go Pecharunt up a Yveltal and actually take a knockout with the Binding Mochi on this Gimmighoul due to weakness.
James is noticing. Look at him. He's noticing.
He's all right. Yeah, let's see this.
This is like 4th or 5th scroll through. He's just like, where did it go?
He's doing a full prize check now, organizing the Pokemon,
yeah.
being like, don't I play Mega Absol? Isn't this a Mega Absol deck?
Nope, not right now. It's not.
All right. So he knows he's gonna get the Yveltal here.
Oh, look at his face.
Yeah.
He's just trying to hold it together.
That's that. The internal dialogue there is bruh. That's exactly what that is right there. That face. That's what that means.
In cinema, they call it dramatic irony.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering here, is that a Mochi in hand? Because I see something vaguely purple. I mean,
I don't
could be
think
colorblind.
so.
I'm definitely colorblind, but like.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Looks like we're gonna just kind of get into the Kangaskhan through the subjugating chains into the Yveltal with the free retreat. Draw some cards, see where we're at from there. Don't hate that at all.
No, not at all. Okay, we are gonna just take a quick look at that hand. I think strategy-wise, James is gonna recalculate this game plan around using Kangaskhan as an attacker, which not pleasant, but if
Uh,
you don't have
we're just gonna
options,
turbo to the Kangaskhan. Okay, yeah,
yeah, I mean you
I see the
gotta
vision.
put the energy somewhere.
And who knows, maybe like next turn you just like flip two heads, knock out a Goldengo, and
Easy money.
uh, then maybe you grab the trolley or an Absol off the prizes and you're off and running.
hmm The good news is those absols are pretty low in the prizes. The precious trolley, if you don't have a turn one, you don't need it. You're not gonna need it later. You
Yeah,
get an S ball for
yeah.
nothing. So James is not super
And with it,
in trouble. He could get the absol later if he needs it, but
it
it's
does
not
have
pleasant.
some onboard Pokemon access with that Artisan. Only really grabbing probably like Tatsugiri or Monkey Dory at this point. So maybe not super useful, being that like he really needs to get those powerful EX Pokemon out. Um, but yeah, Trolley's probably not the thing he's hoping for off of his prizes. Definitely got to get those Absols out of there.
hmm And Goldango is doing a earthen vessel, the things that Goldango does, searching for a fighting and a steel energy. And
Better
I'm
draw
getting a text from our
Aubrey.
producer that most likely after this game, we are going to switch to the game to game mode. We have quite a few
Cool.
people looking to join the queue. So you are going to be probably the only caster today with the immense pleasure of getting to cast the whole round. Very exciting.
Well, yeah, it has been very exciting. I feel privileged. And I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you guys are too.
Well, especially
I
because
mean,
you
I'm
woke
having a
up
blast.
early, so
Yeah.
you know
Early bird
you
gets the
you
cast.
deserve a full
I
match.
did, I did I did queue up literally like as soon as the stream ended yesterday. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get in the queue now. So that way, six in the morning.
Yes. You got to get that caster reel going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, it's funny. So, well, talk about it not right now, but the remind me. I have something funny to say later. But
Okay.
well, looks
I'm
like
taking
Arvin
notes.
for Vessel and Air Balloon. Um, so let me see here. Just getting more energies out. We should be, if there's another energy in hand, should be able to knock out this Yveltal, start applying some pressure, and then there's six
There it
prizes on
is.
the board.
Ooh,
Yep,
okay.
there we
Not a
go.
knockout. Oh, wait, there were three? I only saw two.
It was
Oh,
poisoned. So
poison. Poison, you're right.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, there's five prizes remaining on James's board with the three from the Mega Kangaskhan and the two from the Petarant. So Drew has his
Mm-hmm.
prize map down. It's just a matter of making it happen at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
And
we could see a very unfortunate heads to double heads here for Drew, which would just kind of blow this guy up. And Drew doesn't really have much of a board state other than that because he prized both of his gimmies.
yeah, it's not ideal. He did take one just off the prizes right now, so he's like a little bit
Good.
relieved. He's now got three, so maybe like a super route or something could keep him through the game without issues. But does James have access to the? There's a miss energy. James will be fine.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
like, is
Yeah.
James will be able to attack? Because like, this Kangaskhan deck is a little bit awkward, and that you don't have like a ton of Earthen Vessel or things like that. You basically just have this Turbo Energize. So if you don't keep chaining attackers, oops, you're gonna have to use Clutch for a while. If it had a little bit better acceleration, I'd be like, this is the best deck of the format. But I don't really like the limited acceleration options that Kangaskhan Opsel has.
Yeah. I'm
Tails. All
wondering
right.
too. Oof. I'm wondering too the new toxicity that's coming out in Phantasmal Flames, if that is the energy acceleration that it needs. But that I think that's only to dark Pokemon. So like that helps
Mm-hmm.
your Veltal and your Petrine and your um, Mega
Absol?
Absol.
Yeah.
But I don't know that it's enough just because a lot of the time, as you see, we need some energies on Mega Kangaskhan and Monkey Dory.
Mm-hmm.
So
Crispin's pretty great, but it only gets you two. So you need to find that third energy, maybe like a counter gain or some kind of E-switch play. There's definitely
yeah,
been some Kangaskhan exclusive lists. There's Kangaskhan Ogerpon that has seen like very little play. but maybe online on limitless tourneys it has, where you just use E-Switch 4 times during a game to set up a Kangaskhan.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
even then, that's still a tough deck to play because you're taking 2 AKOs with a Pokemon where you're like, I really wish this could flip heads every turn, guaranteed.
Yeah. And I, at the beginning of Mega Evolution, I was traveling on my honeymoon, like as the set came out. So I didn't get to play a lot, but when I like a couple games I did play, like waiting in an airport and whatnot. Um, I played the Mega Kangaskhan Fortress deck, and that deck is just so funny. Um, so I love the Ace roll. I wish it was a little bit better. I mean, giving your opponent 2 free prizes, great way to lose the game, but it is at least fun to play.
That's true.
All right. I
Okay,
think
do we have it?
we have a lot of energy
We're
there.
close.
I don't know if we're quite there. It looks like we're going to dig a little bit further with that Genesect, which could be a little bit dangerous here. I mean, if he can get that Yveltal back, that Genesect could be trapped for a while,
Yep.
unless we can find our one of, assuming it's a one of. I only saw the one through some deck searches of that Professor Turos scenario.
Okay, we only have one more coin bonus here, but that's going to accumulate through the rest of the
But
turns. Is
I
that
respect the dig. I think that was an energy. I respect the dig because if we're able to get there, the game is kind of over.
Yeah, with nothing going on James' side of the board, James is going to need some kind of second turbo energize. Going to need.
You got to
You don't have
sacrifice.
Absol.
Got to sacrifice an air balloon and a golden go to get those energies back to be able to take this knockout. Air balloon is probably fine because if you're just getting retreat locked and you're ideally not putting. If the only thing that you're putting into play that can't attack is the Genesect anyway, you're going to Turo it. So the air balloon shouldn't really matter here. The more I think about it.
I agree, and it looks like that's 6 energy down. That's Kangaskhan into the discard. James is in super struggle territory right now. This is where
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hopeless. There's still things you could do. Particularly at that clutch evil toe is the only way to get back in this game without an Absol.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we
what do you
need to find a
do?
way to. We have countercatcher in hand. We need to find a recover and an energy, or a way to
Okay.
recover the Yveltal and an energy, and countercatcher up that Genesect. Hopefully pair that. We're Arvening, so we're not pairing it with an Iono.
Checking the deck. Is there anything you could do? Is there a super rod? Because you could super rod an honors on the Yveltal, and that would also put some
Yeah.
energy in for maybe like a draw. But you still need the energy, and Arvin is not going to get you there. Nest ball.
Nest Ball Charm.
What
I
are we
think
doing?
we might be going for like a tank type thing where we're gonna get maybe the second Mega Kangaskhan out and try and oh no, we're
Oh,
nest balling for
Pheasantipity.
Fez.
Nest ball for
We just
Pheasantipity
need
is
more
your only draw.
stuff.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
Yeah, just need stuff, need cards, draw
Okay.
cards, win game.
Checking the deck and the discard. Interesting choices. I mean, I don't know if that's technically legal. I don't think anyone's going to raise their eyebrows at it because even though he did draw the 2 cards off of Arvin, it was the Artisan. That was why. So he just read that using the Artisan. Yep. Okay, so Yveltal's not probably coming out this turn. Instead, we're going to see Pheasantipity script flipping. Come on, James. I mean, the script is very much in Drew's favor. You're going to need that script flipped. Full 360. There it is. 3 cards. Is it enough?
Do we see
He
here? I'm trying to
dramatic.
think of cards in James's deck that are an out here.
Blood Moon?
Blood Moon plus the charm, and you need it. He still doesn't have energy. I don't see energy in that hand. Yeah, and that's gonna be the
He's
scoop from
scooping.
James.
Rip.
He needed. Yeah, I mean, Blood Moon Bravery Charm could definitely do some stuff and things there. But at the end of the day, you still just 2 superior energy retrievals. I think there was only 2 down, so there were still 2 left in the deck. Away from just being able to KO that Blood Moon Ursaluna or a Gust play and 1 superior energy retrieval on the Petrun EX. So
Yeah, I mean, any boss there would have done it. Now, some players might not have scooped the second game on stream because it's your only chance to try to win. James, I think, saw the writing on the wall, decided it wasn't worth the extra 10 minutes. But oftentimes you see a player in this scenario go, yeah, I'm not winning, but I'll let my opponent have the full game for stream. James denying, maybe protecting his mental for the rest of the tournament because he's got another round after this.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate to like. I never hate to scoop if there's literally no out, and I couldn't see the out, and James saw an out and then didn't draw into it, so there was just no out.
Yeah, he got half of the
so,
out. 2
yeah.
Absol is ridiculous, and the
2
side
Absol
and
and
an
the
evil tall.
trolley.
Oh, get out completely. That was his second evil tall. No.
Wasn't there a game yesterday where somebody prized like 5 of their basics? It was a Poltnor game where they prized like 2 GP Badu and Fez.
Yeah, they still made it, but like
yeah,
that was rough. Some of these prizes, I mean, people are still talking about Landon Kettler prizing 3 Rowlet in like a top cut. So I think James is gonna talk about this Absol pricing for quite some time.
I mean, Piper at Worlds, that was so heartbreaking. That was so the Goldango dream was alive, and then the gimmies didn't show up for work.
They gave their all, or they gave. There's a pun here to be made. It's a little early in the morning to make it. I feel like I'm about to like botch the like military slogan. So
I believe in you.
Instead of doing that, I'm gonna instead congratulate our winner Drew for making it through almost to
really
top
well
cut.
played.
One more game left. Could get into top cut. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was really well played by Drew. Like I said, just really limiting, putting anything down that could get trapped by Yveltal really kind of limited James's options, and just kind of being aggressive, doing Goldango things, taking knockouts where you want them, not overextending though to take those knockouts. So really well done by Drew.
And 2 weeks ago, that game may not have been possible because in Milwaukee, no one knew what Kangaskhan Absol did. I mean, people had seen it on Twitter if they were looking, but no one had the extensive practice you could get after 2 weeks. Because like if you play a deck for a week, you're pretty good at it. I think it takes, if you're a regular player and you're familiar with the game, I think it takes about a week of just full focusing on a single deck to be maybe regionals ready. So,
and I mean, we saw Limitless last week. I mean, if you just all you had to do was play in like 2 Limitless tournaments, and you were going to play against like 6 Mega Absols. Like it was just everywhere on Limitless last week. So definitely pretty easy to get some practice in since Milwaukee.
And players are familiar with it now. They've checked their decks out. Goldango has this whole strategy in line. Drew showing that the meta does not stop. The meta evolves, and you evolve with it, or you get left behind. Okay, I've got a ping here in this Discord server. By the way, I don't know if I said this. I meant to say this. The Metagross is so cute. Like, I know Metagross isn't like a cute Pokemon, but look at him.
Oh,
he's
no,
just
he's
hanging
cute.
out.
He's cute.
He's just a little guy.
He's the goat. I was just like sitting at my desk before I hopped on, and he like I have him like hanging from my lampshade from his little spider legs, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So I threw him on my shoulder, and I'm actually wearing a Metagross shirt, but like nobody can see it, so it worked out.
Yo, you gotta
show
show
us the
it.
drip?
Yeah, show us the swag.
All right, I gotta show the swag.
Dripped up. Oh, is that a shiny Metagross too with the little sparkles?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Peak.
Yeah,
so
shout
good.
out Quality Patch Designs. I am not sponsored, but Quality Patch Designs, they have some cool stuff.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm joined on my co-cast by this little Vulpix plushie. Now I'm gonna shoulder her. I think she should join the trend we've started.
Get some pins. Pin that.
Yeah, that's definitely the correct way to do it. So I'm not like having to be way too still this whole time to make sure it doesn't fall off my shoulder.
Do you guys want this interview volume?
Yeah, let's take a listen to the interview, see what Mr. Drew has to say.
We'll talk about the petrol.
Ooh. I cannot hear him.
Top senior player in the 2023 season, and you kind of aged up and you had an opportunity to compete quite a lot, but you're really starting to build
the
up
volume's
a lot of
on,
momentum
but
now. What's changed for you
Mike
as a
Ellis
player
words
to
are
get
not
these
coming
higher
through.
success rates?
First of all, I appreciate
Maybe
the
I'm blocking my
compliment.
ears.
I don't know why.
But I would say experience, because I've only
I
been playing for
cannot.
about 3 years, but as I've gone to more and more events, I've definitely maintained the consistency a lot more. So I would say that's
well, that's
probably
going
the
on.
number
Let's
one
pretend
thing,
we can tell
just
what Drew is saying. I'm going to read
experience.
lips real quick. He's
And I mean,
saying
you were at Worlds,
Optimal 60 is my
out
favorite
in
YouTube channel.
Anaheim, and you
Everyone
competed
should
with
get
Golden Go
on
there
the
as
stream.
well.
I
If
did,
you are
I did,
interested
yeah.
And you
in
also competed in
podcasting,
Frankfurt with
all you
Golden
have
Go.
to
So
do
what
is
is
hit
it about Golden
exclamation
Go
mark
that's
join
really
call.
appealing
That's
to you right
definitely
now?
what he's saying.
Well,
Can you hear it
when
now?
the best part about Godengo
Yes.
is when you go
Okay.
ahead,
JT,
the
can you
insane
hear it,
draw
Capella?
power of
Nope.
of coin bonuses.
You might have to
It just
look in the
makes it so
Discord
you hit
or
what you need
hook
most
your
of the time.
headphones to the
So
Discord.
when you go ahead,
Okay.
most of the time you always
Stream,
stay
can you
ahead,
hear it?
which is the best part.
Yeah, we saw that against James. You managed to get those big knockouts on the megas. We saw a
Stream
game
should be
plan
able
there
to-
that
Oh.
was clearly very well
Okay,
thought out.
I can
not
hear it
putting
on
Lunatone and
Discord.
Soul Rock out, which are the key components
Okay,
of the new
cool.
builds of Golden Go. Talk us a little bit about how you planned for the Mega Absol EX matchup.
So unfortunately, I didn't get to use it in those games, but I play a Mega Mawile, which the
Yeah.
first attack will do 80 damage for each prize cards I've taken, and then the second attack will do 260 damage. So that is great at killing cornerstones and being an energy efficient attacker. Since you just put the energies on there and it can attack for no extra cost, it means I don't need superiors, I don't need extra recovery, and I can just keep attacking.
Yeah, so you've included a card specifically for that matchup,
Yes.
and I bet you are happy to see such a strong player playing a deck that you're confident into. So James Cox, our Lille regional champion last season, and for you, Drew, you were top 32 in Lille last season.
I was, yes.
So now you're in Top Cut. What's the aim now in Lille?
Well, I hope to win it.
You hope to win it.
Second top cut in a row. I gotta make this one count, right?
Yeah, because you've managed to get top 8 in multiple events as a master.
Yeah.
Now you're trying to get to that next stage, get to the semi-finals, to the finals. Is there any players you think are going to be in Top Cut who you're worried about playing potentially because of their deck or the quality of player they are?
I'm pretty sure Gabriel is in top cut. I don't know exactly what he's playing, but I think it might be problematic for me. But I'll try my best.
Well, we'll see what happens there. So, Drew, we mentioned earlier on a little bit about our rivalry. You know,
Yes.
we live about 40 minutes away from each other, something like
Yeah,
that. So,
just
cups
about.
and challenges. I'll be honest with you, for people at home, I think Drew has won way more than I've won. We've had a few ties here and there. Very much my challenge is whenever I see Drew across from me, I've got to try and one up previous records. But for you, what does it mean to have that strong local community around you to help support you, as well as people online who help you out?
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have such a strong local community. We have 4 local shops that we can go to within 40 minutes, which is great for the local scene. And having all my friends online, internationally as well as locally, really helps me to prepare for my events and have a second opinion.
Is there any of them you want to thank before we let you go and rest up before for your next round?
Well, I wanna thank my friends who are with me today, Harley and Lewis. I also want to thank everyone who helped me build my previous build of Godengo for Wilds and Frankfurt. It really helped me.
Well, thank you very much, Drew. As mentioned, we get a chance to play against each other all the time at local. There's amazing players everywhere, friendly players, all looking to get you involved. So make sure you head along to your local scene.
So true. Go to locals. It's a good time.
This is true. That was a good interview.
I don't know if it's coming through stream, but Mick, you're like echoing a little bit on my end.
Yeah,
it's
I
'cause you're,
heard like a slight echo on Discord. I don't know what that's about. It looks like it's off now.
Okay.
We fixed it. Yay! Okay, we do have a pretty big queue this morning. Very excited about that. But that means, unfortunately,
Yeah.
our time is about to end. Do you have anything you would like to shout out or let the people on the stream know?
I'll say this was a great time. I want to thank both you and Boo for putting this on. I think this is really something that is needed in our community. And then I'll also say, if you're somebody that looks like me, just, be a champion for diversity, say the uncomfortable things, and be okay being that person that is standing up for all the people that don't always get their voices heard. So, but really, thank you guys both. This has been a really fun opportunity, and I'm excited to see all the other casters today and how they do.
Thank you, JT. You are a class act, and it has been a pleasure to cast alongside you. I hope you come back again.
I would love to. Thank you.
You did a great job. Thank you, JT. Have a great rest
Thank
of your
you.
day.
You too.
See ya. All right.
There's so many fun people.
Yeah, there are. Oh my gosh, I know. Yesterday was a treat, and I feel like today is going to be even more exciting, both in the gameplay, the casting, the amount of people we're going to get on. It's going to be sick.
The Discord chat alone has been popping off. I'm like doing the cast. I look over. There's like 20 missed messages. I'm like, oh, they're talking. It's a party.
It's a party. Yeah, I still need coffee, so I'm gonna work on that at some point.
Yeah.
I am dying. Did you have coffee this morning, Mick?
I skipped my coffee. Yesterday I had like
Oh.
the smallest, tiniest little like like not even a teaspoon, like a pinch of espresso in my hot chocolate. So I was just like for like 40 minutes. Although I was like that anyway because we were going to stream Pokemon, and that's always
True.
exciting to me.
True.
So
do you think it helped you out at all, or did it result in crash? Because I know you don't really drink coffee.
yeah, I don't think it's good for me to be drinking much coffee. So I was just like, after maybe like when stream ended yesterday around maybe like 2:30, I took a nap. I don't normally take
yeah.
naps. I was just like, it's nap time. Good night. And then like 5 p.m. I wake up and I'm like crawling out of, I don't know, the bog from which I emerged,
The coma,
which is
to-
my
yeah,
my
for real.
my blankets.
Well, you worked hard yesterday, so the nap hopefully was very worth afterward.
Yeah, I hope you got to nap
Zonked
too,
out.
because you were flexing yesterday with your many skills.
Yeah, it was definitely more tiring than I thought it would be, surprisingly. But no, for some reason I struggled to nap. I've been sick, as you can hear, I'm sure, in my voice, but I have an awful cough. So, like, you know, when you're just constantly coughing, it's really hard to fall asleep. Like, you're about to fall asleep, and then you're coughing, and it's awful. So, struggle's
Aw.
real.
You're a champ for fighting through it.
Yeah, hey, I'm so happy that we got to do this, and I definitely don't regret it at all, even though I'm struggling health-wise, but you know what? You gotta push through, so.
I mean, it's
then
okay to
also
take
rest.
breaks too.
Also rest, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
rest
worry,
is
I'm
good.
resting.
Okay, that's good.
Afterward.
just- I'm checking. I'm gonna be sure you get your rest in
Yeah.
after I
for
wake up
sure.
from my own nap. So
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, we're looking out for each other. Okay, I'm gonna go set up our next caller that we have, our co-commentator. Like Michaela said, everybody, we're switching from game to game. So instead of casting a full match, you'll be doing a game 1, a game 2, or a game 3 if it goes there. So just everybody keep that in mind. We're gonna be doing some hot swaps. So bear with me. It's gonna be a lot more hectic, but a lot more fun. We're going to see a lot more faces and have a lot more voices. So I'm excited for this. Mick, I'll leave it to you while I set that up.
all right, let's do it. I believe our next caster is a returning face from yesterday. Those of you who remember Base Set Eli is back and in Pog form. So I am very much looking forward to getting into this because now we've got our caster mojo down, and then we have 3 casters in the queue afterwards, so that should cover at least 1 to 2 rounds. That means there's plenty of availability if you are interested in joining the queue. All you need to do, !join call into the YouTube chat. That will give you a link to the Discord server where all this is being coordinated. All you need to do is pop into the Discord Watch Party VC with your queue selected. You will be moved into the green room. We'll prepare your video and your audio, and then you'll be taken into this live co-caster channel so we can cast the next match. I gotta say, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what goes on here in round 14 of Swiss. This is the last round of Swiss, so we're gonna get 2 to 3 games, and following that, we're gonna move into asymmetric top cut. Another interesting and developing story from this weekend. Rahul already has a tweet about this. There are more than 16 people currently in potential for asymmetric cut. So there is a circumstance where someone could literally bubble out of asymmetric cut. The whole point of asymmetric cut is that you can't bubble out of it. But if there's more than 16 players, asymmetric cut is not built to hit up to top 32. So it is entirely possible that someone could bubble at Lille Regionals today, even though that has been extremely unlikely for the last however many regionals with asymmetric cut implemented. So that should be exciting to see if that happens. If you are the first person to bubble out of a regional in goodness knows how many regionals, good luck and bless you. We have some new folks entering the Discord server, the Alfredo. We have a lot of chat going on. We have another supportive professional caster. Primetime wizard Juancho Saldana has entered the Discord server and is in the queue, so we may be hearing from another official caster yesterday, just like with Mr. Jeremy Jolin and Frost the Caribou. And frankly, I'm astonished and floored and in awe of the amount of incredible support this cast has gotten, not just from the wider community, but from our official casters as well. So thank you to everyone who's come into this server. Thank you to everyone who's come into this stream. And thank you for everyone who's watching this VOD at home. If you are watching the Lille Regionals after the Lille Regionals has concluded and you know how the game will end, well, don't tell us, the spoiler alert. But in the meantime, I hope you have a good time watching this coverage back. It looks like there's a coughing issue for one of our chatters as well, Cashman27. You may recognize Cash Vendor from his many, many top appearances in Limitless events. Cash is a extremely skilled player from, I don't even remember if it's Singapore. I think you're from Singapore. This is embarrassing if I'm going to get this wrong. I know you're in the TPCI regions, but I'm just like, which one is it again? This is so silly. We talked on your birthday. Like we talked during tournaments, and I'm just like, where is he again? Like every time I go on your Twitter, it's like the most consummate gameplay coverage or your Pokestats updates or just being an incredibly passionate player for the game. So I hope you get to enjoy the stream, and I hope I get my act together and remember some of these details because, you know, I've been forgetting card details, but there's a lot of other details to keep track of when you're streaming too. Speaking of which, we are working on getting base set Eli in. It looks like video is going to be configured. This is going to be a little bit harder to do when we're doing game to game because games could end on the drop of a dime and then reset just as quickly. So we're going to do a little bit less of an intro heavy, I guess, strategy once we get everyone into the call. But since these are some of our returning casters, and our next up on the queue is actually D from yesterday, so that should help. If you were watching yesterday, you'll know who these casters are. But if you don't, we will do maybe like just a quick, you know, I am so and so. I'm from this place. This is my favorite Pokemon card. You know, like just a couple of quick intros, and then we'll get into the games. Fortunately for game one, we're gonna have more time to chit chat. I'm looking forward to hearing from base set Eli again, seeing how the stream has gone from the viewer and the casting perspective. TJ Reversed 15, aka JT, just let us know he can't remember what that thought was, the funny thought that we had mentioned early in the call. I made a note and then also forgot to ask again before it was time to drop off because the game was getting very exciting. This was like, I think, right after the Absol prize got revealed. And he's gonna shadow drop it in chat later. That'll be very exciting. Oh, here's another note. If you are casting, feel free to pick up the pronouns roles so I don't have to guess. Hello, base set Eli.
Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, or no, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. What? Shoot. This is the second time I've tried to
Kind of a tongue twister.
Yeah. Anyway, base set Eli, for those who did not hear from you yesterday, they are just turning in today. What would you like to do to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So it's base set Eli. Elijah is my name. I'm out here in Racine, Wisconsin. Just popping in, supporting the community here. It's really cool. It's pretty fun to do, and I'm getting a lot of knowledge out of this and insight from you and everyone else here. So it's super cool.
Mm-hmm. It is a pleasure to have you back on the show. Would you prefer to be called base set Eli or Elijah?
Whatever's easier for you. You could say Eli, Elijah, base set Eli, whatever's easier for you.
Okay, good. We got some options. So I will just hit shuffle on the playlist and try them all.
All right.
All right, Elijah, what are you hoping to see in our final round of Swiss today? This is round 14. This is the winning into top cut, or specifically asymmetric top cut for at least 16 players. What are you hoping to see?
I kind of want to see maybe a rogue deck emerge or something that's just the lowest played deck win, maybe just to shake things up. I like when things are like unpredictable like that. I don't want to see Gardevoir win. I don't really care for Absol either. But yeah, something different this time around, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Well, good odds of seeing something that's not Gardevoir, considering Top Cut, good odds of seeing Gardevoir there. I don't have in front of me a list of what we're expecting to make top 16. That's a pretty big list. Although staring at the Limitless Labs pairings, we see some familiar names. Henry Brand, Piper Lapine, both of whom were on stream earlier. Thomas Ducrot, Alexander Rudowicz, both of those players were in stream. Alberto Conte was in the stream. We also have, not quite on stream yet, but Kai Wainwright, Simon Fang, Louis Bosson, Carter Malnake, Kim Pobega, Hermione Heidelati, Giannis Wagner. Gabriel Fernandez is doing well. I believe he ID'd with Piper to make asymmetric cut. Felix Christian, Alejandro Gonzalez Sanchez, and Julio Sanchez Rodriguez. So those are our top 16 as it stands, all of whom are within a point of each other. So it is a very, very close call on the pairings.
That's really cool. I think I'm rooting for Piper, to be honest. That's the one I'm most familiar with, and I watch some of her stuff on YouTube as well. So I'm rooting for Piper for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm not familiar with Kim Pobega as well. I don't know if that's another top one player. If maybe she's she's Italian. I don't actually know if that's a woman or not. I don't want to assume because some of these European names like Andrea, that might be a guy or it might be a girl. But either way, I root for players who are a little bit different, bring something new to the table, and then I root for players who I'm familiar with. So I definitely hope Henry Brand makes asymmetric cut. There's a risk of him not making it because he is, he's close to the bottom of this top 16, and it looks like the number 17th player has an identical record, Drew Stephenson. He's got 31 points. So it is entirely possible for someone to bubble asymmetric cut today. I hope it's nobody. That's the worst way to go, is to bubble out of regionals where everyone thinks, oh, you can't bubble out of regionals anymore. But it's possible.
Yeah, that's really hard. I mean, all the brain power that you use to get there, then you just bubble out. That's just really unfortunate when that happens.
Mm-hmm. Casters on the main desk are chit-chatting. They look very excited to see this final round of Swiss, followed by the asymmetric top cut of unknown quantity. We've talked about the matchup. We've talked about what we're expecting. We've done a bit of an intro. Let me ask you this question. What is your favorite retro format?
Retro format?
Anything that's not standard. So
Yeah.
if you turn around and go 2024 Lugia, I'll be like, that's retro.
I'm not gonna think about Lugia or Mew VMAX for that matter. Let's see. You know what? When I was a child, I actually had the Game Boy Color trading card game, and I played it for like a day. I'm remembering I played for like one day at one of my relatives' places, and I'd say just the first format. So yeah, I would say the original like base set stuff. I mean, matches with base set ELAC. So yeah.
Did you go back and discover it later?
A little bit. I was trying to prepare myself for the retro tournament that Andrew Mahomes was hosting. I think that was like last year or something. So I was trying to prepare for it, but I couldn't make it. So that was the most recent I've looked into it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like how simple it is, and I mean it's very interesting how they had that way back then, you know.
Yeah, TCGO before there was TCGO. It wasn't even online. It was just TCG at that point. It is such a fun comparison going back to those old formats where you look at the math difference. You're like 10 on an attack is a good thing, huh? But it was. Now it's like 200 is not even a one-hit KO. So the power creep over 3 decades is pretty respectable.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have the Mega Kangaskhan is at 300 HP now, so I mean, it's just gonna keep going up and up. That's what it looks like. I don't think they're ever gonna maybe like restart in a sense. I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're just gonna keep going.
I think my favorite retro format, and retro is being used creatively here, is the 2017 Sun and Moon to Lost Thunder. So before Team Up, I loved Team Up. I thought it was a fun set. I like Tag Team Juxes. I know people have split opinions on things like Arceus Dialga, Palkia. But I enjoyed that format. But I also really liked right before tag teams came back in. Sun and Moon Lost Thunder was, defined by Zoroark more or less, Zoroark GX, which is very similar to the End Zoroark currently in format. Just the ability to trade and draw 2 cards was something that I didn't recognize super early. I had to wait until an IC afterwards to figure out that was a good card, like most of the players at the time. But something about that era just hits different. Having access to Garbodor, the Trash Lance one, having access to Golisopod, which was able to do ridiculous one-hit KOs on things that had no business KOing for a single energy, that was ridiculous to me back then. Everything about that format just gels with me.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really cool. I played when I started playing, I came in at like the very end of like the tag team era, like going into Sword and Shield. So I'm a little bit familiar with like ADP stuff like that. I was playing Luke Metal.
That was a fun deck. It was Lucario and Melmetal, and as a tag team, I believe it had 260 HP and it gave up 3 prizes, which was good for a basic at the time. But
love that deck. That was one of my first decks. Just saying.
Yeah, that was my first deck too. So yeah.
My people, my people.
Kind of like the good version of ADP, instead of good not necessarily being like super competitive, more being good as in like morally, like some people just hated playing against ADP. I don't think anyone really hated against playing Lucario Metal, even though they had like 4 crushing hammers half the time. It was just more fun.
Morally.
Yeah, we're not talking about Snorlax control here. We're talking about like, I don't know, what's the opposite of Snorlax control? I guess playing something that isn't like something rogue. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. At the time, what was it? It was Pidgey control, right? Or Pidgeot with the baby.
That's right.
What was it? The baby. It was the baby one. That one was awful.
Oh.
Is this the Pidgeotto with airmail? That was the second time Pidgeot control has been the name of an archetype.
Right. It was. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it was awful.
It was basically Dracloak, but instead of being Dracloak, it was a Pidgeotto you could search out with a supporter that just grabbed it for free.
Yeah, exactly. It was brutal. I think the only time I was like a hated player, I played Baby Blacephalon in the Welder era. Yeah.
The Welder era.
Oh my god, Welder.
Yeah.
Welder.
I will say I had some great times in that era with baby Blounce. I won a lot of stuff with that, so happy times. Even though it was kind of a toxic deck.
Oh yeah. My friend Johnny was playing that.
Oh my gosh, the Fiery Flame, yeah. Oh, there was just way too many like tricks of the trade for that deck. It was just gross. It was so gross. Just one-shotting everything like with a 1-prizer so easily. It was so good.
What do you remember your locals were playing around that time? Because I remember going to every cup and being like, I miss Sylveon. I wish Sylveon GX was viable. But then looking across the table, I think some people were still on Vika Bulu at that time. I know people were really excited about Lost March, and then Lost March did not deliver. But I know there were people at those League Cups I went to that were just fighting for their lives. I mean, what is the phrase? Lip sync for your life? It was Lost March for your life.
Oh my god. Yo, facts. I just remember Pikarom just being everywhere all the time. It was just Pikarom everywhere. It was terrible.
It was a little broken.
It was.
Just a little.
It totally was. I had fun with, what was it? Oh my gosh. What is the Guzzlord? You remember the Guzzlord deck? That one was a blast. The Guzzlord deck with the Beast Ring and all of that. That was so fun. And then I remember playing against GG End. What was the freaking card that had? It was Giratina something.
Giratina Garchomp.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I hated that one. I was playing Rampardos at that time too.
No shot.
Yeah, that was actually my first deck was Rampardos, and I did win some games with that. I remember my first League Cup I went to, and I forgot like weakness existed. I forgot that was a thing, and I went against an electric deck, and I was like playing as if weakness didn't exist, and my opponent didn't say anything the whole time too. Like I was hitting
That's
for like
terrible.
inaccurate damage because I was like a brand
Aw.
new player, right? And they just
Yeah.
like were like, oh well. So it was kind of a bad experience in that sense. But I was so new, like I did not care. Like I was literally just like, I'm just having fun. So whatever.
Yeah,
that's
when
the
you
thing
have
Go ahead.
oh sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you.
Oh,
No, you.
I was gonna say, yeah, when you're just having fun like that, it just takes a lot of pressure off because I know a lot of people get in their head when they start playing the game, and they're just like really nervous about making mistakes and stuff like that. So, uh, coming in just to have fun, I mean, sometimes like that's the most rewarding.
Mm-hmm. There's something about being a new player too. I think they have more fun than the experienced players. Not just because it's a new thing, but also because they're not carrying all these expectations. Like the more you play the game, the more you have to work on your mental state to keep it, even. But a new player doesn't have those expectations. They're just like, I'm at my first cup. I'm gonna have a good time, and lo and behold, they have a good time. Because I can't
Right.
think of people who've had like a bad first experience unless someone was being rude. And you did mention that your opponent was not being very sportsmanlike, which is unfortunate. I think I think that's a little less prevalent in the places I've been to, but I don't doubt that it happens every once in a while. Someone going, "This is a new player. This is a free win." That is a
Right.
mindset that we have to work to make sure doesn't stick around in the community. But that's why the three people on this call are all doing their best to build this community up. I mean, this is how the way you counter that kind of thinking is to come together, make friends, make sure everyone knows what's acceptable to do, and also knows that it's not just a minimum. It's about rising to a higher ethical standard. It's about doing maybe a little bit more than you have to make sure that the good culture of this community perpetuates itself.
100%. 100%. I
Yeah,
totally agree.
yeah, step up and protect each other out there. Don't stay silent when people are trying to like bully you as well.
Yeah, for sure. And also to work off what you said, Mick, like don't count people out too, even if they are a new player. I mean, my first challenge I went to, I got my ass handed to me, to be honest, by a literal 6-year-old. So playing a Charizard deck, the tag team Charizard Braxton, and honestly, it was the most humbling and one of the best experiences I've ever had in Pokemon. Just because, like, watching this kid who is so passionate about their craft and doing it so well, it was just like it was the thing, honestly, that made me probably fall in love with this game the most. To see that passion in such like an innocent little kid that's just like having a great time and just beating me up. I mean, it was great. It was great.
Yeah, there's been some interesting cups in at least the Georgia area pre-COVID where I went to one and there weren't enough juniors and seniors, so they just put them in with the masters, and I lose like my first round, and so I'm paired against this kid who's like maybe 9, and I'm just like I can't play right now. Like I can't play my heart out because I don't want to beat up this 9-year-old. Meanwhile, the turn starts and he's just like ripping through my deck. I had like it was the old Slowbro Dugong Lost Zone funkiness.
Oh yes.
And I'm just sitting there going, okay, I need to raise the level up now. He's winning. I can't let this happen. I cannot be beaten by a toddler. I don't remember who won or lost at the end. I think we tied, but it was an irreplaceable experience because you're just like, what am I doing? And then like you go back to play with the other masters and you're like, yeah, you know what? This isn't really about winning or losing. This is about making friends. This is about being in a room that understands what you're interested in. So
yeah.
Yeah,
and it's great that it cuts across too.
Yeah, having that bond in and outside of Pokemon is just super important.
I totally agree. Yeah. And then it makes those experiences like when you see the opposite, because I've also seen the opposite where like I've seen a grown adult get upset with a child because they beat them, and when you see stuff like that, you're just like, wow, like that's, you gotta take a step back at that point and reevaluate what you're really here for and what's going on, because I think that also plays into the mental health aspect of it, where people are putting too much pressure and too much on the situation that should not be there, and they aren't focused enough as to like why they're even playing this game in the first place.
Yeah, you got to take those losses and learn your lessons from it. Um, I've lost to like a teenager, maybe it was like 12 or 13, but it was a good lesson. And when I was playing against him, because it wasn't that he had like a meta deck or anything. He had like the deck that he loved, and he played it so well. It was like really cool to see. And that gave me, like the idea of like, yeah, just play what you really love and you'll do well. So yeah, it's just really cool the things that you learn in wins and losses. There's always something to learn.
Hmm. It's good for perspective too, because there's definitely a lot of players who, at least in my experience, have not gone outside a lot, don't have a lot of hobbies that take them outside of their house, because they're generally speaking more aligned with kind of the gamer mindset of I'm going to be on my PC, I'm going to be on my Switch, I'm going to be on my Xbox, you name it. And these people are not exactly super experienced with community building. But Pokemon is a place where no matter who you are, no matter what you come from, you are on, you have to be on good behavior because there's kids there. But two, you're welcome. You don't have to be like the most skilled or the most anything. You just have to be there and give your good faith effort to be a good person to hang out with. That's it. And so
Mm.
I think it's a great space to connect people face to face to help you establish community for people who really need to establish IRL communities. It is that's not, it's not like a group of antisocial people. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just there's not a lot of things that get people outside of the house when you spend a lot of your time at work or at school and you haven't built up a local community. Pokemon is there if you move. Pokemon is there if you are in a different life situation. It is a great place to build friends.
Definitely. And yeah, life is gonna happen no matter what. So yeah, like you said, Pokemon is gonna be there pretty much no matter what. Um, some things you can control and some things you can't. You know, just roll with it. And I mean, you'll just be happier at the end of the day once you like accept that life is gonna life.
Okay, this is a weird one. I'm taking a look at the Limitless Labs page. They're telling that they're currently in top cut for Lille. That is unexpected. I don't know why we're not doing a 14th Swiss round.
I saw
If
I
anybody has
saw that
insight,
as well.
yeah.
I saw that.
Mm.
That means someone
Did
did in
they-
fact bubble out a top cut.
I was about to say, is it a numbers thing, like their player numbers or something?
I mean, no, they literally drew a line that says top cut end
What? I
in
don't
Limitless
understand that.
Labs. This doesn't make any sense. So maybe the Arcanine site is just maybe it's like an automatic thing. Like there's no way regionals of this size does not have the full, I don't know what the word is, but the full set of games. Okay, hold on. The other Limitless Labs page, no, it's still showing top cut only. That's crazy. That's
Mm.
crazy.
Wow.
Maybe our chatters
Well,
know what's happening.
hey,
Yeah,
a fine example of you make plans and things change.
Yeah, top cut starting at 8:31 a.m. Eastern time. I thought we would
Mm.
have at least another hour or two.
Mm-hmm.
Although
Oh.
I think almost every player in this top cut is from a different country. Almost. Okay, so
Yo,
there's
that's
That's
cool.
cool.
That's cool.
yeah, 2 players from Spain, 2 players from Italy, 2 players from America, and that looks like it's it. Everyone else is from somewhere else. 1 French player at the French regionals, but it is an EU regional, so it's pretty easy to divide it by more than just one state. So
Mm.
the French players are most likely rooting for Thomas Ducrot, who we saw on stream. He's currently playing against Henry Brand in this round per Limitless Labs, unless Limitless Labs is incorrect. Other notable match. Oh, you know what? 2 players from Brazil. That's unfortunate. Gabriel Fernandez versus Luis Boisson. Both of them are from Brazil. So there will only be 1
Oh.
player from Brazil making it through to top 8.
Mm.
That is unfortunate.
There can only be one. Okay.
Yeah. That's so funny though, because even the top player in Swiss will still have to play it out in asymmetrical cut because there are 16 people. I can't believe Drew bubbled out of cut. That's just
Oh.
That's nuts.
Oh.
that's
Yeah, that
Mm-mm.
feels bad.
We have asymmetrical cut to prevent bubbling in the first place. Where is the other round of Swiss that we clearly need?
Mm-hmm. Hey, this is crazy.
Yeah. And this is a pretty long gap between rounds too. I'm sitting there looking at Shy and Joe, and I'm like,
Yeah,
do
me
y'all
too.
not have a game?
Well, maybe it's a camera situation. Who knows?
Could be. I mean, they have those. They have the top camera, top down. They have the side cameras. I think they've had hand cams. I don't think they have like a constant hand cam. Like in TPC regions, sometimes they have a hand cam on constantly, which I like. It means you can see what they're doing, but not today.
Yo, the best streams are in Japan. Oh my gosh, the technology they have is insane.
It's off the wall.
I wish we had that like here, honestly.
Oh, something to start doing, maybe.
I think we've been inspired, generally speaking. Like, I'm not saying me personally, but in the official cast, I think they have started to adopt some of the things, like the bench markers on the side. I'm pretty sure Japan did that first, and so that got brought over. Caster predictions. Are you seeing this?
Hmm. Let's see.
I'm sorry. I'm having
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm seeing it.
attention swapping here, but a lot of dark
Oh.
types being favored.
Yeah. Oh, Birch, he picked the Mega Lucario. That's cool.
Interesting choice to choose Gravity Mountain.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good card, but particularly with Charizard doing well, with Gardevoir doing well. Gravity Mountain is a card that you might look at and go, "Who's playing Stage 2s?" Turns out it's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of dark type. Legacy. That's Legacy, right?
Yes, it is. We have Life Dew at home. Life Dew at home.
Cool.
I think it's funny that the only two cards that really synergize are the two Grimmsnarl pieces, because Kangaskhan and Charizard, or not Kangaskhan, Absol and Charizard aren't necessarily in the same deck together.
Yeah. Well, not yet until someone builds something crazy. Who knows?
Not yet, but maybe not ever.
You never know with this card pool.
That's true. Charizard is on the verge of rotating too. Just like Gardevoir, they've got a couple more months until April, and then it's over. The Scarlet Violet era gives way to Mega Evolution.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Charizard, to be honest. Actually, the guy that came on yesterday, Maddox, I actually played him in Indianapolis, and he was rocking the Charizard. I was playing the Chimpow. But yeah, I am not a huge fan of Charizard, so I will be really happy in April when it's gone. But we have to deal with the Mega Charizard after that, so we'll see. I get a lot of fire support coming up.
They're talking about the matchups. Excuse me, who paired Kim Pobega versus Piper Lapine? That is,
Oh,
you know what? This always happens. They never want to see a girl boss winning. I know it's random chance. I know they were literally 9th and 8th seed. Like, you know, it's out of their hands. But like, come on, the script. They paired Lewis versus Gabriel first of all. So they hate to see a girl boss winning or a Brazilian winning. They hate. I mean, except Gabriel. If Gabriel wins this, we're all in trouble. We're all in trouble. So maybe it's gonna take someone from Brazil to knock him out. What other matchups do we have here? Because the four matchups on screen are not the only ones. Henry Brand versus Thomas is definitely rough because Henry came all the way from Australia for this. You're like, you want him to win, but also it's a French regional. You kind of want to see the French player win, depending on how you want. If you're from EU, you're like, yeah, it's his regional to win. Even though the regionality is not really super important. It's not like there's different invites. I mean, there's different invites by region. So like EU players are like, yeah, we're going for top 35 EU. We want to get all the points we can at the regionals that don't require us to fly to America. But other than that, like the regionality is not super. No one is like really like crazy over it. It's not like sports.
Yeah, it's just fun to talk about. A little bit of pride for everyone,
Like a comfortable level of pride. Like no one's crazy.
Yeah. No, nothing crazy. Yeah, Kim versus. What is Kim playing? Let me see.
I don't think I have access to that. Although he or she, they went 7-0-1 in Swiss. So, I could Google this. I don't have to be guessing.
I texted you.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, look at this. This is pretty good accomplishments. Okay, Kim is a guy. Sorry, Kim.
Okay.
Hit me with the European names again. So see, I was talking about this. Like every time I see like European regionals, I have to be like, no, that might not be a woman. So get your excitement levels down.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh,
Yeah.
that actually, yeah, my friend's dad name is Kim. So yeah, that makes
Really?
sense.
I did not know
Yep,
that
his
was a
name's
unisex name. I thought that was safe.
yeah,
Well,
his
safe to
name's
assume. I
Kim.
guess you can't assume.
Rest in peace, Kim. Yep.
Probably playing Guardy, looking at the last placement, but you never know.
That's true. I mean, there's a string of Dragapult plays. There's a Gardevoir Jellicent. There's a Reggie Drago. So Kim could be playing quite literally anything.
I heard that's
Apparently
great in the
Kim-
meta right now. I'm just kidding.
Reggie Drago. Oh yeah, big plays, big ups. Kyurem is very strong. They are actually going to top 16. That's crazy.
What?
The tweet from Drew Stephenson later is going to go
What?
insane.
This is wild. Okay.
13 rounds of Swiss. Excuse me. What was the point of moving to day
Yo,
one?
there you go, Eli. You're casting top cut
Um,
now, man.
Woo.
Oh snap! Wow,
I mean,
cool.
it's almost not even a top cut. This is basically just the last round of Swiss itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Except for Drew.
Oh, poor Drew.
Rip.
Dang. Yeah. Yep. Sorry, Drew. Not your time,
Nope.
but that's okay.
Nope. Kai
we
Wainwright
got?
will be the Britain representative.
Wow.
Reggie
So
would be insane
okay,
right now
so
in chat.
let's see. Drew got top eight, top eight. All
Yeah.
right. What archetype do you have making it to finals? Pick two.
Oh, you're right. Okay, this is the important part where we start to figure out who's gonna win. I'm not gonna say a Gardevoir wins the finals. I'm gonna say a Charizard makes it at least to top 4. I think they'll lose in top 4. You know what? Hold on. You're asking for finals. You're asking for finals. Let me not distract
No,
the situation.
I'm working through your brain, hearing you out loud from your thoughts. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't actually know who is playing, like what archetypes. I'm going to say a Goldango makes it for the first time in forever, and a Dragapult. Goldango, Dragapult. That'll be my guess, because I don't want to guess Gardevoir, because that's a safe guess. If you ask me what I think it'd actually be, I think it'll be Gardevoir and, like, something, like maybe like a Gardevoir and a Grimmsnarl. But I'm going to go officially with Goldango.
With the amount
other
of
one I
dark,
said.
with the amount of dark sets out there, I mean, it's got to be one of them has to be a dark deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope Golden Go doesn't go to finals. I just don't like Golden Go. I really don't.
Yeah. I tried to like Goldango for a while, and no, it's just something about it. I don't care for Goldango like that. I used to think it was super cool when it first like released, but no, not crazy about Goldango. I think the ladder is what probably scarred me.
That's valid. I think what scarred me is just the fact that sometimes you do everything you can. It's like take out the Fez, Iono to 1, and then they just have it every time. They just get it back. You know, you could put a stadium in their way, do anything that you possibly can, as much as disruption as you can, and then it's like nope. Unless you just put a Toedscroll in your deck, and even then, not always. So.
You know what? I'm going to amend my statement. I think I'm now a Goldango hater because Eli doesn't like Goldango. So instead of Goldango, I'm going to say that the End Zoroark Okidogi that Piper is playing makes it all the way.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's go. Yes. I'm rooting for Piper for sure. So, yep, I'm going to say the Zoroark. And, you know what? That's probably going to be Guardian. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I think that's sensible. I've got Pult, you've got Guardy, and then we both have End Zoroark because fingers crossed. Although Kim Pabega is not going to be an easy player to defeat to get there, so we will see how we do once Top Cut begins.
Definitely. So what 3 decks what are you playing right now? Are you still playing the Zard like on the ladder, or what are you playing right now?
I enjoy Zard. I don't think it can beat Mega Kangaskhan, so I've kind of shelved it until Mega Kangaskhan quiets down for a bit. And I've been playing Gardevoir Jellicent because I think Rowan's list is really good, and I still prefer Jelly Guardy to just plain Guardy. I know there's a preference right now for plain Guardy. That is the one that's seeing more play over Jellicent, and Jellicent decreased from Milwaukee. But I think Item Lock is generally pretty good for Gardevoir. It gets you out of situations where maybe you need to take more prizes and you don't have the strong draw power to do it. I think it helps you more in worse off situations than Pure Guardy does. And Pure Guardy, I think, has the same ease of getting out of bad situations. It's just you need to draw more cards to do it. So, Jelly Guardian.
Mhm.
Other three
Okay.
decks: Kangaskhan, Absol, and like Terrorbox.
Oh, sweet.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm still well, I'm playing Bolt still. I was playing last night a little bit. Ran into the Guardy Jelly and yep, took a loss and that game like nearly went to like our time, so that took a very long while. But yeah, Guardy Jelly is just really good. I loved when the card was first revealed. I was like, "Oh, that's Gardevoir's like partner in crime for sure."
And then lo and behold, it didn't turn out that way. I guess the slow moving ocean fish is just too cursed. It's still good though. I
Yeah.
mean, Rowan was playing it in Milwaukee.
Still
But it's
good.
still good.
Yeah, it's still good. It's still a good ability, taking away the items and tools.
You know, I don't know what its position was in Belo Horizonte, but we can find that out. I'm going to find out how it did
Yeah, let's go.
in a different tournament.
Okay.
Belo Horizonte. It's a crime that we did not get to see the finals between Gustavo Wada and Gabriel Fernandez in Belo Horizonte. Like that would have been peak.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Guardy Jelly was in top 8, but 2 main Gardevoirs made top 8 in Brazil. So it's a squint. Oh, it's top cut, and then they didn't make a top cut. And Archaludon made asymmetric cut, but did not advance to top 8. That's interesting.
Mm.
Kangaskhan Bouffalont. No, I did look at that when that got released, but I haven't talked about it on stream. That is a list of all time. 4 Crispin,
Okay.
3 Bouffalont.
Speaking my language. You're speaking my language. That's what I was playing in Milwaukee. I mean, it's in testing against like I mean most decks, it was pretty dang good taking less damage and being able to scoop it up, with Penny or if you're playing the scoop up aspect. So very fun to tank.
Yeah. A lot of Kangaskhan Absol, like a lot of Kangaskhan Absol in Belo Horizonte, particularly as you go into top 32, there's like maybe half of these decks are Kangaskhan lists in some variety. That is very exciting.
That's really
and
good.
one of our co-casters from yesterday, Andres Lostenau, also known as @Losta or Pokehive, came in top 64 at 34 in that regionals. That was very exciting with Goldango Lunatone.
Oh,
Ayo.
yeah. Well, I would say the biggest key to that Kangaskhan Absol is the Veltal. That thing is just it slows it down to where it needs to be. Like it controls the pace of the game. Most players don't have an out to it sometimes, and it just takes you really far. Like this, like a pseudo control deck that can pretty much knock out anything. Is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Since we're on stream, we may as well. There is another Swiss round. Or no, hold on a minute. I'm looking at the Masters and Juniors pairings for Lille, and it's not super clear. It says they're in top cut, but it's also showing top 8. So I think the Juniors have gone to asymmetrical cut, finished the first bits of asymmetrical cut, and are in top 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man, those juniors and seniors are. I'm way more afraid to face those guys than anyone in Masters.
They're built different. Like those kids, they eat, sleep, and breathe Pokemon. Like I think they could cook either of us.
Oh, they're cooking me for sure. I mean, when I was doing one of the side events, I played one of the. I think he was a junior, maybe. I mean, it was a great game. It came down to the wire, but he was great. He saw the lines. He had 2 choices. He made the optimal choice, of course, at the end of the game, which was to promote the Badoo for item lock. Otherwise, if he didn't do that, if he tried to tank with the Blood Moon, he was playing Dragon Ball, and I was playing Raging Bolt. But if he didn't do that, he would have lost that game. But he did so well. It was very impressive to see. And the speed, I think what scares most players that don't play as much as those guys and girls, is that the speed that they have. Like the speed is kind of like intimidating.
Yeah, it's definitely a faster paced game over there. They're talking about 2015 Worlds over here, and I saw Jaywitz and Puka on the cast. I was like flashbanged. I was like, it's 2015. I've just woken up with 10 years of knowledge of the future. I'm definitely playing Welder now.
2015. Wow.
Okay, if you woke up in 2015,
Mhm.
you know, like real events aside, ignoring those, what is the thing you would do like for fun to be like maybe a little selfish with your time travel knowledge? For me, it's definitely playing Pokemon cards. I would be playing like all the best lists, all the best archetypes. But other than
Yeah.
that,
Oh man, easy, easy. Um, Definitely playing Pokemon. I'm going to buy and hold whatever I can. So in the future, when the boom happens, sell it and never have to work again in my life and just play Pokemon and do Pokemon stuff. Easy.
easy, 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 easy.
Easy.
I would have probably gotten into content creation sooner because in 2015, I remember really enjoying the. I really enjoyed Jay-Witz, although he was starting to wind down. Puka had pretty much stopped at that point, I think. And who was the guy who was covering X and Y? You know the Dookie Shed. He was. I watched that guy like crazy, and TCG I don't think had an equivalent to what he was doing. So I would have probably started content creating back then.
Oh yeah, that would have been really good too.
Yeah, I think back then I was like 10 years younger, so I wouldn't have been ready to try it. You know, I would have been a lot more sensitive to people saying, you know, mean things or, you know, you don't know what you're doing or you're bad at this. I would have believed them. And 10 years later, now I'm like, oh, I don't need to listen to haters.
Right,
They don't matter. And we've had zero
Yeah.
haters here, so it's just like it's fantastic. I'm
Yeah,
getting the
it's
best of both worlds.
yeah, it's super cool here. 10 years ago. Oh, well, I would have been 23. I don't know if I would have been doing so much like content creation, but something in content for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's. I mean, I don't do it like for anything other than the love of the game at this point. So
Mhm.
that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. So, okay, let me ask you, if you have an opportunity to do, casting with Pokemon, are you gonna do it?
100%. 100%. All right, like
And have
I'm
you or no?
what? Like
Have
have I
you
had
or
an
no?
opportunity? I mean, I've not been on a stream before, but
Okay.
if you know, if I had the option, I totally would.
Oh, okay.
But
Sweet.
you know, I take that back. I was on stream once in like an offside segment where me and a friend were doing
I remember
this.
this.
Yeah, it's my Twitter profile picture. We did like a trivia competition, and I said I was gonna try to keep it even, but then I knew all the answers and couldn't hold my enthusiasm down. So the ability to do that on stream, talking about a match with a little less pressure, frankly, than this experience, because this is kind of rough to go for 8 hours is just very difficult. I underestimated it for Milwaukee, and this time even I'm just like, I know once finals ends, I'm gonna crawl right back under the covers and take a nap. And I don't nap, so I'm just like, I know it's gonna take a lot out of me, but at the same time, it's gonna give a lot more back. So to do that professionally would be incredibly fun.
And you can do it. You're so poised and your personality comes through very easily. So like, yeah, if you do it, I'm gonna be rooting for you and watching and supporting, of course.
Thanks, you're gassing me up. Oh my god, there have been
I
some
agree.
extremely
100%
talented
agree.
casters. I feel like I should be shouting out Xander Bennett. I should be shouting out Maddox Corcoran. Both of them just like
Hey,
floored me with their game
Mick,
knowledge this
Mick,
weekend. Like,
look at the
what?
match. Look at the match.
Wait, it's on.
You got.
It's on.
You got Piper.
Oh my god, it's Kim and Piper.
You got Piper.
Oh my god.
go.
Oh my god.
Yes.
You guys get to see
Sick.
if the Zoro
Okay.
will continue on.
All right,
Let's
Zoroark.
go.
Our hopes and dreams and memes. I know Piper's not the
Wow.
only player in top 8 who I enjoy watching,
Right.
but like, it's just, you know, it's Piper.
Yeah, but to do with Zoro is
Yeah.
crazy too. Like, I mean, that's just cool. It's just a cool deck.
Yeah, Zoroark with Okidogi. Like, no one would have sat down and said, that's the deck to beat for Lille. Unless you're Piper, of course, and then you just simply know the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's got the third eye going. Look at the steel look on her face. She's ready to just destroy right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, energy and the prizes, not atrocious. Secret box, no! 2 secret boxes! Wow.
2 secret boxes.
2
Oh,
secret
no.
boxes. Kim is not going to see that secret box this game because it is the top prize. That is just gone. Okay, Pepper going first. Liz Clefairy Zoro will start. Ooh, draw
pass.
pass.
Yeah.
All right, it's probably a Guardy Zoroark matchup, so you'd
Yeah.
think it might be favored, but there's no evidence of that, particularly because, I mean, Piper has access to the Darmanitan attack, which could knock out 2 Ralts in play, but we didn't see a Darumaka first turn.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking too. Darumaka gonna be key here.
Mhm.
So he's reaching for the Scream Tail, shuffling through, realizing
Ooh,
that the
Jealous
secret
Scent.
box not there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Generally speaking, this is a nice slow shuffle. There's different ways to do prize checking. Like we saw last game, the super rapid prize to find that there were no Mega Absol. That was just like 4 times. Kim instead is going slow and steady and looking at each card, evaluating the set. Not really. I mean, there's a little bit of sorting. Some people debate this. When you do your prize check, some people just take all their Pokemon, pull them out, put them in the bottom of the deck, and then reshuffle very well afterwards. Some people don't like that. They go, oh, if it was really a random shuffle, you wouldn't need to do that. But at the same time, it also does make prize checking a little bit faster, and every second counts. Even in Top Cut, where you have a little bit more time, every second counts. You want to preserve your game so that you don't have to scoop.
Right. There's a lot of ways to do that. I think I like the way they do the prize checking with pushing the Pokemon to the front. Knowing your counts for your Pokemon, knowing your counts for energy, everything else, it does help sort it a lot better.
Can you tell some of our newer players or newer stream watchers what to expect in a Gardevoir Jellicent list?
Let's see. So, well, he didn't get it down actually.
Interesting.
Well, okay. Well, in this matchup, maybe he is thinking that the item lock and tool lock isn't going to be so prevalent here. I mean, Piper does use the ends PP up to accelerate energy from the discard pile, but maybe he's thinking that the jelly is not the way to go for this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Particularly with Zoroark's ability to draw extra prizes, you would maybe be a little bit less effective with item lock. Item lock is super effective when your opponent can't use a supporter to get cards because their hand is just stuck. And Zoroark doesn't really have that problem. Zoroark just discards the things like items that she doesn't need and searches out, well, not searches, but draws out 2 different and perhaps better cards. So Piper checking through the deck, see a fire type, see some other stuff, making sure that the prizes are there, noticing that there's no secret box, which is a communal problem. There's just secret box is banned for this game. So Eli, you are very unlikely to be announcing that the use of a secret box until a prize is taken. Very unlikely, but never impossible.
That is okay. Let's see. There we go.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about how the Zoroark deck works. Since this was the thing that we both supported as our top contender to win, what makes it so strong?
Well, the draw power, as you can see here, Piper, oh, there goes the Okie Dokie and discard. She is hitting both abilities to draw essentially 4 cards. She's going to discard another, discards a counter catcher. Probably won't need it this game. Oh, and then she hits the buddy. Let's go.
Okay, there's another Zorua. The way that Zoroark EX works, specifically End Zoroark, the first ability trade allows you to discard a card in your hand to draw 2. Its attack Night Joker for 2 Darkness Energy allows you to choose one of your benched Ends Pokemon's attacks and use it as its attack without paying the cost. So typically that tends to be Ends Reshiram, although Piper also keeps a copy of Ends Darmanitan and Darumaka. Darmanitan has 2 attacks, backdraft, one that uses your opponent's energy in the discard to fuel it. It's, I believe, 30 times the amount of energy in your opponent's discard. And the other attack deals 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon, including on the bench, which means it can knock out the Ralts, but not necessarily this new 100 HP Kirlia. But we don't see either of those come down. Zoroark just gets an energy and a pass.
Yep, that is correct. And let's see, what's he doing here? Ultra Ball for Mew. And then the Artisans for the monkey. As we know, Mew is weak to darkness. Clefairy is not. Clefairy is weak to metal type steel Pokemon. Shuffling through. He's got 1 card in hand. I'm guessing
Okay.
it's a supporter.
Yep, hand was
Nope.
empty, so ooh, that's unfortunate. Mew has the ability to restart, which once it's tilted to the
Ah.
side like this, draws you until you have up to 3 cards in your hand. Used the Mew for all 3 cards, but it was 2 Psychics and a Monkey, so nothing got accomplished. Fortunately, Lily's Clefairy is able to deal 180 damage. That's 160 based on the basics that are on the board, plus another 20 using Full Moon Rondo. And it is not resisted by Zoroark, so Zoroark takes 180
Mhm.
damage. But unfortunately, that means a powerful Rage attack, if a Reshiram comes down, will be enough to deal
Right.
360 damage, knocking out quite literally anything. And I already did that
Yep.
based on weakness, but
And there it is.
okay, there's Hilda for another Zoroark and a Dark Energy. The important part is the Dark Energy. But the Zoroark is pretty helpful too, because now Piper can get up to 6 cards per turn for free. I mean, like, not super free. You have to discard 3
Almost
of something, but as long as you draw something off the top deck, which you are guaranteed to do every turn, you'll be able to draw up to 6 cards. So pretty good. There's the Reshiram. There's the Zoroark. That's 8 cards per turn. And now the trades are coming down. Lost Reversal Energy, losing a Eviltal, another 2 cards. Piper is on fire, and Kim needs to get a Gardevoir in gear ASAP to do something about this. The problem is that the minute that Gardevoir comes down, it is a 2 prize liability.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because that is also weak to dark. And as we were talking about earlier, him not playing the jelly is like one of his best routes that he could have taken. Not playing the jelly because it wasn't going to be effective here.
Mm-hmm.
Piper takes 2 prizes, knocking out the Clefairy EX using the Night Joker.
Mm-hmm. We live in a society. Okay. Kim's turn here is going to have to do something along the lines of grabbing the Gardevoir, maybe using Mind Bend, although the problem is that this Zoroark is such a threatening Pokemon, you'd rather knock it out. Using Mew EX is not super strong here because Mew EX can copy Night Joker, but there's nothing on the bench for Kim to use. So Mew is a completely useless attacker here. It's only used for draw, because maybe you could gust up the Reshiram and attack with that. But for the most part, Kim is going to need maybe a Scream Tail. One of the best ways to knock out this deck is to get rid of that stadium and just somehow prevent Reshiram or other Ends Pokemon from being played. The problem is that with Artisan in play, Piper likely has a second Ends Reshiram. So analytically, your best attacker here, it's probably not Frillish. You need to do a little bit more damage than that. It could be Monkey Dory, being able to inflict confusion, forcing Piper to put down a Petulant, which gives you a pretty good 2 prize attacker you can knock out, might be the strategy that Kim should hope for here. What do you think?
Yeah, he's gonna have to. The window is closing. I don't know. Like you can't discount Gardevoir, but at the same time, when it's being like weak to dark, and she is fully set up, she's not gonna get hand disrupted. Pretty much. I mean, it's not looking very good for Kim right now. Let's see what he does here.
I think maybe one of Kim's better plays here is to go for a TM Devo board wipe that would require Scream Tailing 3 benched Zoroark, and even then you're only taking 4 prizes. So it's not,
Right.
a fast enough plan to really match Piper's turn clock here. So maybe it's not going to get done. But if there's limited amounts of energy or a limited way to attach them, that could be helpful. You could do like a foolish plan for that.
Yeah, not being able to get the dark energy on Monkey Dory early in the game too is affecting him as well. Having to put it on the Clefairy.
Okay, that looks like a Night Stretcher picking back up. Screamtail. Okay, Screamtail is going to be played. I think we're going to see a TM Devo strat. The other thing is Kim does have at least 3 turns to try to use 1 prizes as the attacker, which means it's less likely to lose the game on Piper's turn clock. Okay, Screamtail's going to knock out the Zoroark. Piper's going to need to charge up another Zoroark. This is totally doable using Ends PP up the item card that pulls basic energy out of this card pile and attaches them to your Ends Pokemon. So there's our first trade from Piper, discarding a Hilda for 2 cards. You're going to need an Ends PP up and maybe a Petulant to switch out. Let's see what she does.
Yep, plenty of draw here. The hand is... Okay, yep, she's got the Fez too. She just did the Fez, getting 3 more. Oh, the unlimited draw of Zoroark.
There's only so many cards in the deck. Piper's got to be careful not to deck out. Although, given that hand size, I'm not concerned.
No, not at all.
I think she's got all the resources she needs.
Yes. And is that the secret box? Yeah, she's got
a secret.
There we go. Secret box has appeared. It is on the board. She's getting the NSPP up. Watchtower. Iono. Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing too. Iono synergizes super well with this deck because when you're winning, normally
Mhm.
Iono isn't good for you because you've just lost your hand. Piper doesn't care. Just
Nope.
draw the cards out. And I mean, the other good thing about Zoroark is that it thins the deck. So this
Mhm.
is a concept that some people who are newer to the game may not be familiar with. When your deck has a lot of cards in it, it's harder to draw out the 1 or 2 cards you need. The probability is lower. Thinning your deck means you look through your deck in different searches and try to get rid of as many cards that you're less likely to need in a late game as possible. So getting rid of things that aren't NSPP up would be considered thinning the deck. There's an air balloon. That's going to be the switch. You don't need a Petron at all. There's a Rocket's Watchtower. There's a Gust of the Gardevoir. Oh, this is going to be terrible for one of the two of them.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, thinning is winning. That's the old adage that's being said. Thinning is winning. And Piper is winning right now.
Mm-hmm.
Taking out the Gardevoir. He promotes a Screen Tail. Let's see what he can do here. Piper has the momentum, puts down a Fez. Ooh. Okay. There you go. He almost messed up there. He almost went Fez before the Mew when he had 2 cards in hand, so he would have missed out on an extra card. And here comes the Iono. Piper puts back more than half her deck underneath.
Yeah, hopefully give it a good shuffle. I will also note that since this game is very close to closing, we are going to be swapping out the casting game to game. So
Yeah.
If there's anything you want to outro, do it now.
Oh, I'll be back, I guess, at some point. And keep supporting one another and speak up for one another. And thank you all who have been contributing, talking, chatting. Thank you for having this platform and for Frosted helping keep things running smoothly. Everyone behind the scenes. So yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Excellent. We're still going, but
Yeah,
now you
gotcha.
oh, there it is. It was literally instant speed. She just had the boss in hand. Drawing
There we go.
does that.
Let's go, Piper. All right.
Woo! All right,
we
Elijah.
got no bets on this, so it's all for fun.
No.
We're not gambling here.
No.
Unless we're opening booster packs or something, you know. So
Frodo letting us know that Piper is so locked in and schmooving. That is absolutely true. This is a schmoovement.
Hashtag schmoovement.
Hashtag schmoovement.
Yeah, I was convinced from the jump, the way she set up her board, that she was going to take this game for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see this list on the ladder.
You seen this list on the ladder already?
I saw it. Well, yeah, last night I saw it.
I mean, it's fire. The Okie Dokie is so fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We didn't even see this game.
Yeah, the Okie Dokie. I'm glad I grabbed a whole bunch of those guys, the Okie Dokie and all that. I might have to build up a Zoroark and play this list. Who knows? Yep.
Good choice. D, this is where I leave you. Bless.
All right. All right. Well, I'll stay tuned and keep chatting with y'all.
Mm-hmm. Feel free to rejoin the queue, since if it's moving faster, that should give you some more opportunities.
Okay.
All right. All right, so now we're going to go into our next member of the queue. In this particular instance, we are going to see another returning caster, Bugcatcher D. Hello, D.
Hi. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning. I'm not too sure what time it is anywhere anymore.
Exactly. Pleasure to see you again. We just spoke to Eli, and now we are bringing back D. It is we have like an official caster now, you know, for the community recast, and it's you.
Oh, wonderful. There we go. Right. I've got everything on. Perfect. Apart from that. Oh god, that's bright. Lordy. Okay. We've brought a
There you
little
are.
Dreepy in.
3P.
He's just a little guy. He's actually a lot bigger than he should be. He's huge.
All right, they've gotten right into game 2, so I'm going to lead us in here. Piper has started very early off with a strong secret box turn 1 for a Buddy Buddy Puffin, grabbing out 2 additional Zorua with a Petron start. So Piper is looking pretty well set up, at least in terms of Zoruas. But no commentary on Zoroarks, but I think there's a Serrano in hand as well now.
I have to say, the last game where she took those prize cards so quick. We are, we're 59 minutes left on the clock. I gotta say, the girlies were bringing it home this time. Come on.
They're doing the work. Speaking of work, we have a list of the top 16 top cut. It looks like there are lots of Dragapult. Looks like there is 1 Zoroark. And there are definitely plenty of Gardevoir. In addition to Kim's Gardevoir, there is Julio Sanchez Rodriguez's Gardevoir playing against a Dragapult right now, Kai Wainwright. And there is a Terrabox list. I'm a Terrabox believer, so I'm happy to see that.
Very
and Gabriel
excited about
Fernandez
that.
is also on N Zoroark. Excuse me, there are 2 Zoroarks. So it could be literally a battle of the Zoroarks in the finale. That's crazy.
That would be really exciting to see. Don't know how it would go. It would just be a ping pong match of who can powerful rage each other faster. But yeah, that's actually quite an interesting spread. I was expecting to see at least 1 Absol Kangaskhan up there with the hype it's gotten lately, but I won't say I'm not going to complain. You know my opinions on pseudo control.
The hype
But,
proved false.
A fun deck, maybe not the best in practice at the regional level.
Yeah. I'm looking at the lists here. There are 6 Dragapults to 2 Gardevoirs, and one of them is already 1 game down. It is entirely possible that we have a no Gardevoir top 8. That's crazy.
I don't remember the last time we had one of those, actually.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, let's go on the list. Let's find out. Because now that you say that, I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Because I know we had in Milwaukee. I know we had in Belo Horizonte. How about Champions League Yokohama? Nope, they had one. Doesn't count. Pittsburgh, they definitely had one. They had 4. Yeah, no. What about Frankfurt? Yep, we had a Gardevoir who won. Monterey? Nope, there were at least 4. What is Kim doing here? Okay, Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy, doing the deck search. Pretty standard, pretty classic stuff. This is the part of the set where Kim is digging deep into those mental reserves to make sure that this gameplay goes smoothly. This is asymmetric top cut. This is as big of the stage as it gets.
It's that last chance to secure that top cut slot. Now I didn't get to see what were in Kim's prizes. Were you able to catch that at all?
For game 2, not quite, although I can check the playback. See if there's anything I can discover on the playback. No, not seeing it.
Because I haven't seen a secret box on the flick through of the cards yet. We've got most of the staples there.
I'm still going back to see if there's any. Okay, the last event that did not have a Gardevoir in top cut was the Korean League Finals season. That wasn't even.
Wow.
That was in June. So Gardevoir has hit every top cut since June of this year. And that was an event with a 475 player count. So a bit lower than some of these classics.
I have a feeling that secret box is prized again. It wasn't in deck, so it's either in hand or in prizes.
That's rough.
And that could be pretty bad. And there's no Ralts on the board either. Kim used Artisan for Monkey Dory. I think he's trying to play defensively, but how defensive? Yep, there was no secret box in hand. It is prized again. That is not a great start.
Come on, Kim. This is game 2. This is the time. Don't
Yeah,
let those
Sweet
dead
we
draws
call it
happen.
back. But I imagine we're going for an Evo here, but
Where's Frillish when you
Just
need her?
the Jelly is definitely in deck. We could go that route, but Jellicent's still weak to dark. So with that Zorua that's already got one dark attached, it would just be easy pickings.
Okay, Nest Ball, Bravery Charm, pretty good
Ooh.
classic choices.
Yeah.
But
Looks
that's
like we'll
not
be
a Team Evo.
we did see, I think, a rare candy in hand, so it could just be skipping that stage.
Okay. That was a draw and pass. No attack from Kim. Piper using the Petrarunt. There's an evolution. There's a Zoroark. I think we know where it goes from here.
I think we might be saying goodbye to this route fairly quickly. Arts on to
Not
thin the
like-
deck out. Here comes Reshiram.
Not like this. Immediately pulling out a boss this early. Knowing that Kim has the Nest Ball in hand too, that's got to be like, oh, I should have gotten the
Yeah.
Ralts. Oh, I should have gotten the Ralts. Maybe one of them is prized, but like, Kim's got to be kicking himself.
There we go. So I always find it odd when players cut into multiple stacks. I'm pretty sure that it gets considered shuffling at that point after making
True.
the standard one cut. No, there's the
Hil-
Hilda. So we're not bossing. We are getting that dark. And another Zorro. Maybe to
wait.
fill out the bench. Could Darmanitan it. But we
Piper
don't
had the
have a
hand on the
Darmanitan.
Darmanitan. Okay,
Yeah,
you're
I'm
right.
going for the Zorok.
7 minutes have elapsed in this game. We have 75 minutes for all of Top Cut. The first game ended, I believe, at 59-minute mark. So they are flying through this Top Cut. We may actually finish within 50 minutes.
That would actually be crazy.
Yeah. Some ASIM cut. This truly is the last round of Swiss we needed.
Well, there's the Daramaka if she wants to go down that line, but Airplane onto Zora maybe? Yep. And bye-bye Monkey Dory. Piper takes the first prize. Oh, I think we might be having a repeat.
Oh, yeah. It's the
Can
first
Kim
prize,
get that Guardy?
but not the last. Okay.
That's on.
Now, Gardevoir
we-
is a master comeback deck. It's just the struggle is that this is a dark type deck, which makes it a little bit harder. What do you think Kim's main strategies here are? I mentioned last game, using Mind Bend Monkey Dory, using TM Devo, but both of those set a pretty slow turn clock compared to Piper.
Yeah, well, the TM Devo strategy doesn't really work with Zoroark in my own experience, because if you're starting to throw out those damage counters onto the Zoroarks, you are just setting them up for a comeback with Powerful Rage. So no matter what you do, if you're not spreading that damage and then immediately hitting them with the Devo, which with only 2 Monkey Dories on board, you're not going to be able to hit, which is a shame. So I think that's a last chance scenario that goes on there.
This
I
is an interesting
think-
play. Vessel discarding Screamtail.
Yeah.
We're definitely not going to see a Devo TM here.
I think the way we might be going about it, honestly, yeah, the Mind Bend strategy might be the best, but
Petrarunt just
yeah,
there's an answer for everything.
Petrarunt just sorts it. You Petrarunt in your Zoroark with the air balloon, and then back into Zoroark. I don't think there is really much of an out here, because we see that rare candy going down. There's the Guardy. Because Guardy
what do you
can
attack
power
with?
itself up. Maybe the Guardy, the Guardy herself. Yeah, there's the second attachment for Monkey Dory, and you can psychic embrace onto Guardy, but even then, he's still only doing 250, which just isn't enough to get a Zoroark out.
It's so rough that you can't just Screamtail the Reshiram. You might be thinking, oh, if you just get rid of the Reshiram, you could just prevent Zoroark from attacking at all. Not so. All it takes is an Artisan, a Night Stretcher, a Super Rod, and an Artisan. You know, those are
it's back.
1-card combos. Yeah, it's just not happening.
So yeah, I think you're right. We are going to see that Mind Bend here.
Okay.
Putting the damage on the active. Okay. Okay,
Oh,
starting
you
to
know
spread
what?
it out.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's pretty good because Powerful Rage deals a total of 20 times the number on it. So right now, Powerful Rage does 160, which is less. So if maybe Kim can gust around and repeat this performance and keep 80 damage on these Zoroarks, assuming there's no Monkey Dory to interfere, that could create a Diva play scenario.
It could. And then we do have another ult up there on the bench, ready to tag in if our Guardy does get does get knocked out. Yeah, there's the boss. I think we're gonna say bye to Guardy here.
Did we see how the confusion got healed?
I think she pointed to the pet shroud
the air balloon,
and then
yeah.
the air
air balloon,
balloon.
yeah.
So instead of wiggling things around,
Okay.
just went, well, I'm just gonna be
That was
doing
good.
this. There's Guardy
Good
gone.
catch.
Another 2 prizes.
Come on, Kim. This is really. There's a boss showing on screen. Devotium. This would be a great time to have Drifloon.
I'm not sure why Guardy decks are taking Drifloon out. I think it was, well, a cornerstone of the deck. I would hate seeing a Drifloon get Night Stretched out or Artisans out when I've only got one more prize to take and, you know, it's knocking out my 330 HP, whatever, because he's just a big chunky balloon boy. Ah, wonderful little balloon.
I guess people are worried about maybe like a jamming tower scenario or not having enough bravery charms. We saw Julius's Gardevoir yesterday playing 4 bravery charms, which I didn't realize until after the stream match. I was like, that's ridiculous. But that's probably a Drifloon heavy list, particularly because that's a good answer to Kangaskhan Absol. But since Kangaskhan Absol hype is sort of quieted down a bit, now I'm looking at it going, well, you don't need Drifloon if that's not getting played. So all of a sudden you wander into this scenario with Piper where you kind of need it.
And then we're seeing Lily's Clefairy come in there. Don't know if that's going to be benched because it was an Ultra Ball.
It's so funny. It's taken people a while to adopt Gardevoir. And we've seen top-level not Gardevoir, adopt Zoroark. We've seen a lot of top-level players playing it. I know Gabriel Fernandez played that, I think, to Worlds. And we saw Henry Chow with it early in the Atlanta Regionals. We saw, I mean, that was last season, but we saw people sort of slowly adopting the Journey Together Zoroark. Meanwhile, it looks to me it's Final Fantasy. That's so bad.
It was a top deck of research and I think another Frillish. There is just no coming back from that.
No.
Whilst I love seeing Piper Lapine take the dub here, that was, I'm not gonna lie, it was painful to watch.
Less than 20 minutes.
I've been in that situation. It does not feel good to lose like that, but he did his best. Honestly, it was not a favorable matchup. Those draws were rough to say the least.
Absolutely, the double secret box prizing was ridiculous, but it's not often you get a matchup that you can win faster than a pizza delivery can come to your house. Like, excuse me.
Just watching this all back, you can see the way he sat. he knows it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, like this matchup, everyone's been saying, "Oh, Gardevoir doesn't get bothered by Darkness types decks. It's not a real problem." We just weren't aware. We weren't familiar with your game.
we love the Zoroark game. I think it's a sleeper deck.
Yeah,
someone's
especially
just
after that
chat.
performance.
Yes, probably get to play another Gardevoir in the next round, and if that's the case, yeah, he did.
Yeah, although that was a bit of a contested win considering it was the Monkey Dory event. I mean, he probably could have won that.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Aban is a good player though. Oh, okay. So I'm not sure if you have a hot mic or not, but we were just informed that Liam Halliburton also won with Zoroark, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Absolutely putting on. I'd call it a clinic. I'd call it a performance. I'd call it a circus act. You call it what you want. It took less time to win 2 matches against Gardevoir than it took to make a cake in the oven. Like I'm sitting here going, this is ridiculous.
These two matches took less time than a typical best one Guardian match takes.
Oh, yeah.
Against
That
any
could have
other
been a
deck.
League Cup.
It could have been. But no, that was just a sweep and a rough one at that. I hope Kim doesn't feel too rough, because sometimes there just
No.
isn't much you can do in those difficult matchups.
Core
JT's just said
strategy.
T minus 90 minutes until the next stream match.
Even more- Yeah. You know what? We're gonna have quite a bit of downtime, so I think we should do something a little jump ahead. What if we just put everybody in the chat? What if we just had everybody in a big voice call for like 40 minutes?
Everyone's here.
Everyone is here, and then we'll keep the queue, I think, for the next game in an hour when that happens. But I think it could be fun to just drop
Just get
everybody in
everyone
the
in.
live chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, that would be
What,
fun.
play Pokemon on the stream?
Okay.
Okay, now they can. Hi, stream. So you name like a Pokemon, and then the next person has to name one that starts with the last letter of the last Pokemon. You know?
Oh, Shiratori. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
you keep going until you can't repeat them, obviously, and until someone can't think of one. It's pretty fun.
Okay. Yeah, this is cool. We could do more than the official stream can, because we could just get a ton of people and have like a little party in here. So you know what? Party's on. We are celebrating
chat
Piper
time.
Lakine's super win. If you are in chat, immediately join call in Discord. We are going to talk to everybody. Everyone is here.
We need to. I need to get some more window captures. That's for sure.
Oh my sweet
If we
God.
want webcams.
I didn't realize I didn't even think of the organizing that was gonna have to go on to make that happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
we could. Well, I mean, if you're watching the call, you could just pop into Discord yourself. Should we just move us to Watch Party? Is that going to interfere with the
No.
setup?
That's I'll
Okay.
move people into actually, since you're reading it, Mick, why don't you D, I'm gonna hide your camera right now, and then we can get people in, and then I can set up cameras once we have
For
everybody
sure.
in. So yeah, just drag whoever in, Mick, that you want.
Okay. We'll leave the queue. We'll just do a little. We'll be a little silly and chaotic right now. So I'm gonna put 3 people into the green room. Hopefully they are not just astonished and astounded. And I'm gonna @, them in the main channel and let them know, if they were not looking, what to expect. TJ has also rejoined, and Eli, if you would like to come back on, Mr. Elijah, you did comment the first part of this game. You're more than welcome to come back in.
They've all fled. No.
I think. All right, I'm gonna get JT back in here. JT,
It's our battle
You're
royale.
back in here,
I'm back. I'm here.
and I'm gonna drag Wancho. Wanchito, welcome in. I already expect Wancho's mic to be loud, so I'm ready for this.
I'm going to talk as quiet as possible.
There we go. ASMR
ASMR with
Wancho.
Arch.
Let's go.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
This is about to be so silly.
We
Yeah.
love the chaos.
I hope you guys are ready. Have you brought your Pokemon knowledge?
I left mine at home.
I'm
Oh,
like in the
no.
middle of a TCGL game.
Oh,
I was not expecting to get pulled in.
Start casting it. What's
Yeah.
going on? No, I'm just kidding.
No. We can leave you muted until you're ready. It's all good. We
No,
have.
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Ooh,
Nonsensical
do you want to hear
behavior.
from Piper? She's on now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
put Piper
Alright.
on. That'll
Oh,
give
yeah.
us some
Let
wiggle
me
room.
put some audio.
Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, she's still muted.
In Milwaukee, the Mega Kangaskhan and Absol deck was like the surprise deck, as it were. Could Enzoroark be the surprise deck for this event? And if it is, why do you think like yourself and like Gabrielle's also playing it in Top Cut? But how have you come to the conclusion that this is the event for Enzoroark?
I don't think Zork's like a surprise deck anymore. Like, it does well almost every event. I feel like there's usually one in Top Cut or asymmetrical. Like, ever since Worlds, the deck is just really flexible. It's consistent. You always have your 2 to 3 Zorks in play, sometimes 4, as we saw in Game 1. Like, if you can set that up, you're just drawing everything. So you kind of just get to play whatever you want in your deck. There's a lot of space to tech, and we can see different lists. Like, we've seen a couple different Arven builds with Toad Scroll, Cornerstone, and many different Cyrano builds with like the Darmanitan and Toad Scroll again. Like, the deck can be tech to beat any like predicted meta. So that's also like an important skill with the deck, is if you can predict the meta at a tournament correctly and build your deck correctly, you're gonna do well with the Zork. So I don't know, it's not quite a surprise. It's just like getting all that right leads to doing well with the deck.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, we saw in your last game, we didn't get to see it in play, the N-Star Manatan. Yeah. What made you want to include that for this event?
So it's mainly the influx of aggressive Guardy builds to match the Absol box. So as I mentioned, they can kind of prize trade you aggressively. Like, you go to 5 prizes, then they can like driftly knockout, go to 4 prizes. So it either lets you take 2 prizes on their attacker and like a bench Ralts, rather than, because if you were to knock out their Guardy, then their attacker would still be there and they'd be able to knock out your next Zork, and then you're kind of losing from there. So it lets you take 2 prizes that way while dealing with their attacker, or with the reversal energy, you can attack with the Darmanitan itself and force them to find like a counter catcher or something. Or even if you just take 1 prize with the Darmanitan, now it's 4 to 4, and they have to hit a big Screamtail play, which is really inefficient for them to do.
Wow, so it seems like every card inclusion has its use, and that sounds, we're just having an Enzoroark masterclass. I love chatting to you, Piper. So now you're in a top 8 situation. I want to put you on the spot a little bit here. What's your goal for the rest of the day?
I mean, I'd love to win the event, but yeah, I don't know. I'm happy to be in top 8. I've had a bad streak of losing in top 8 the last few months, so hopefully I can at least top 4 though. Get some hardware, like a medal.
Okay, well, let's hope that Lady Luck will be swinging your way. And I actually have another little question for you. Let's say that yourself, you continue through this event and do rather well, and let's say Gabriel does as well, as also playing Enzoroark. How do you think that will affect the meta, you know, for a dance, which I think you're going to, right? How do you think Enzoroark performance doing well could affect the meta moving forward?
I don't think it'll affect it too much. I mean, Gardevoir continues to just be a super strong deck all the time. Like, it just does everything that a deck could want to do. And Zork's just such a low played deck. It's hard to like adjust to it in a week. Like,
yeah,
you can't really learn the deck in a week. It takes a while. I've been playing it since like post NAIC on and off. So it's also underplayed, as I said. Like, you don't really need to respect it, I feel. You may see it at the top, like top 8, top 16 with Gabriel and I, but if you make it there anyway, you're kind of happy with your event. So you can take the loss to Zork until then, it feels. So yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about it changing anything for Gadonks.
Okay, interesting thought process. As you say, you know, Liam did well with it earlier in the season, but it doesn't ever seem to like quite get the, you know, I want to say respect here from the player base. Yeah. You know what I mean? You never really see it as like a top 5 most played deck, for example, which always intrigues me. I've got one more question, Piper, before I let you go. I know you're a big inspiration for many women around the world and other players as well. Let's say there's some viewers at home who maybe get involved at a local level and they want to maybe get involved in more regionals, maybe even internationals. Have you got any tips or tricks for them, or what they could plan for their next event?
I would say just like take the jump and play the regionals. Like, there's kind of a big learning curve at first. It can be a bit of like a stamina task, but it's really fun. I mean, I've been playing the game for like 12 years now, so yeah.
Yeah, and I want to also just double down on that a little bit. I remember my very first regional 9 rounds. God, I was in the hotel afterwards. I was shattered. So make sure you get some reps in, because it really can catch up to you. Thank you so much for your time, Piper. It's been a pleasure. As always, a good luck in the rest of your rounds. For now, though, we're going to get back with our top cut action coming up soon, so don't go anywhere.
All right, so that is the main stream. Oh, I hear an echo. I don't need to be hearing no echo. Okay, I think I fixed it. No, I didn't. I lied. Misinformation.
You hear an
Henry
echo?
Brand's just posted on Twitter that he's made top 8.
Do y'all hear an
Yeah,
echo?
Henry Brand.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't either. Do you still hear
Uh, Yeah, I just heard my voice again.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm hearing an
there's an
echo
echo
for
on
you.
Mick.
I'm muted. but I still hear the echo.
Now I don't hear it.
Wacky.
Okay, now I hear it again. What is happening?
Echo. Echo. Maybe I just shouldn't talk.
I don't think that's a good solution.
Only
Are you
it's only
muted?
temporary.
I don't know. I actually don't hear echo. Is it on my end? I also don't see an echo either. Like I don't see you on another source.
Maybe it's related to Discord somehow. Oh wait.
Oh, figured it out. Have you unmuted the stream?
I had to exit Frosted Caribou stream. I think that might have been
Yeah.
That might have been it. Well, welcome
'Cause
everybody.
You're watching. God, that makes
Yeah.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good stream. I can't not. Okay. So we have pulled people in and they are hanging out in the stream with us. Some of them are on mute, some of them are around. Do your thing when you want to do your thing. We're doing chaos mode until the main stream shows the game again, and then we'll go back to game casting. But while you are here, this is a good way to like warm up a little bit, get excited, and also there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in here, so it could get a little hectic very quickly, which is exactly what we love to see in the in between rounds. Now, Frosted Caribou suggested we play a game in which we name a Pokemon using the last letter of the Pokemon someone named first. Dee, would you like to start us off?
I'll go for fairly Swoobat.
Okay, the letter T. I'm going to go Timpole. Open the floor up. Anybody who wants to respond with something that starts with an E.
I'll go Espathra.
Ooh.
Pathra. So A, Arbok.
Okay, I don't know if everyone is linked in. Dee, this might go back to you with a K.
K for Crocodile.
Crocodile ends with an E. Ekans.
S. I will go Shroomish.
Good
So
little fella.
H, Hoopa.
A for Ampharos.
Oh, my bad. It's an A. I thought it was with a P for some reason. Whoops.
No, I like that.
Yeah, but it's but with an A, I'm like, oh my god, I'm having an Azul moment. Help me. Oh my god.
A for
A
Azul.
for Zool.
A for Azul.
Azul, that's a Pokemon.
It's actually so hard to think of it when you're on the spot. Like I hate this game because I just like blank.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
Azul
not.
Meryl, right? Yeah, yeah.
Azumarill. Ah.
Ayo.
Amazing. Azumarill. Yeah, sure. L.
Okay. D, I think it's
L.
back to you. L.
Lapine, Piper.
Sure. Hey.
Hey.
Latios?
L. Okay. Salamence.
Ooh.
Why do I keep getting E's?
Yeah, every E, dude.
There's a lot of
being
E's.
extra.
Execute. Execute.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good
Another
one.
E.
Another E. There you go. I mean, I made it easy.
Esper. There you go.
Alright.
Ooh.
Mika, I think it's back to you.
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. What even is the letter on the? Is it Esper for
R.
It's an
or-
R, yeah.
it's
Yeah, it's double R.
Esper for R. Rapidash.
Hinotama.
Who?
Hitnotama? Him? Did I? Oh my god.
Hitmontop, I think. Is
Hitmontop.
Hitmontop.
Why did I say
Yeah.
Hitmontama? Oh my god.
I was
I was
like,
like,
is that like
is that a
Hinokage?
Pokemon?
It sounds like a combination of two different Pokemon.
But-
Yeah.
It's so funny because it's like just make up a word and hope it's a Pokemon. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
unfortunately, you're in a room with
That's
some
how you play this game.
Pokemon professionals here.
Pokemon or prescription?
I could be like a grandma and say Hamilton.
Hypnotop is the Pokemon. Yeah, sorry.
Is it my turn? Ponyta.
Yeah.
Ponyta. Okay, that's an A.
Archaladon.
Ooh.
The homie.
I think we've made a
Ents.
full loop. Enzorhork, yes.
Okay.
Fake.
Fake news.
So
Amazing.
Rigged.
Oh.
Namaswine.
Excuse me.
N.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Oh, I've got one.
Knuckly.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
one.
that's a good one. That's a good
Nice.
one.
Like, oh, I have to start with I.
I is hard.
Ooh. I am thinking. I could pull up the textbook next to me and try to shuffle through it. Problem is, it's not in English, so. I'm just
Oh,
like,
you
that's
should
not
know
gonna-
this
like,
one,
that's not gonna
Mick.
help.
Mick, you should know this one. You've
Oh
played this deck.
no. Oh no.
Think water.
Not
Think
Archaea.
water.
Oh, Inteleon. Inteleon.
Hey, let's go.
Bam.
Mm.
Communication psychically. Okay,
Wanto,
Inteleon, that's-
Is it
I
me?
think no, it's Wanto.
Oh, it's
next,
Wanto.
It's me?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Inteleon. N. And not two.
That's a good one.
Dang, what a
Letter
professional.
U.
I'm up to Gen 2, guys. Just 1, 2.
Wanto's Googling, bro. He's Googling. I'm just kidding.
What is-
No, he's not googly.
Wait, is it me? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You get the letter
it's-
U.
Yes.
Ooh,
Un
you
Oh, wait,
are
wait,
hard.
no. We skipped.
Unpheasant.
Un-
Oh,
pheasant.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
wait,
nice.
wait. We skipped, I think.
Wait, who did we skip?
If we're going down list wise, right?
Yeah, I thought I
Oh,
Oh, it is me. It's me. It's
Yeah,
me. It's me. It's
oh,
me.
it's
It's me.
Frodo.
All
Okay,
right.
okay. Oh, we're going down the yeah.
All right. Umbreon.
All right.
Oh,
Cool,
that's
cool.
so clever.
I will go nimble.
Ooh.
Ooh. That's what, another E. Oh, Espeon.
Very good. Okay, N. We've had Natu. We've had Knockley. Something. Nummel.
Nice.
Number? So L?
E.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
No,
is
no,
it?
no,
L.
E?
No, it's L. It's L.
Oh,
It is, yeah.
We're having
Liepard.
interference again.
Liepard, yo. That's a D.
Ooh.
That ends with a D?
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Liepard.
Like leopard.
Liepard. Okay. Dragonite.
Another
Too
E.
easy.
The E's are gonna nail somebody.
Is it?
I'm gonna
is it me?
keep doing E's
Okay.
on purpose, TJ. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's all good. It's all good. I'll
Dang.
figure it out. I will go executor.
Good.
Mm.
Ooh, Relo.
Oh, that's so good. I gotta do another R now. Reshiram.
Reshiram. And Manectric.
Dang.
That's a C.
Ooh, a C. Caterpie.
Again.
Another I. Serious.
Emolga.
Nice.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You're testing me out here.
It's a big word for Elmo.
D, you're on, what is that? A?
Anorith.
Oh.
Mick, you're muted.
Sorry, there was a cat related incident. Okay, I'm muted. I have the letter H. Hoppip.
Oh,
Ah,
classic.
Another P. I already used Ponyta.
The only P
Pelipper.
out there.
Ooh, Primetime Wizard.
Pelipper has a lot
Alright,
of P's.
That's true. That's a good one.
Pelipper. That's an R.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't think of one that ends with an E. Okay, Raichu. Sorry.
Hey,
Oh,
just
now-
say U because that's better. I'll give.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, you can
I
use
used
your U now because
I can use unpheasant now.
Yeah,
All right,
that's,
unpheasant.
That's
Okay.
yeah, that qualifies.
That's a
Unpheasant.
T for
That's
you.
a T. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, D. That's a T. D.
Oh,
that's
for
T.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Temple.
We
Is
used
that a
that
repeat?
one.
Yeah,
That was
That's
McKelly
a
used that.
repeat.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Serena. Serena then.
Oh, that's a good save.
Yo, the silence.
Okay, Serena.
I was thinking of
A.
Tynamo.
Yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
They're both little guys.
Okay. This is a Aerodactyl.
That's an L.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm serving up L's.
Licky tongue.
Ooh.
Classic.
A G.
Ooh, the E to me. Ooh.
A G. A G.
That's a G? Tongue? Dude, I can't spell. I don't know if y'all can tell now.
It's a G.
It's like I've been
You're
Gengar.
spelling the word tongue right.
Yeah,
Not licky
true.
tongue.
That is true.
Gengar, so I get an
Can spell.
R. With an R, I will go Relicanth.
H. Holucha.
Holucha. A Abomasnow.
Let's go.
Dubs, serving up
W?
dubs.
W boy.
Why not?
Nice.
Ooh.
That was nice.
Hmm.
Oh, is that a T?
That's a T?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
Thank you for
Why
asking.
not?
Thank you for asking.
I didn't want to ask again. Talonflame.
Ooh, that's
Right.
good.
E.
I like that.
And getting served with another E, is that what's happening here?
Ayo.
Mhm.
Ugh. Oh, the Hisuian genie. Oh, what is it? Enamorous.
Oh, the heart one. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's not a real
Ooh.
Pokemon.
Yeah. Boo, this guy stinks. No, I'm just kidding.
Alright, Enamorous is an S.
Stack Attacker.
Oh, that's good. A Abra.
Another A.
You've got so many A's, Mikala.
Served.
Alakazam.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, I know that's an M, so. Metagross.
And I can feel it. Hey, the goat.
Hey.
So I get an S.
It's not an E this time.
It's not an E. And now is when I'm struggling. Solrock.
K. Crocodile.
Oh,
No,
that's a
Krokorok.
repeat.
Yeah,
Krokorok.
Krokorok is good.
Krokorok.
Okay. Krokorok is another K. Kakuna.
Kuna is another A. Abomasnow.
Repeat.
Repeat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Smash the button.
There's been a lot of A's.
You got Abra, Alakazam, Aerodactyl, Abomasnow.
Ooh, I thought
I'm hitting a blank now. Is there any more?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there's definitely more.
Mm-hmm.
Wancho, think of pink, the color pink.
Pink.
Oh, I know which one you're thinking about now.
I actually don't even know how to say its name properly, but it does start with an A. I know that.
Oh,
Pink.
oh yeah.
Oh.
World.
For some reason I was still on K.
Wancho, you're a professional.
Anything.
You're a professional.
know.
You can't be the first one out, man.
No, you can do it. You can do it. Think of a
Even you want
fish.
to.
There's no card. I can't think of any more cards.
Oh, you're right. It's
And
not a
we're
card.
I'm out of Gen 1, I think. Gen 1, Gen 2.
Is that a Gen 1?
You still have some Gen 1 in there.
I
No,
still have
he's
some
got
Gen
this.
1.
Yeah.
He's got this.
Alola Mola. Mola.
Yay!
Yeah, there we go. That counts. I'll take that. Yeah.
That is
Back through with
another
another
A.
A.
Is that another A?
That's another
Yeah.
A.
Okay, Arcanine.
Oh.
right.
Oh, right.
Easiest
E's
E of
going.
my life. Easiest E of my life. Eevee.
Hey!
Oh, okay.
Saving that one for a rainy day, huh?
Ooh.
Electric.
Electric. That's
Ooh.
a K.
Okay.
I said Kakuna. We have Krokorok, Crocodile. K. Oh goodness. No.
Yo. It's meta.
No, I can't get out this. Okay. I'm thinking of words that are not Pokemon right now.
What a mood.
That's why I say try them all.
Yeah, you might as well. Like I'm literally thinking like Knuckles from Sonic. I'm just like this doesn't work.
I mean,
You know.
if I got away with Piper, Lapine, let's be honest.
Did we let you get away with that?
I don't think we did. I think you did end up saying something.
Kadabra. Solved it. Oh no, I just hit it. Another A. I'm sorry.
Another A?
No.
No.
No, not like this.
There's no more Gen 1, I'm pretty sure.
There is another one.
Oh my god. Oh, I can. Oh.
Pretty big one you
I'm
missing.
going Gen 2. Gen 2. Apom.
Spark.
Okay. Yeah.
M?
Palm with an M. Oh, Magikarp. What am I doing?
You get a P. You get a P. Pecharunt.
Class.
T. Thunderous.
S. Sandshrew.
Another dub. Another dub.
Another dub.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Sandshrew. W.
Another dub, yeah.
Weeping Bell?
Wow. Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Bell is L or E?
As L.
L.
Ooh, did we say Lunatone already? Or we said Solrock. That's right, Lunatone. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Common mix up.
Another E for JT.
This is brutal. Electivire.
Oh, another E for me then.
Yeah, got to get the E's out of here. So
You
I
could
can
say
get
like that whole evolution line, can't you? JT's like, stop it, boo.
It's a bit, that's a bit easy. I'll go for Escalvier.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Scavalier?
Scavalier.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
It's Cavalier, that's it.
I don't know. I kind of like how you said
We're
it.
too French today.
I do like
Yeah,
that.
true.
That does sound
Really?
better to me.
Yeah. Escavalier? Wait, how did you say it?
I don't know. We
I
just
think
put a
it was
little
like
bit
that. Escavalier.
It was
on it.
That sounds way
Escavalier.
cooler.
Escavalier.
Escavalier. Okay, there's another person in Watch Party. Would you like to add another player to the game, or would you prefer to keep it?
Yeah, we can add someone else,
Yeah,
but
the-
let me because it's gonna mess up my webcam thing. So let me just hide D's webcam,
Okay.
and then I'll fix it. And if anyone wants to
Okay.
turn webcams on, I can add more people. By the way. Okay, you're good
I-
now. You're good now, Mick.
I'm trying to organize my cards at the time at this moment, so that's why
Okay.
All good.
I decided to go no webcam.
All good. I'm
I
gonna
added,
add Gecko Ninja, and Gecko Ninja. I think the letter I'm on is R, so I'll go, and then I guess we'll let Gecko Ninja pop in whenever they're ready.
Yeah. let's
Hello,
put
Gecko Ninja.
Gecko Ninja like in the order. So Gecko Ninja will go after D.
Okay, good sense. So then, Gecko Ninja, welcome on. You are on stream. You are currently muted on the Discord. Feel free to
guys,
unmute
hold
at
up.
any
We're going
time.
into a match. Wait,
we have a match?
second.
What?
Oh,
Wait a
Henry Brandt.
second. Hold up.
Match time. Let's go.
I believe it's
Yo.
Juan Cheeto cast in this one, so.
All right. Cool.
Ooh. I
Looking
get Henry
forward to
Brand.
it.
Let's go.
okay.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, everybody. The game has ended at the letter R. I have abdicated my responsibility to come up with another one.
All right, I'm
Please.
gonna shift everybody out except for Wancho into.
Have fun,
Watch Party.
Watcha.
Have
Yeah.
fun.
All right, let's do it.
This was a very fun event. Thank you all for joining the Relay R. Well, that was pleasantly chaotic, but welcome, Wancho, to the community stream. It is a pleasure to have such an accomplished caster joining us. How are you feeling?
I'm honestly not feeling too good because I couldn't think of a Pokemon that started with A. Otherwise, I'm very excited to be here. It's gonna be a very good time, especially while we have Henry Brand on stream. I have a great partner with me. We have a great producer in the back with Boo. It's going to be a good time for sure.
I think we're cooking over here. Like the 4-star, 5-star buffet is open, and I am consuming.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Let's talk about the match now, real quick.
Yeah.
Henry Brand is on Dragapult EX. I didn't quite get to see what Alejandro is playing. Did you catch
running
it?
Terrabox, so he prized 3 energy, which is definitely not pleasant when you're the Terrabox player. But he is going second, so we'll see what he does to react to that when he prize checks going second.
Ooh, 2 very, very good decks. I love seeing the Dragapult doing really well in this event. I feel like Dragapult just hasn't been respected in this format just because, well, Guardy's been really good. Psyduck exists. But hey, now Henry Brand's played it on stream. I'm going to have to start putting in my Psyducks back in the deck.
Absolutely. And Dragapult, I think, is the dominant story coming out of this asymmetric top cut. Dragapult making up 6 of the top 16. It's a pretty stacked top 16, too. So even though Psyduck is around and out, and it's been a couple of weeks, so people are starting to actually get copies of it, that's not stopping the big Pult. Big Dragon, nope, it's coming in through. I mean, conventional wisdom would have told you that Dragapult would have been completely out of luck at Lille. It would have told you that you should be playing decks that are like Kangaskhan Absol, you should be playing Mega Evolutions, you should be playing Mega Lucario. Nope. Instead, we are looking at 2 interesting decks that have been around since at least Atlanta when the format rotated.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Terrabox, though, has picked up a couple of tricks up its sleeve. That's thanks to Alex Szymanski and Josh Frink really putting it, like adding a couple of evolutions in the deck. And I'm sure I've seen, I think, like Hoopa EX2. I feel like every time you add Pokemon, that's an option for the Terrabox deck. But I want to see what Alejandro can put together here. Did start the Rotom, right? That's step number 1. Opens the Rotom, gets to pick 3 colorless Pokemon here, does get the Ditto as well. So that means we get to transform to one of those Terra Pokemon, possibly. Fortunately, might have to expend an energy here, as Crispin is going to be the starter for turn.
That's interesting. Alejandro has a grass energy in hand, but also knows that 3 energy are prized after that first deck search. So choosing to go for the Crispin instead is an interesting play. Maybe preserving the options for a Wellspring Ogre, or not a Wellspring, a Tailmask Ogerpon EX. And also there's that Ditto transformation start. It's going to pull out most likely a Terra Pokemon, Wellspring Ogerpon. That's going to be very strong for getting rid of those Dreepy on the bench.
No, definitely. This is probably the most ideal Terra Pokemon to get just because you do want to use that second attack, start sniping, but you could also start crying here, right? Use Sob on the Pheasantipity. That means it's pretty hard to retreat the Pheasantipity. Maybe prevent a couple of Badoo plays. Having access to your items is absolutely huge. So getting this Pokemon stuck into active, not too bad. Again, Henry Brand, though, with double Dreepy, that's pretty okay setup. I would like to see a couple of Draclos coming up.
The main strategy for this... The main strategy for this Dragapult deck is going to be using the Dracloax to search the deck with Recon Directive, and what's going to happen is we're going to get 1 down, we're going to get the first Recon Directive, Henry Brand figuring out which of the 2 cards he wants to put in his hand, the other will go to the bottom of the deck. It is a Duskull and a Boss's Orders. Left that full art on that Boss's Orders. It looks like he's going to put Duskull back and keep the Boss. So that's interesting. You might want to set up a Duskull later, but Henry's choosing not to do so in this early turn, where basics are paramount. Instead, going to go for a Ultra Ball, discarding a Cornerstone Ogerpon, and looks like a Badoo, knowing that Sob's going to make it impossible to retreat.
Yeah, probably just grabbing another Draclo, gonna maybe get another chance at grabbing that Duskull. A very interesting play there, grabbing the Boss's Orders as opposed to the Duskull, just because Boss doesn't seem like a very strong play at the moment. Although, of course, maybe Henry Brand wants to force another energy off Alejandro, do 1 more Boss's Orders, force an energy to retreat, maybe prevent the Torrential Pump, as it is going to be Recon Directive once again. Iono this time is the grab, so at least there is another playable supporter in the hand. Maybe just get a fresh 6 cards. And that's something I like to do.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yep. But it is going to be Boss's Orders. But something I like to do against Terrabox is play the Iono turn 1, because typically they're holding on to those Noctiles, but it is going to be the Boss's Orders onto the Rotom.
This was an interesting turn 1 Rotom because Alejandro did not grab out any Noctowl, just happened to have one in the starting hand. And looking through that 4-card hand, plenty of options. I'd like to say maybe the boss was a strategy to prevent Soblock happening again, but you're not really, guaranteed for that to be the case. There's always a way to maybe get an air balloon or some other kind of retreat out. So it's less geared towards that and more geared towards disruption of that energy, just as you mentioned. Very good analysis there.
That's for sure. As Jewel Seeker is the play, going to be able to grab 2 trainer cards. This is going to be a tough choice here, just because we still need a way to retreat, and we still need a supporter for turns. Supporter for turn might be something like Boss's Orders, could be very powerful. I could think of 3 cards Alejandro would want to grab right now. Just take a double knockout on 2 Dracloaks, but yeah, very masterfully played by Henry Brand, forcing 1 extra card from Alejandro. It is going to be the A-Spec, the Sparkling Crystal, reducing the energy cost. Is that a Mega Mawile? That's very cool.
That's what the Steel Energy was for. I was going, is this going to be a Mega Pikachu EX? Nope. Mega Mawile is an answer to things like Cornerstone, to different kind of late game scenarios where you're like, oh, I wish I just had Charizard at home. Bam, there's your Mawile. Okay, Air Balloon, that's going to make it so that the supporter is still preserved for the turn. There's the energy attachment. There is the tool attachment. If Alejandro can boss, that's going to knock out both Dracloaks this turn. That's going to make this extremely difficult to recover for Henry Brand, who's already going to be 2 prizes down and have no Dreepy, Dracloak, or Dragapult ready to go next turn. Torrential Pump doing incredible damage.
That cost everything, though. I think that was every card in Alejandro's hand. So we'll get 2 prize cards to refill. Henry Brand has the opportunity now, trying to reestablish the board. Maybe hope Alejandro is stuck. Does have Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards. I think the Badoo was thrown away, is in the discard pile off the Ultra Ball. This is the moment now. You do want to establish some sort of item lock. But, double Dracloak knockout. That's what you want to see as a Terrabox player. As flip the script. Can we flip it?
There's a Pult. I don't know. I see an S-Ball. Okay. Henry can come back from this. As long as Alejandro overextended that last turn, which considering he had to burn every card in his hand, pretty good odds that you could wheel your way back. And Henry did that actually yesterday on stream against Control. Everyone thought that was impossible to win. Bam. Done. Cleared. So Henry has more time to do it this time. He's got a less oppressive opponent to deal with because Alejandro has maybe nothing in reserve depending on what that top deck looks like. But there are 2 Hoodoos.
Yeah, there are a lot of live top decks though. Like Grass Energy is another draw. Crispin is just instant attack from there. A Noctowl and Ultra Ball. So a lot of good cards. Plus, there's those 2 cards grabbed off the prize cards. And Nest Ball is going to be play here for Henry Brand, choosing to grab the Latias just to get that mobility in play. Let's see what else. There is Stretcher in hand. The choice is, do you grab Badoo here or do you grab a Dracloak?
You gotta go Badoo. You gotta go Badoo because if you go for the Dracloak, there's nothing preventing a Ultra Ball, Noctowl, and board swipe. So Badoo's coming out for Henry Brand. Iono is going to shuffle those hands back in, get 6 fresh cards for him, 4 fresh cards for Alejandro. So no difference in terms of prizes, but
100%. A little tough Iono there because now you give Alejandro 2 extra cards, but you got to do what you got to do, especially when you're playing from behind. As was able to grab a Buddy Poffin though. How many more Dreepies do we have in the deck?
At least one. There's a Duskull. No Dreepy off the Buddy Poffin. Hold on.
In hand, right?
It has to be. It's either in the hand or prized, and it better not be prized. Henry cannot have a repeat.
This is it double prized?
Oh no.
We're not playing Dragapult. We're playing Dust. We're attacking with this Latias.
We're attacking with Latias? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Latias does do what, 200 damage if I'm not wrong. I don't even know the name of the attack. As straight up grabbing the Crispin. I don't know if that was in the hand or not, but 1 supporter does equate to 1 attack with the Ogerpon here, and that's gonna be 2 extra prizes once again for Alejandro. If I was Henry Brand, I'd be thinking about game 2 by now. It is just.
Turns out
it is just a torrential pump. Torrential pump there, taking knockout on the Badoo and 1 Duskull.
This is so dangerous
I don't know
for
what you
Henry.
can do now.
Henry's used to making it out of a bad game 1 scenario. Okay, we're gonna get a shuffle up to see what we have out of the top deck. Come on, Henry. Pheasantipity, flip the script.
What
I
can we
don't know. I see a
get, though?
countercatcher. Countercatcher could do
Countercatcher
something.
Badu. Yeah. Countercatcher Badu, the Noctowl would be big because we do see the air balloon already in play. That is typically the way to move these Noctowls. That could buy you one turn here.
Yeah, as long as there's no Turo. Okay, countercatcher the Noctowl, pretty good. We're gonna need to see Dusclops. I don't like that because that does put you at risk of getting knocked out.
One more energy on the on the Latias.
Oh
It's
my
one energy
gosh.
away from attacking.
Yeah, Eon Blade deals 200 damage, but cannot be used twice in a row. So technically, because of the Itchy Pollen, it could knock out the Wellspring Okerpon. Problem is, Alejandro is going to have other knockout options afterwards, even though 2 Crispin are down. So Henry needs something to go right this turn in order to get back in the game.
Well, 8 cards. 8 cards is a lot, but I don't know what you'd want to find. Definitely Night Stretcher. That has to be number 1 off
That's
the
pretty good.
8, but do we see it? No?
Switching out to
Not even a
Dusclops.
Badu.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you put down Badu, you're at risk of losing the game the next turn. This is the best way to stall out.
But your opponent has so many cards. I guess you need a combination of a Gust plus a new attacker, something like, I don't know if Alejandro plays something like Terrapagos, but with the Noctowl.
Area 0, Terrapagos, and Boss would do it. Noctowl could grab an Area 0 and a, I guess, Ultra Ball, and then you would go from there to grab the last Noctowl. But this is such a clean game for Alejandro. I mean, this is exactly how you want a Terrabox matchup to go. Tons of hoots, don't need to use all of them. Even the turn where he got the Iona off of Henry turned out to be helpful.
No, definitely. Terrapagos was in the deck. E-switch to, again, it's one of those times where we need a little bit more than 2 cards. Luckily, again, Noctowl can grab something like an Ultra Ball, like you said. But yeah,
it's a little bit.
Can he close it out?
Oh, he's looking. He's checking. Okay, there's the Area 0. Okay, thinking about a Nest Ball to just go straight for the attacker. Playing the Nest Ball because it went straight to the discard. Small Wild, that would be cheeky.
No
Doesn't
prize
do
cards
enough,
yet.
Though. Okay, there's Terrapagos, bench of 6 Pokemon. That's going to deal, I believe, 180 damage as of right now. That's not enough to knock out the Pheasantipity. It is at 190. If you could put one more bench Pokemon down and somehow retreat that Noctowl, game could be over.
I don't think that's possible, though, because we can't retreat the Noctowl and put 2 energies on the Terrapagos unless we're playing something like Glass Trumpet. Oh, E-switch with the extra energy from the Teal Dance. That could definitely do it here.
Okay, there's a Nest Ball. Nest Ball could get you something. Mew EX could draw some cards depending on the hand size, although I don't know if that's going to be enough.
It's one more Pokemon. Also not a bad attacker in this matchup. Is
That's
powering up the Terrapagos.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we're closing out just yet. I feel like Henry Brand should have one more turn.
Yeah.
Does have Boss in hand.
Okay, there's the attachment to retreat for the... Oh, we're going to Saw Block, forcing Henry to use the Dusclops ability. That's pretty good. There's Latias. Unfortunately, Latias would not have worked on the... Oh, there's the Boss!
Ooh.
If the energy attachment had gone through, this would have been different. And we're going to be able to use Sob. There's Mew for 2 cards. Could this... Okay, Sob for another 2. This is so dangerous for Henry. Henry needs literally a switch, a Turo, or some sort of miracle to make it out of this game.
There's a lot of cards in hand. I don't think I see a Turo. If this Pheasantipity stays in the active, I think that might be it.
Dragapult launched itself all the way to the top 8, but can it go farther? It's going to really depend on how this attachment... Okay, there's an attachment on the Latias. It's a shame we don't have a Escape Rope right now.
Yeah, that's a Psychic, a Fire, and the Luminous Energy on the Latias EX. I think Henry Brand is taking his time. Another Boss could buy more time.
Okay. You got to play to your outs, whatever they are.
This might be one of those cases where, yeah, I don't think there's no way. Oh, what was that? A Noctowl. But yeah, there's like no way for Henry Brand to win this game, but this is a perfect opportunity for Henry Brand to get more information on the Terrabox deck, right? Maybe that's why there's no quick concession until now, of course. So Henry Brand is going to take the first game here in top 8. but does know that opponent plays Turo. He did get to see a couple extra cards. Did see the Terapagos as well. So I don't blame Henry at all for keeping the match going. Information is knowledge is power.
Yeah, if you're watching from home and didn't understand how that ending played out, the last thing that happened was Alejandro manually attached to the Noctowl and the active to retreat it, used a E-switch to move from the Noctowl to move an energy onto the Terapagos, and I believe a glass trumpet to get the last one onto it. So that was able to cover 2 attachments to Terapagos. That was enough to knock out the damaged Pheasantipity. Okay, they're playing the replay, so we'll see those turns again. But the double Ogerpon is so hard to come back from, just completely annihilating the board state.
No, definitely. I think like once you get the 2 knockouts on the double Dracloak, from there you're just cruising. You've bought so much time. It should be easy to find your last 4 prize cards, especially when your opponent doesn't play any more Dreepies, which is really important in your Dragapult deck. But yeah, again, don't blame Henry Brand at all for just giving it a go. You know, if anyone can turn it around, it's someone like Henry Brand, right? Former world champion.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I mean, he's a very class player, and he's also trying to, with his new Perfection GG website, trying to teach people how to learn the high level of the game with gameplay puzzles, or sort of like a chess player almost. And, you know, if those 2 Dreepy had been available for that Buddy Buddy Poffin, that game could have gone completely the other direction. Dragapult tends to have a bit of a rough time in those early turns, whereas Ogerpon capitalizes. Oh, no, look at those prizes. Both ace specs are prized in the top position. That's horrific for everyone involved.
Yeah. I might be, I think, a little bit tougher on the Terrorbox player, just because the Terrorbox player does want that early aggression. And with the Sparkling Crystal prize, that's almost impossible without something like an E-switch. Whereas Henry Brand does have play multiple energies and, you know, does have multiple energies to work with and could still draw into I'm forgetting what it's called. The Neo Upper later down the line, as Ultra Ball is going to be the first play here for Henry Brand. Not the most powerful ball search, but it is still a ball search. Ultra Ball for a lone Dreepy. Maybe that's enough.
I mean, it's with the Crystal Prize. He doesn't know that, but with the Crystal Prize, I think he'll be okay. I don't know of another way to get that. I mean, okay, you could Teal Dance, E-switch, Crispin, but that is such a complicated play to set up, and it's not going to happen for another turn anyway. So I do believe Henry's going to be able to at least get a Pult out this game, which you think that's a low bar to clear, but you're happy anytime your stage 2s can get to come out, because stage 2s take quite some doing. At least 2 cards to set up as a combo on top of the energy attachment, which you won't have Neo Upper for. So the pace will be a little bit slower this game.
Ooh, Alejandro's turn 1, though, did Teal Dance 1 energy. Crispin accelerated another. If there's another grass in hand.
And there it is.
We're going with a turn 1 attack onto this Badoo.
I said
Alejandro's
the pace would be
grass
slower.
Pokemon.
I lied.
A little bit stronger. Uh-oh. Henry Brand, back foot again, does have the Dracloak and the Lily. That's a lot of cards. That's a lot of good cards here.
That's good. Henry's going to have access to 8 off of the Lily, plus another 10 off of, what was that? That was my cat. Another 10 using Recon Directive. Going to get to take one of them. And there's structural damage going on over here at my studio. That is not what I'd like to see. My kitty cat is attacking the bench behind me.
Oh no, you don't have enough badges to train it yet.
No one has enough badges to train this cat.
But yeah, 10 cards here from Henry Brand, including this Recon Directive. So 10 cards seen anyway. At the very least, does need Buddy Poffin. Needs to reestablish the board. Maybe reestablish the item lock would be nice as well. But yeah, there we go. Buddy Poffin. First on the checklist. Get maybe 3 dragons set up at this point. I'm curious to see what Henry Brand decides to choose, because there's multiple less than 70 HP Pokemon. Could grab maybe a second Duskull. Maybe if there is another Badoo in the deck, that'd be a good one as well.
Mm-hmm. I'm still floored that he was able to Alejandro was able to attack with the Ogerpon this turn, because the odds of that were so statistically low. He had to have 2 grass energy in hand so that he could Teal Dance, get one off the Crispin, and then the second one off the Crispin could not be gotten off the Crispin. You had to go have it in hand, otherwise it didn't count. So Alejandro, wait a minute, where's the Badoo? Is not a second Badoo?
There's still an Ultra Ball to play, but we got really excited with the Teal Mask play. We failed to mention that there is no Fan Rotom in play for Alejandro. There's a lone Hoot Hoot. That means the setup is a little bit weaker. The downside of having all the grass energies in hand meant maybe there was no ball search. But right now, Ultra Ball is going to be played.
Okay, it's going to discard some useful cards, but not as useful as getting out another Pokemon. Instead, Henry is shuffling through that deck. He's going to find most likely 8 Dusclops. And if you were able to use Dusclops and maybe an attack here, you could start doing some good chip damage. But no, he's going to leave it in the active. He's not going to immediately go for the knockout. I'm going to preserve the ability to use it at a later turn. And also, it's a pretty good prize to lose because you're expecting to lose it anyway, so it doesn't put Henry's board state behind at all. That's one of the interesting things about this Dusknoir line is that it can get knocked out and your strategy is not disrupted even slightly. Oh, a quick match over to top 8. It looks like Alexander Rudowicz took game 1 off of Gabriel Fernandez's and Zoroark deck.
Ooh, all right. But back here, I was looking at Alejandro's hand, so I was really distracted by the rainbow energies in Alejandro's hand, just because, again, not that much to be played. I was also really thinking about Henry Brand's play there, right? He chose to evolve the Duskull into the Dusclops. That he paid for that Dusclops using an Ultra Ball, very expensive. And yeah, again, Dusclops is most likely just gonna get knocked out by the Teal Mask Ogerpon, excuse me. I was trying to think why choose to evolve the Duskull into the Dusclops there. Maybe trying to make it a little bit juicier, right? Saying that, hey, it's now a stage 1 Pokemon. Just knock this guy out instead of the Dracloak in the bench, you know?
The other thing, too, is it's going to give him a guaranteed retreat option for next turn. So even if it doesn't get knocked out, which is slim odds, but it could always happen, then he is able to guarantee that he can use the Dragapult next turn, which I believe he has in hand. But I do like the analysis of it being a juicier target. That's another way to spread value around. We discussed this a little bit yesterday on stream. One of the ways that top players are able to, keep their board state going is that they don't stack all their resources onto a single Pokemon. If, for example, the Dracloak was in the active, it gets knocked out, you have nothing going on the board. Whereas if you're spreading your value around, if you're choosing to use different Pokemon, then you are less affected by knockouts, relatively speaking.
Definitely. As the Ultra Ball was used there to get the. I was wondering, how did Ultra Ball grab a Nest Ball? It was Ultra Ball for the knockdown, Jewel Seeker, and the supporter of choice is going to be that Boss's Orders. Unfortunately, Henry couldn't make that Dusclops juicy enough, and taking a knockout here on the lone Dracloak definitely feels really good for Alejandro.
Yeah, and then next turn, because the Dusclops is active, Henry will not need a rare candy to evolve to a Dusknoir. Dusknoir could create, maybe not a board wipe scenario, but something close where there are no Hoot Hoots available for Alejandro to use. Except, here's the problem, Neo Upper is prized. So even if there's a rare candy Dragapult play, the only attack we're going to see from Dragapult is going to be that Jet Headbutt attack for 70. So no knockouts are going to come from Henry this turn. Choosing to promote the Dusclops again, that's going to give you free retreat options, depending on if there's anything else you'd like to promote. There's a Dracloak, not a Dragapult. We're not going to see an attack this turn. Hopefully an attachment. I mean, Henry has been on the back foot this entire set, so we need to see something coming out of this top deck in order to get going.
Off the Recon Directive, I believe. Oh, wait, we're grabbing the Ursaluna. There is a possibility here, right? You can pop double Duskull, go down, force Alejandro down to 2 prize cards, and you're taking a knockout then.
Okay, good choice. Pop the Duskull. That means you get to Iono your opponent to 3 cards, which, given the damage state of that Hoot Hoot, if you could somehow do something to it, is going to leave Alejandro with no outs. But in this scenario, I don't know if that's the case. There's a Pheasantipity. You're going to need that to draw cards because every card counts in this scenario. 1, 2, 3. There's also a Latia, so if he decides he doesn't want to keep Blood Moon active, he can retreat it.
There is an Ultra Ball in hand. I'm not sure Henry's counts of Duskull, any prize or whatnot. I have to assume there should be one in the deck. I know he wants to take this knockout. He has to at the very least, deal with the Hoot Hoot on the bench here as Ultra Ball is going to be played. That's 3 cards.
Okay.
A little bit too pricey. It's not Secret Box.
It's a Master Ball now. If you can pay a little bit more to upgrade it. It's the premium plan.
As Ultra Ball does find the Dusclops.
Okay.
And
going down to 2 to 6 is so risky. There's a Dreepy. That's good.
well, if Henry doesn't have energy to play with, right? Let's just make it cheaper for Ursaluna, and we can attack with that.
Mhm. Now, the good news is this is technically the second top 8 match that has been shown for top 8. Or no, I think we're still in ASIM.
I think we did ASIM, and now we're in top 8.
Yeah, now we're in top 8. Okay. That was a rapid top 8. So much for best of 75. Well, best of 375 minutes. Best of 75 will be here all year.
I'm down to play a best of 75. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's true. I think around game 30, you go, okay, this was a good time.
You got to scoop. Make sure there's more time, right? As looks like Buddy Buddy is going to be played here. Alejandro trying to re-establish the board, and that's very, very sad when you Buddy Buddy buffing. And when you try and grab your fan rotom when it's like turn 6, 5 turns down.
We're going for the
maybe just something to retreat to.
That's true. It's good chip damage. Knocked Out was not doing chip damage, so if that's your attacker this turn, so be it. I see Wellspring Ogerpon in the hand. That's good. That's going to... Oh, there's 3 Pokemon in the hand.
Oh.
Plenty of things to work with here. Rotom going in. It's going to be the preferred attacker right now. Or maybe it's just fodder to promote. That could be a pass. That's a pass. We're going to draw.
And pass is exactly what Henry needs. Oh, Henry wants here. Just because he needs a little bit more time to reestablish the board, get some more energies in play, get more Dracloaks. And right now, there's 2 of them. That's 4 cards seen every turn now. Does draw into the Dragapult. Can even evolve into the Dragapult. I believe the other Dracloak has been there for at least 1 turn. So can evolve into Dragapult, still attack with Jet Headbutt, can choose to take a prize this turn as long as there is a way to retreat the Ursaluna. Do you think that's worth it?
I don't know. I mean, we went from like 4 prizes to immediately being able to attack with Bloodmoon Ursaluna, so that was a risky play. But Ursaluna is your only attacker right now. The problem is you can't use its attack twice in a row without a retreat and re-switch in. So I don't know if Henry has the tools to do this. Currently, Hilda going down, I would expect to see a Jet Headbutt. Jet Headbutt, if you only have 2 prizes left, it's a more difficult Pokemon to knock out, particularly with your opponent's bench full. So maybe if Alejandro has a Clefairy, that would be a more risky play. But you'd rather have 320 HP and a big, beefy Dragapult than you would a slightly more frail Bloodmoon Ursaluna that is maybe more susceptible to being stuck in the active situation. It's going to come down to what is available. I don't see Latias. I think it was in Henry's hand. There it is.
Yeah, there
Latias
it is.
Is down. That's the strategy. Going into Dragapult Jet Headbutt, that's going to knock out the Rotom, so that'll put them both to 2 prizes, but it will activate any kind of Pheasantipity scenario for Alejandro, giving potential outs, which is pretty rough considering there's already...
Oh, wait. No, yeah.
Oh,
it was just
okay,
a pass.
Interesting. Okay.
Just a
Henry a little
pass.
bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Henry a little bit concerned about a Pheasantipity play. Oh, no, he's still going. What is he doing?
No, I believe Henry Brand did pass to Alejandro, and then Alejandro passed back to Henry Brand. So now Henry can choose to possibly attack with the second attack of the Dragapult now. I have to think that has to be very heads up from Henry.
That was a double pass? Are you sure?
Yep.
What?
Yeah, there it is. And
oh my God.
It was a double pass for Henry Brand to take a 3-prize turn. He chose to not leave himself susceptible to something like Pheasantipity or even like leaving another bench space open. By leaving a bench space open, that leaves an opportunity for like what? A knocked out top deck for the game, right? Because then you could put down Clefairy plus the Crispin. Henry Brand, the king of the puzzles, solved this one and is bringing it to a game 3.
Wow. All right, now here's the bad news, Wancho. Because there is a game 3, there are a lot of folks in queue. This is, unfortunately, I was supposed to have left you after the other game, but it was so quick I wasn't even looking. I got a text later. This has been a blast. Thank you for coming on stream today.
It was a lot of fun. I was wondering when you were going to boot me out in that second game. That's for sure. I was waiting for Boo to tell me, just get out. You've casted too long now. No, but this was a ton of fun.
This hasn't been Wancho casting. This has been frozen Wancho casting.
Frozen Wancho casting.
I created a
we gotta
graphic
get a good one
Wancho that's just frozen Wancho. Okay, now you're up.
I'm sorry.
You're back. You're back.
All right.
Yeah. Well, in any case, this was a lot of fun. Frozen Wantra. I might just, we share the same tagline, right, Boo? But yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out. Next guy
Thank
should be
you.
just as great.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Ancho.
Getting
All right.
hype.
See you later. Thank you.
Bye. Sorry to our folks in queue. I get a little distracted there by the gameplay going on.
Well, that's okay. It worked out anyway, because I think Xander is still busy because it's not the time that they were able to rejoin us anyway. So do you want me to just jump down the list?
Yeah, we could go back to base at Eli. We also have Dominic in the call. I am not particular on the order. I think this might be Dom's second time casting, but the first time for this particular watch party.
I will work this out and you focus on casting and I'll get some people in with you.
Can do. Okay, we're in a game 3 scenario. Henry Brand starting Blood Moon Ursa Luna. It's not what you want to start with, but at least it's not going to get knocked out. Alejandro, on the meanwhile, is using Fan Rotom, and it looks like a Transformation Ditto in order to put a Terra Pokemon, most likely Wellspring Ogerpon, in the active position. Wellspring Ogerpon sub locking the Blood Moon Ursa Luna is going to be incredibly devastating if that is the play that's going forward here. Although it's not clear if Alejandro is going first or second. I think Alejandro's going second, or Alejandro's going first. That way Henry could use Badu immediately going second. So it's going to come down to how this turn shakes out. But because there's a Terra Pokemon now and there's 2 Hoot Hoots, that means that Alejandro is very likely going to have... Oh, there's Crystal in hand. Excuse me. There's most likely going to be next turn an option or an opportunity to use the Wellspring Ogerpon Torrential Pump to take 2 Dreepy knockouts if Henry does not get more than 2 Dreepy outs. So this is very scary. There's Buddy Buddy Poffin that's going to immediately help. But again, you're going to want a 3rd Dreepy to prevent an immediate board wipe. And even then, there's still going to be evolving up into Dracloak and Dragapult. So a Candy would have to be in play. And we haven't seen a Candy at all this game. I'm not even sure Henry runs them in his list. Although while he's shuffling through, I don't see a rare Candy. So 4 Dreepy. Let's get 4 Dreepy out. And even then, you're going to need a Night Structure, a 5th one back in the 2 turns to guarantee that you could survive 2 Ogerpon attacks. This is so dangerous for Henry. This setup is so precarious. Needs to get a Dragapult, needs access to those resources. Not guaranteed to have them. Meanwhile, Alejandro is a very safe bet to get a Noctowl. Even if you Iono to 6, very safe bet to still get a Noctowl off of either the 6 draw or the top deck or maybe a Teal Dance. Doesn't matter. It is looking very favored for Alejandro, although Henry is the expert of winning game 3s after losing a game 1. We saw that on stream yesterday. It is entirely possible that Henry Brand can come back, win the game, win the set. Okay, there's an attachment to Blood Moon Ursa Luna, there's an Iono to prevent a Noctowl. That's probably why Alejandro dropped the Sparkling Crystal immediately. He goes, well, that's one less thing I have to search out later. Good call. Dusclops, Luminous, Buddy Buddy Poffin, that's good. You do want to see that. And there's plenty of energy to work with for next turn for Henry. There's the 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin that's going to prevent knocking out all of the Dreepy, because there's going to be more than 1 Dreepy. It will also create a scenario where Alejandro is incentivized to get Blood Moon out of the active, which is good for Henry.
All right, Mick, I have your next co-commentator joining you now.
Excelente. Let's see who we have. Dominic. Pleasure to see you again, Mr. Dominic. Returning from the Milwaukee chat. How are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad. How are you doing this morning?
Hey, we're having a good time. We've had an exciting watch party full of fun, cute moments, and right now we're watching a very exciting game 3 in what looks to be top 8 of Swiss. Or Swiss, it's not Swiss. It's phase 2. Excuse me.
This looks really interesting. This morning has been really great. I started watching with Piper, and it's been really interesting, all of these games so far.
Mm-hmm. So far, the prediction of Enzorark and Dragapult is holding true. Enzorark is succeeding across the board, and Dragapult is in greater numbers. So I think it was spot on. Who are you hoping to see in finals?
I kind of want to see Piper. I think she's been doing really great this season, and I've noticed now in every tournament that she's been playing in, she's been doing all like the anti-Gardevoir decks. Like she's been on Golden Go for a while, and now going over to Zoroark. And I'm a fan of Zoroark just because I like the way that it plays, and I think she's really honing in on everything that she needs to be. in terms of like, even you heard in their interview, like you have to take time to learn the lines with Zoroark because Zoroark's not an easy deck by any means. So I would really want to see her in finals. I think that would be a very interesting game, especially if it's not against Gardevoir. So we can hope and pray for Piper to pull one out for us at the end of the day.
Well, one Gardevoir is already down, so odds are good.
Odds are great. And maybe we might have a Dusknoir Pult down too. Right now you can see Alejandro is kind of looks like he's setting up to just get that double. Oh, he's not going to do the double lockout. He's just going to probably sob, I'm assuming, or he's going to E-switch. Oh, no. Okay. So he is going to go for a double Dreepy knockout and then shuffle this. Oh, he went for the Duskull. I guess that makes sense too because he doesn't have the damage out yet. And because Henry doesn't have a Latias in play yet, putting that bear up is going to be a little dangerous for him, but it's going to be interesting because I don't think he has any cards to search in his hand. I don't even think he has like a Lilies if I'm really looking at his hand right now.
And last game we saw that Blood Moon Ursaluna being able to attack out of nowhere out of Duskull was a pretty core strategy for Henry because he had no other attackers. So if Henry has no Duskulls, he has no Blood Moon Ursaluna, which means Alejandro has even more turns to keep spamming Wellspring Ogerpon to prevent Dreepy from evolving ever, which is a fantastic play for Alejandro. It means Terrabox is going to advance if he could do it one more time.
Yeah, and it looks like he's trying to set up for that Blood Moon Ursaluna to be the attacker for this game as well. And I think Alejandro took cues from that last one, making sure that those Duskulls don't stay on board so that that Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't get online a little sooner than he might anticipate. I think we're going to see Alejandro probably search or dig a little bit for an air balloon or a Turo to pull up that Noctowl. Oh, is he going to energy switch? That also wouldn't be bad for him to do. And then he can maybe saw block one of the Dreepies.
Absolutely. Being able to saw block here would, one, make sure that you can get a good torrential pump the next turn. Two, means that any Draculak that's evolved will not be surviving. So it's going to make him more judicious about where he puts it. And it means there's going to be less bench Draculak.
Yep. The only downside of that is that.
Yeah.
Yep. The only downside of that is that Blood Moon Ursaluna comes online and it kind of swings at everything that's on Alejandro's board with no problems at all. But it becomes a very difficult game for Henry considering no Lilies, no Iono, nothing to dig, no nest balls to search for a Fez.
No Dusknoir damage.
Dragapult's not doing Dragapult things. It's not drawing cards.
No. Henry is making the most of horrible situations here. I mean, he is a very skilled player at finding the outs in scenarios where outs do not exist. Like, I would have looked at that first or second game and gone, no. Meanwhile, Henry just is like, yeah, it's another fun day of playing Dragapult. I'm in top 8. It's great. Like, he just has such a great attitude and mindset, and that's such an important part of being a competitor at the highest level. Because if you're not having fun, you're not going to do all the work necessary to get to this final stage.
Right. I think that's one of the big things right now with this top 8. I think you can, and just top cut in general. I think the most important thing is, one, make sure you're having fun, and two, just focus on what your lines are, get down what you need to get down, know what you're doing. But if you're not enjoying it, you're going to end up making those mistakes because you're trying to micromanage too many things at the same time. And I think Henry's been doing a great job at being able to just be like, I'm here. This is all I got. Let's see what we can do. And he's been able to pull it out or get close to it. Whereas Alejandro's just been on the other side of this with giant boards, having everything, somehow not able to be able to finish that last one the way he needed to, and Henry just being able to be like, you know what, this is a big bear. Try to come at me.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because Ogerpon is typically described as something that's really like low HP, easy to knock out. Not so for Henry. He needs the game to advance even further in order to be able to take any knockouts whatsoever with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Even if he attaches another energy here, he's still, I think he's still shy, but 3 energy is pretty hefty for a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Actually, no, he could attach an energy to attack here because that's 2 prizes down. That's 2 out of the 5 on the attack cost. Okay, so he can still attack this turn, but he'd rather attack with the Budu he just put down on his bench.
Yeah, I think he might try to go for the item lock here. I think now that he also knows that it's going to be within Terapagos's range now with the Sob because it's 240, not 260. maybe he might be getting a little scared because if that Blood Moon Ursaluna goes, there's no big threat on board. Granted, he might be able to stretcher it back, but with having no draw cards in hand, you kind of got to slow your opponent down at this point. But I think, yeah, we're just going to swing and Terapagos is going to come up. And I think we're going to see, oh, who's going to put the Mew up?
No, Mew is there for the free retreat, I believe. Other than that, the Ochre Pawn is down. That means the Crystal is down. And an interesting play here that you don't normally get to see, 2 Luminous Energy on the same Pokemon. Now, it won't affect Blood Moon Ursaluna because it uses colorless attack cost. A colorless attack can use any kind of energy to fuel it. Luminous Energy, the rainbow-looking one, is 1 of any kind of energy as long as only a single copy is attached to a Pokemon. If 2 are attached to the same Pokemon, they are colorless energy, which is good because Blood Moon Ursaluna needs those.
Exactly. And this match is going to be really interesting. Best ball for Clefairy. Okay, threaten the Dragapults from even touching the board or not.
I didn't see any Draculac last turn. That was rough.
Yeah, Henry's just like not being able to draw anything. It's really tough for him right now.
The fact he still managed to win a game is a testament to how strong this Dragapult deck is and how good of a player he is at using it. I mean, that is, I would have thought this was an unwinnable combo at a League Cup. Not so.
No, there's a line. There's a line. Apparently Henry can find it.
Do you think he just like has a secret, voice in his ear that tells him where the lines are? Because the rest of us are like looking over the horizon. There's no lines in sight. Bam, Henry has 10. Maybe it's just optimism,
I think also Henry maybe practices in a different way than maybe everyone else does. Maybe he practices for those bad lines, right? Because he knows that the deck like this and honestly like this whole set has some lines that can be a little questionable. So rather than risk it and not know those lines and have to figure them out on the fly, kind of be like, well, if I'm this down behind and I'm playing against this deck, we bring out a Blood Moon Ursaluna. We try to just like stall a little bit with either Badoo or Dragapult to get the situation back to where I can kind of come back from and take like a big 4 prize turn. Maybe that's why he set up the way he did. Maybe he's going to try to, maybe he's going to try to Hawlucha Pult with the Mew. Hawlucha does 10 both Hoot Hoots, and then that's his 4 prizes and he wins. If he's able to get all the pieces, which is a lot of pieces, but if he's able to get it, that could set everything, and this game changes in literally 1 turn. So there's a lot of things that could end up going his way if he's ever able to draw more than the number of cards he just draws in a turn normally. If he can actually get something online.
He needs Neo Upper. He needs everything to go right. And he even needs Pheasantipity.
He needs a Hilda, which would give him the Dragapult and the Neo Upper. He'd need a rare candy, and then he would need a boss because we obviously know that he's not staying in the active.
Yeah. The good news is at least once this Blood Moon Ursaluna comes down, there's only 1 prize on the board. So as long as Pheasantipity doesn't come down, Henry can force another turn. Now, it would be really great if he could get 3 Draculacs. That would be enough to do what he needs done. Problem is, there are no longer 2 Hoot Hoots in play, so that Hawlucha play is going to rely on that last Hoot Hoot not evolving and the Rotom. That's a pretty big ask.
That's a huge ask, because I would hope when things start to get down to this close, Alejandro can see that Hoot Hoot's more of a liability than it is going to be helping him unless he evolves it into a Noctowl. There's the Hilda.
There's the Neo Upper. But that's a Draculac. That's not a Dragapult. We're going to need to see some more Draculacs this turn to make sure. Oh, you know what? He might be cooked. Wellspring Ogerpon already has a water energy on it. A single Crispin could completely cook this game. Maybe Shaman?
Yep.
Does he run a copy of Shaman? Can we see Shaman? Shaman could fix this.
Shaman could save. Shaman could save the day. I don't think he's running it, though.
I don't see it either.
I feel like he was running it. He would. I'm not that I would say he would try to dig for it, but he's got to start digging now, and we got to see what a buddy. Oh, well.
Okay.
I don't want to see buddy's going to do much for him.
It'll have
buddies to draw cards.
Come on, Henry. We've seen people draw all kinds of cards all day. You could do it. Get another Dragon.
Oh, no.
Top 8 update on the side. A Dragapult just beat the lone Charizard Pidgeot deck. That was.
Oh, wow. Good for them.
That was Hermione Hedalati. So Rune Hireman's already got out of top 32. Never mind. Okay, there is Badu, the lone Dracloak knocked out. Come on, Henry. Is there anything off this top deck? The Hoot didn't evolve. Neo Upper. Do you have rare candy? Okay, there's gotta be a rare candy somewhere in the deck.
Has to be.
Has to be.
You're running
the
Dust
Iono.
Wars. You have to.
I mean, it's a crazy world out there. I didn't see any in the first couple of deck shuffles, but that's also because it was kind of hard to tell. So there's a Dust
sometimes it's
Noir.
hard to
There's
see
a
those
no.
cards.
No. I see a Night Stretcher, but no candy. Oh no. Okay, Night Stretcher can get back a Dracloak. He can evolve the other one to the Dracloak. That's 2 cards to look through for the rare candy and also the Dragapult, which is I don't think that's gonna happen. This is so bad.
Well, if he tries that, he can try to dig for the Fez or a Nest Ball for the Fez, draw 3 off the Fez if he's able.
Oh, he could have gone for the Blood Moon. That wouldn't have helped.
You're right. He could have gone for the Blood Moon because then Alejandro would have to have the boss for. Oh no, he doesn't even need the boss. He just knocks out with the torrential pump anyway.
Yep.
Because it just 120 to bench, so it would just he wouldn't care about what's on the active.
There it is. Advancing to the finals. Alejandro, that's got to feel good. Or not the finals, top 4. I guess numbers are hard.
Numbers can be hard, just a little bit.
Yeah, just a smidge.
Yeah, I think that was just really tough. Henry was fighting those 3 matches, really tough for him. But listen, at the end of the day, top 8 in the money. Everybody's happy here. Everyone's just locked in on their game plan. Henry just unfortunately didn't have the outs that he needed to draw. He needed to have those draw cards to be able to hit like I said, the rare candy, the Halucha. There was a lot of cards he needed to hit in order for that to go in his favor. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get there. And sometimes that just happens.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Blood Moon play, but I mean, mathing that out, that could have been knocked out by maybe a not Terrapagos because it's 260 HP, so he would have had to Alejandro would have had to Night Stretcher the Terrapagos back up and do it that way. Maybe Mawile? That would be so weird. It would be 60 times 4, so it's 240. Not enough. Mawile would not be enough.
Either, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what would have happened if Blood Moon or Saluna had been the pickup from the Night Stretcher, because Badu could have free retreated into it. I guess you'd still be concerned about a torrential pump play. I think that would have still been the out for Alejandro, but he didn't use the Crispin last turn, and he did preserve the Hoot, which was an option available the entire time. So
yeah, I think the bigger issue was just needed to knock out the Wellspring Mask. My words were escaping me right there.
Yeah. And he had the boss too. He had the boss after the Iono. Oh no, that wouldn't have been enough. Excuse me. I was getting all
he couldn't do the boss because the Iono, right? So, but like, yeah, he needed to be able to knock out the Wellspring with the Blood Moon to quote unquote survive, and then hope that there was no answer in Alejandro's hand.
Yeah, barring that, I think he still should have used the Blood Moon to go for the knockout on Terrapagos, since that was all he had available. It was game 3 of time. I think it was important to do that. Maybe his thinking is there's no way to retreat the Blood Moon or Saluna afterwards. I need to get the Dracula.
No, because Alejandro needed 1 prize. The Torrential Pump wins anyway. He already had 1 energy on it.
Right, he only had 1 energy on it, though. He hadn't gotten the Crispin. It wasn't guaranteed. I think he still had 1 out left, and he scooped like 1 second too early.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% that Alejandro drew an energy off of the Iono. I think it was a Psychic, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, when he shows his hand at the end of this game, at the end of this turn, I think that, yeah. So Alejandro didn't show his hand. So we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah. We do have a little bit of time before top 4, so we can hang out for a bit, chit chat, see how we're doing. We had to basically like kick Wancho out because I let him stay 1 round too long. I apologize to everyone in queue. Fortunately, we do still have at least 4 more games minimum, 2 in top 4, 2 in top 8, potentially up to 6. So there are at least spots for 4 to 6 casters remaining in queue. And if we have a ton of people, I will try to prioritize first-time casters. And I also believe there is 1 individual, a special guest coming on at 12 if the casting can still go on for that long, who I will be making sure gets a spot at 12. That is a community request. The queue is currently 0 people, so if you are in the chat, if you are in Discord, hit !join call to get onto the watch party, and you can commentate for the top 4 or finals. Anyway, back to you.
Mick, I was going to say real quick too that I'm going to try my best. No promises here. But if it is possible, we're going to have single casters for each game of top 4. And then for the finals, we're going to try to have one big shebang. Not everyone will be commentating the full thing because that'd be really hard to get a bunch of people trying to commentate on one match. But we can at least have a lot of people on for like small interactions or like reactions to the finals match and kind of have it be more of like a celebration type stream with a lot of us. So if you're down to participate in that and you don't want to just like cast the full match, but you want to be present and hanging out, I did put a little thing that if you put a hand emoji react to it, then I will include you in that. So thank you.
Excelente. I'm looking forward to that. And if need be, I'm willing to swap my caster spot out for somebody, because just because I'm the one streaming doesn't mean I have to be the only one casting. You know, like this is a community cast. It's for everybody. So if you would like to cast, we will find a way to get it done. If you're one show, we'll find a way to let you cast 2K. Yeah, that's one show specific privilege. No, that's right. No, it was two different people. Dominic, I am loving the background you've got going on. Can you walk us through some of the cool stuff you've got with you? I see a big Coco.
I got a lot. I got a Foy. Listen, that Foy Coco, by the way, Walmart $3. Just saying. It's the Squishmallow. I also have a Clefairy somewhere, but it's in like another box because that was also $3. Yeah, these are actually. It's funny. All of the plushies are only from my regionals, with the exception of the Terapagos and the Miraidon. Those are from when I went to a friend's wedding in Colorado. He's into Pokemon too, and he had some local stores, and I was able to get those before they came to America. So yeah, I have the Terapagos and the Miraidon. I have my favorite pickup from Pittsburgh is this squishy little Tyranitar guy. This is my favorite pickup from Pittsburgh. He came with me to Comic-Con. He's been with me now. Like he goes on all my like league bags. And then yeah, I got a couple Tyranitars. Tyranitar is my favorite #1 Pokemon. I got a little Larvitar there. My friends got me that Larvitar for my birthday. I have a couple of Umbreons because Umbreon's up there too. I also got my little Pikachu with wearing his Tyranitar costume, you know, especially for Halloween. It makes sense, appropriate.
It's so cute.
Nidoking, a Regigigas, a little Charmander right behind the the Charizard. I also, in the back behind the giant Galactus popcorn bucket, there's a sleeping Dragonite on one of my Gundam model kit boxes. And then, yeah, there's my Mew 151 UPC that used to be more obvious, but now when I got everything else, it's kind of popped. And then it's actually kind of apropos that my Pokemon Funko Pops are like right in camera view now. Yeah, it's been fun setting this up. Like I said, all the plushies have now started to come from my regional events when I go. Like I said, he's from Pittsburgh. When I went to Toronto, my friend got me that Umbreon. That Tyranitar was from Atlanta. The Dragonite was also from Pittsburgh. This little guy, I think, was from when I went to Charlotte. That was like the first one that I started doing about 1.5 years ago. That was like the first regional that I went to when I started playing again. So yeah, it's pretty much now become my like regional swaggish area with like other conventions and stuff that I go to now.
This is where you keep the good stuff.
Yeah, all the good stuff for the most part's there. And then I have a couple of little guys on the side here that I haven't found a place to put them yet. I have, because I'm an anime person, so like I have like a couple of the Naruto little like Labubu guys, the Narububus, and then I have like an actual Labubu, and this is like his actual name is Luck, and he was actually the only one I wanted from the Big Into Energy because I'm a pink and purple person, so favorite colors. So I figured they got to go somewhere at some point. So yeah. That's kind of just a little bit. I have my Yu-Gi-Oh days. I have a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh Funko Pops. I have a couple of Power Rangers, and I have a bunch of Marvel stuff too, because that's all of my nerdom. And of course, there's anime stuff sprinkled in there. And if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Yeah. That's so exciting, though. Oh my goodness. I wish I had a little spot like that. I've got like this, and I'm on a green screen, so it's a little hard to show it, but I've got a shelf on the wall in that direction with a big Dialga, like 3 Pikachus, and then just every Vulpix onto the side, including this little munchkin. Ah, kitty cat. Kitty cat is our third co-catster.
Right, co-catster, exactly. I was about to correct you, but I'm happy that you fixed that.
No, we did immediate brain-to-brain communication. We understand each other.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Watching her wreak havoc, she wants to play. She's not used to me not being available to play, so she's like, "Come on, I want to hang out."
That makes a lot of sense.
Scratch me. You have to scratch.
What I think we talked last time a little bit about what events you're possibly thinking about going to. Have any of them changed? Are you updating that at all, or?
So my list is going to most likely be, if I can, Seattle. I had to make registration. I don't go to an event if I don't make the registration, because every time I go to an event that I'm not playing, I get FOMO, and I don't really want to go buy FOMO. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get a plane flight to go have FOMO. So instead, I am hanging out, doing my thing, and restreaming those events. So since I missed Vegas registration, I will be streaming for Vegas. Otherwise, I would have gone. I would have totally been in Vegas. I had to refund my registration for Milwaukee. Otherwise, I totally would have gone. And for the upcoming events, I will definitely be doing Orlando and Houston. Those are just too nearby me to skip. And I will try to do Seattle. And I think there's another NA regionals that I'm forgetting. Not Toronto. I will not be in Toronto. Basically, anything I have to get a passport, I don't go to, because I need to get a passport.
I can't remember the other one. Listen, I get it. When I had a friend's wedding a couple 2 years ago, well, now it's a year and a half ago still, that was in Portugal, and I had to get my passport for that, and I was like, I don't want to go. And then I was like, okay, I guess, like, I don't want to go get my passport because I know how like terrible those lines are. But then apparently the town that I live in does like a thing every couple months where they kind of like expedite it for you, and I got my passport in like 2 weeks, and I was like, okay, this was a lot easier than I thought it would be.
That's good. One of my coworkers has this whole secret trick. I'm interrupting you to say this trick. If you need to get a passport very quickly, here's what you do. Go to your passport office in person physically. Buy like the cheapest plane ticket you can out of the country, set for like a week. Go to the passport office and say, I really, really need to get a passport before this flight by the end of the week. It's really important. Even if you don't actually have a place you need to go within a week, they will like jump over themselves to try to get you your passport on time. Then you get your passport in a week. You cancel your flight, you're done. And I was just like, that is the smartest thing I've ever heard of. Now, I'm not going to be doing that because I'm not in that much of a rush. Like, if I'm going to go across, the country, I'm going to have notice about it, But if you were in a situation where you needed that, go to your local passport office, go in person, have a flight booked, show them the flight, say, I really need a passport. If they can't do it in a week, well, you're at what? The cost of a flight to maybe Panama? I mean, this is if you're American. So you could probably get it resolved a lot quicker. If you're not in America, you need to get a passport faster. I can't help you. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I know. I've registered. It's funny you said the FOMO of not playing, because there's the next 2 regionals that I registered for I signed up as a judge to try to do that. For Toronto and for Seattle, those are the 2 I want to judge. If I don't get in, I will play. And because I have friends that live in Toronto and in Seattle, the other one would possibly be Orlando that I might go to. I'm not 100% sure about that one yet. But it depends on how many of like the group that I am with up here would go also, because going by yourself kind of feels weird sometimes for me, because I've been now going to every event with like 3 to 4 to 10 people that I know. Not that we all stay together, but like there's just a big group of us that travel for events now. So for those 2 for sure, like I already applied for judging and hopefully I get in, that'd be great. But if I don't, I will register to play for those 2 for sure. Orlando would most likely be the 3rd one that I do. It's funny, I can never usually do the NAIC because my dad's birthday is around there. So it's usually that weekend every time. So it's like, love that. So like, I don't even think about even trying to register for it. But yeah, so hopefully I'll end up seeing you at either Seattle or both Seattle and Orlando. But yeah, it's crazy how much the format feels like it's going to change over the next like couple weeks. I know a lot of people have been frustrated with the fact that Live already added the structure decks for Gengar and DNC, and there's a couple of Phantasmal cards floating around now that people are playing around with. So testing has not been super fun for a lot of people on live.
Yep.
But hopefully, there's only a couple weeks till the set comes out. Everybody, there's a couple pre-releases that are going on, and it's gonna be interesting for sure. I mean, I think the biggest thing that comes out obviously is the Charizard that a lot of people are looking to play. There hasn't been too much innovation around that yet, which just seems a little surprisingly interesting, but kind of looking forward to see how that deck plays out, as well as the Lot Bunny deck, because I know a lot of people have some fond memories of a time where that card was very popular in terms of what it does. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the format changes over the next couple of weeks.
The return of Golisopod, but in the form of Mega Lopunny, is going to be very fun and needs to be studied. And, it's kind of funny. Mega Camerupt DX is sort of like Lopunny, if you consider the Volcanion as to be part of its strategy to burn your opponent, but it's not the same card because you can't retreat it nearly as easily, and Lopunny just is also a colorless, which gives you more flexibility.
Right, and I think...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, absolutely.
I was going to say, with that, we are almost to top 4, and I think it's about time to swap out the casters, but we do have some time. I'm not quite sure if we have the next one lined up, so I will check on in that. But before you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out, anything you'd like to point out, anything you'd like to, suggest as an improvement for this stream?
No, I just want to say, go Piper. Hoping that Piper is the one who ends up winning this, because, like I said, she put in the work. She clearly has been doing really well in these events. So Piper for victory today would be fantastic for her. Thank you for having me again. This has been fantastic. I've been watching today and yesterday, and this has been insanely amazing. Shout out to Boo. She's been doing fantastic as well. Best stream producer for the day. Actually, for the weekend. What am I talking about? She's been doing fantastic the other day.
Dang.
She's been doing great.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
She's been doing great. And I know, from last time and the conversations we've had after that stream, we really wanted to make this happen. And I'm happy that everything's falling into place. I wish you all the best. I hope the rest of this afternoon goes great. I will be watching. And yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Dom. Great job.
Thank you, Dominic.
Great job casting.
I try.
Yeah, folks may not know this, but after the... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say have a good one, everybody.
You too. Folks may not know this, but after that first stream, Dominic was not only our longest chatter, but also stayed after a little longer to help figure out what was going on with my stream. We had some issues in Milwaukee with the frame rate, and me and Dominic tried to work it out on the call. Couldn't quite find a good answer, and after a couple more weeks, we still couldn't find an answer. And then Boo got on to try to help figure out what was going on with the frame rate of the stream. I think we figured it out by now. It's a surprisingly simple fix, but not necessarily an easy one. So we are going to get into top 4 very shortly. And in the meantime, we're going to figure out who our next caster is. That next caster could be you. All you need to do is hit !join call. Again, if you're on the stream, !join call. That'll take you to a link to the Discord server. Once you're in the Discord server, you will be able to join the voice call, read the instructions, and get added to stream. So very exciting, lots of opportunities. And this is the finals and top 4. So these are some of the most exciting games to commentate because this is for all the marbles.
Couple things, Mick. After the cat shenanigans, cat bumps, your mic went a little down. Can you scooch it closer? And then our top 4 game 1 commentator will be a familiar face. He's already commentated 1 game. He's back for a second. We're going to see Base Set Eli again, and I'm going to add him in now.
Welcome, Base Set Eli. Hello.
Okay.
Ooh. Interesting potential top 4 here. All 4 of the players in top 4 have been streamed before, so we know what they're playing. Piper is on Zoroark. Alexander is on, I think, Terrabox? Oh, no, I don't remember anymore. I just had the Twitter open. And we do know that Alejandro is on Terrabox, and we also know that Alberto Conti is playing a deck that we saw yesterday. Could be any deck. But in the meantime, hello, Base Set Eli.
Hello. Thank you for having me again.
The lovely Elijah. Now, you did get kind of a short cast earlier, so it's good that you get to come back on.
Oh, that was short. Okay. Who are we gonna be watching here?
I'm not sure who they're gonna give us. I think both players were shown already in ASIM and Top Cut, so I think we might see Piper's match.
Again, that'll be 3 in a row.
Okay, so Alberto is on Dragapult, Piper's on Zoroark, Alexander's on Dragapult, that's what it was, and Alejandro's on Terrabox. So a Dragapult, a Zoroark, or a Terrabox could make it to the finals, and frankly, we could see the End Zoroark Dragapult finals that was predicted at the start of ASIM.
Yep, you had that exact matchup right there.
On lock. But it could still not come to pass. Zoroark and Terrabox could lose. We could end up with a Dragapult mirror in the finals, which I think everyone would consider worst case scenario. So let's see if we can't make it through with some interesting top cut choices. Now, Dragapult does deserve its desserts. You know, it hasn't had a good win in a while. What do you think?
Well, Guardy's out the way, so that means Clefairy is out the way. So it is poised to potentially make that final spot. I mean, I imagine that they are going to, you know what? I do think a Dragapult is going to make it. I actually do, because the Terrabox matchup. I mean, I think Dragapult is favored. So they see the Terrabox. I think they're favored.
Okay. I like those odds. As long as we don't get a repeat of what happened to Henry last game, and that was heartbreaking. As long as we don't get a repeat of the Dragapult Ursaluna Pass, I think Dragapult will make finals. I mean, it's good odds. It's good odds.
Yeah. Maybe those bad hands and games have been out of the way now. Now we can maybe see it go full throttle.
Took all the bad luck away. Oh, yeah. All right. Other stories coming out of this weekend. Drew has finally tweeted about bubbling out of ASIM. He's asking, why do we not just play a single top 3 asymmetrical cut match? Incredible. Incredible.
Not a terrible idea, but I mean, for now, I guess it's just the way it is for now. Okay, we got Alberto.
Ooh, Alberto and Alejandro. So that means Piper could be in finals, might not be in finals. Yep. Alejandro back-to-back streamed. The story here, too, in Alberto, he has a top 4 and a top 8 at Lille in the past 2 years. This is him in top 4 again. This is him trying to beat his record from last year. Can he do it? Pretty good player.
Man, he's been on a run. Wow.
Very accomplished EU player. Look at him just shuffling up. He is so happy to be here in top 4, and I don't blame him. This is an exciting time to be playing Pokemon cards. Alejandro, fresh off of a stream win, shuffling up. This is his breakout finish. He's had some top 32s, a top 128, but this is the year. Can he do it? Is this going to be his first regionals win? Let's find out. I mean, Terrabox is pretty good. I think it could be done.
Hey, yeah. I'm a Terrabox fan myself, so. Let's see. Oh, we got a mulligan from Alejandro. All right.
Okay,
so since we
up,
have
ready.
some newer viewers, or maybe people returning to the game, do y'all want to kind of intro the decks or like how they work and such?
Yeah. Which one would you like to start with, and I'll take the other one?
Oh, let's well, Alberto's playing the Dragapult. So let's see what's going on here. Oh, they're about to start. So we have Alberto playing Dragapult. That is a stage 2 dragon type. It hits for 200 and spreads damage up to 6. It spreads 6 damage counters. We're looking at the prizes right now. One of those Dragapult EX are in the prizes in a jamming tower. So not horrible prizing. On the other hand, Alejandro does have a sparkling crystal prized. Would you like to elaborate on Alejandro's Terrabox?
Sure. Just for comparison, the Dragapult is pretty much like Dragapult VMAX, just slightly updated. Across the field, Terrabox is a toolbox deck. Many people are familiar with strategies that require the use of multiple different one-ofs to attack with. So the way that this one works that's unique is that it uses both the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That's the green one down there with the grass energy on it, and the blue one that you can see on the side, the Wellspring Ogerpon, to deal kind of targeted different types of damage. The Wellspring Ogerpon is a lot like Jolteon VMAX in that it deals 100 damage to the active and 120 damage to the bench if you meet its attack Torrential Pump conditions. Torrential Pump deals 100 to the active and then shuffles in all of the energy attached to you at the cost of 1 water and 2 colorless, which you can fulfill using the A-Spec Terra Crystal. That crystal will fulfill any one of the energy, including any color, so it can usually fill the water spot of the attack, and you can use any other 2 energies to do the attack. The other cool thing is the Terra Crystal is not an energy you have to attach, so as long as you have it on, you only need to shuffle 2 energies back into your deck. That's pretty good for using the supporting card Crispin. Crispin will search your deck for 2 Pokemon of different energy types and will attach 1 to a Pokemon of choice and put 1 into your hand. So a single Crispin and Crystal combo, which you can easily search off of the Noctowl, will let you use Wellspring Ogerpon's attack, which is extremely strong into Dragapult. So generally speaking, the match plan for Alejandro here is to, at all costs, knock out those Dreepies, make sure there can't be a game setup going on, sometimes even knocking out Duskulls or Budoos, depending on the setup. So that's why the first attachment was to this Wellspring Ogerpon, the blue one on the bench. And the other useful card here that makes this deck operate is in the active, the Rotom Fan. Rotom Fan is a Pokemon that searches your deck on your first turn for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. Typically, that tends to be the Hoot Hoot for 70 or 80 HP, along with the Noctowl for 100 HP. Noctowl lets you search out any 2 trainer cards, extremely powerful combo, and as long as you get a Nest Ball, Artisan, or just Raw Draw it, or maybe the Ditto Transform start in your hand turn 1, you will be able to guarantee next turn to threaten with a Crispin and Terra Crystal combo, provided none of those pieces are prized. So very strong, very good at taking early knockouts, which is exactly what Alejandro has set up for here.
Yep, and you see he uses the free retreat off the ability of the Latias EX. And he got the Hoot Hoot in the active now. Let's see what Alberto is going to do. I only imagine Alejandro is super happy seeing that his crystal is prized. Oh, this doesn't. Okay, he's going to have to just Iono here and attach to Monkey, the Monkey Dory. The Monkey Dory has the ability to move damage counters off of your own Pokemon up to 3 onto your opponent's Pokemon. Let's see, we get a fresh 6 cards here off of the Iono supporter. Each player shuffles their hand and puts it to the bottom of the deck and draws a card for each prize that they have remaining. He finds 2 Dreepy, gets it on the bench here, and it looks like a pass.
Okay, 2 Dreepy is pretty good, but it's not good enough to prevent a board wipe from Wellspring Ogerpon. So Alejandro's ideal turn here is to somehow boss up a Dreepy, use the Wellspring Ogerpon maybe with an attachment and a crystal in order to take the knockout on both Dreepies, preventing Alberto from setting up any Dragapults. However, that is not a guarantee. If Alberto can survive this turn and maybe rare candy a Dragapult up, now all of a sudden the momentum shifts to him. He will be able to use Phantom Dive to do that 200 damage to an active, 60 damage in the form of 6 damage counters he can place wherever he likes to the bench, which is almost enough to knock out a Wellspring Ogerpon. It has 210 HP, but it's enough to knock out the Wellspring Ogerpon if you're able to use Hawlucha, put a damage counter on perhaps each Ogerpon, and then start attacking. Latias also has 210 HP, so there are a lot of Pokemon that are very close to a knockout using a single copy of Phantom Dive. And with the Monkey Dory available, there are lots of options for Alberto to start doing massive damage, taking huge 2-prize knockouts if Dreepy survives. That is always the key condition. Noctowl is going to search out in areas you're under depths, and a Crispin. Crispin is going to be played. It's going to allow 2 energy to go down to Ogerpon. A Hoot Hoot has been played to the expanded bench. The problem that Alejandro has is that now that he's used Crispin, he's not going, or he hasn't used Crispin yet, excuse me. Now that he has, okay, he's gone for a boss instead.
He did, what was that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
he's boss right there. Or was that Hyperball?
Why is he bossing and Crispining? Am I missing something?
He used Hyper Blower to bring up one of the dreams. Mm-hmm.
So he had an Iron Bundle. Woo! Mm-hmm. Spicy.
Yep.
Iron Bundle, for those of you who aren't aware, it is basically the back half of Escape Rope. You drop it down on the bench. As long as it's on the bench, anytime you could discard it, force your opponent to switch up any Pokemon that they like, and that was all that you needed in order to be able to use the Wellspring Ogerpon. The problem is that this Hoot Hoot is still stuck in the active. Oh, there's Latias. There's Latias.
Yep, Latias is there. So he's going to be able to take down both of these Dreepy very shortly here.
Mhm.
It'll do 100 damage to the active Dreepy and 120 to the benched Dreepy.
And Alberto there pointed to the Ogerpon with it looks like 2 energy on it. I think one of them was a Teal Dance from a prior turn. So doesn't matter. There's the knockout. That's going to knock out a Dreepy and a Monkey Dory. Going to leave a lone Dreepy in the active. Going to prevent the option of Mind Bend. Interesting choice.
Okay, yeah. So
The
he's going to take
Alberto-
2 prizes. He's going to take 2 prizes. He benches the Duskull, and he's evolving into the Dracloak. The Dracloak has the ability to draw 2 off the top of your deck, pick one, and take the other and put it to the bottom of your deck. But he is opting to go in for the Lily first, our newest, strongest supporter. You get to shuffle your hand into the deck, and if you have 6 prizes remaining, you get to draw up to 8 cards. 8 cards. He's going to see 8 cards here, plus the other 2 off of the ability from the Cloak. Let's see what he gets here. Maybe he can set up a stronger board.
This is good stuff. We're seeing a shuffle off of Lily to draw 8 cards because 6 prizes remain for Alberto. There's a Duskull coming down. There's a Dracula coming down. This is still at risk of being knocked out with a board weight from a return Ogerpon. But if you can't get more basics, you can't get more basics. There is a Pheasant Deputy to draw 3 cards, flipping the script. 1, 2, 3. Does Alberto have the tools to rebuild a bench state in order to be able to charge up a Dragapult or enough attackers to deal damage to Alejandro? This better not be a repeat of the Henry Brand match. Come on, Alberto. Show us what you got.
He takes the top 2 cards. What's he got there?
Okay, and that is Dracula's ability, Recon Directive. The strength of the Dragapult deck isn't just its very strong attacker, which, by the way, has no weakness unless your opponent plays a Lily's Clefairy. The Draculac that you evolve from is basically Comfey with flower selecting, except instead of sending to the Lost Zone, it sends to the bottom of the deck. So all pieces of this deck are extremely powerful. It's just, can you get them in your hand in time?
I'm not sure if Alejandro got the crystal. It doesn't look like he got the crystal, so he will need most likely a Crispin and energy switch. He does have a Noctowl in hand, so he can go into his deck and search out the 2 trainers. Let's see. Okay, we have the Neo Upper in deck as well for Alberto. Sorting through, seeing his options here.
Okay. He knows he's got his Neo Upper. He sees his Latias. He's pulled up those 2 Pokemon, or the Pokemon and the energy card from the top of his deck in order to make sure he doesn't forget where they are while he's searching through his deck. I guess he's price checking. Is this really the first time he's had to price check? That can't be right.
I think he's thinking of he knows that
he had a buddy Poffin. He's fine. He knows where they are.
Yeah. Maybe he opts in to go with the Badoo so that he doesn't pull off the energy switch. We will see what he does next. He's gonna Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball's away. I think that's a Turo, and I can't see the other card there.
It looks like a boss. Just against his
like
boss's orders. There's a Dreepy. A little Dreepy. Hello, Dreepy.
Okay.
There's
Badoo. Badoo, yeah.
Okay, Night Stretcher and energy up to retreat the Dracloak. Pretty good move. And now we have the Badoo in the active using Itchy Pollen. That's going to prevent using a lot of different cards like Ultra Ball, but it's not going to prevent a Crispin Crystal combo if a Noctowl comes down. So it's a high-risk play. There's the Noctowl. There's a Terra Pokemon in play for Alejandro, 2, technically speaking. There's Crispin. Is there a Crystal? There's another Crispin. There's the Crystal. I see it. There's the A-Spec. Going for 2 Crispin instead. What do you make of that play?
He's just setting up. He's setting up ahead. He is keying into the Wellspring very heavily. He knows that he can keep taking 2 prizes, so he is keying in on that and just looking ahead in the game, which is what some of the great players do. They can see the game about 1 or 2 turns ahead and just plan for it. So he's thinking of that. The only thing is, Alberto could hit an Iono and get rid of that second Crispin. So it's a little bit risky, but not too risky. we're in top 4, so you're probably gonna be risky here. Go for it all. Let's see what
Absolutely.
he does. Yep. So he didn't get the crystal off of the prizes. It looks like because all he did was a sob for 20, and that prevents the Badoo to retreat. Plus 20 damage on the Badoo.
I was misled. I thought I saw crystal.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I think the crystal was prized at the very top of the prizes, and I think he grabbed the bottom 2.
Oop. Yeah, anyone who's not familiar with how the prize order is taken on stream, players tend to choose from the bottom of the 6 prizes that they lay out. This is because people don't want to be accused of cheating and knowing where their prizes are. It's just easier if you take it from the bottom because that's what everyone else does. So how are you supposed to, question that?
Yep, very true. Let's see. So Alberto evolves into the Dragapult EX. It has arrived, but he can't push it to the active by retreating with the Badoo that has free retreat because it is locked up right now.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Dragapult EX is a Terra Pokemon, so it can take advantage of the Area 0.
Mm-hmm. The Stadium Area 0 Underdepths is typically played by Terra Box players because you need spaces for all of your Hootoots. But since Dragapult is a Terra, as you've noted, it's not like a different type or anything. It just so happens to be just enough for Alberto to have a bench of up to 8. It's basically Skyfield with a easy-to-meet condition.
Mm-hmm. And there's the Iono that came up, so that Crispin is somewhere near the bottom. And he evolves up into the Dusclops. Dusclops can knock itself out and put 5 damage counters on any one of Alejandro's Pokemon. But Alejandro would take a prize if he opted to use that ability right now. So we see an attachment to the Dragapult EX, a Psychic. Just needs another. Let's see. He's got Counter Catcher. He looks like he's gonna. Oh no, he's backing off of the Counter Catcher.
Okay, gonna go for the Buddy Puff and continue filling up that bench so that if Wellspring Ogerpon attacks this turn, it's not going to derail the entire game plan. Oh, no. Just doing that to search, shuffle the deck, shuffle the Iono cards back from the bottom into the rest of the deck. Interesting choice. Maybe that's going to put like a Boss's Orders or something else. Well, maybe not a Boss's Orders. He's got Counter Catcher in hand. Maybe it's going to put the Neo Upper somewhere closer to the top of the deck. I mean, there could be any number of reasons why you would Buddy Puff in just to shuffle. Particularly after
he needed to shuffle. There's something in his hand that he wanted to get back, definitely. So that's probably the reason why. And let's see what he got.
Okay,
so Ichi-Pollen,
yeah,
again. Ichi-Pollen again. There's now 20 damage on the active. Alejandro cannot use any items. He's going through his shuffles right now. All right. What is the move here?
If you're Alejandro, you're definitely going to use Wellspring and take 2 more prizes, get really close, Teal Dance onto the Ogerpon on the bench. The Teal Dance effect is extremely strong. The ability lets you attach a Grass Energy for free to your Ogerpon each turn and draw a card once you do so. So with your manual attach, you could put 2 down per turn. Its attack, Myriad Leaf Shower, deals 30 damage plus 30 times the number of Grass Energy attached to you, or actually just any energy attached to you and to your opponent. So it's kind of like Mega Mewtwo EX, Mega Mewtwo Y EX from the X and Y days, but with Naganadel Ultra Beast ability from Sun and Moon. It's a really powerful combo effect on a 210 HP 2-prizer. There's lots of reasons to play it in lots of different archetypes. In this one in particular, it creates great turns for E-Switch. Okay, Alberto is going through, trying to figure out what he's going to attack with. We lost a Dreeby, we lost a Budu. He needs to not get hit again with Wellspring. He's going to be able to take the 1-hit KO using Phantom Dive, which is going to leave 60 damage counters to place somewhere across the field. We'll probably see a Hawlucha and the elimination of one of these Hoots to take 3 prizes for Alberto, but it's still not going to put him in the lead. Ultra Ball there?
Ultra Ball. Also, Alejandro actually got this the crystal off of the prizes. The crystal was in the middle, so he does have the crystal.
That's good. Mm-hmm. The other thing too is that this is not super intuitive if you haven't been following the game. Terra Pokemon have the Terra trait, which means they cannot be damaged if they are on the bench. except by Dragapult's Phantom Dive, because that deals damage counters, not damage. And also Monkey Dory, because that's damage counters moved from an ability, not damage. So the Terra trait is not as intuitive as it might seem at first glance. You're not immediately immune from damage if you're on the bench. For example, if Alejandro tried to use Wellspring Ogerpon onto the Terra Dragapult, that 120 damage would vanish into the void. There's the Hawlucha.
Very good where he places the damage counters there. He's going to take down the Hoot Hoot, it looks like, and not putting the damage counter on the other Hoot Hoot because it can evolve up, of course, and making sure he can try to take another 3 prizes on the following turn, pending survival.
Okay, this play requires some explanation. He chooses to counter Catcher up the Mew EX instead of that Ogerpon that's been threatening him the entire game. The reason for that is that if there is a Clefairy in Alejandro's list, Mew EX will be able to both knock out the Dragapult with weakness and deal extra damage to the bench, which could be relevant in some scenarios. Even if there's no Clefairy coming down, Mew being able to deal damage to the bench could be fatal for Alberto's game. So choosing to knock out that Mew EX and the Hoot Hoot is going to put him at 3 prizes to Alejandro's 2, while putting a very beefy 320 HP Pokemon in the active. And also, I want to note that the Hawlucha second damage counter could have gone on the Ogerpons, but instead it was placed on Rotom. Rotom cannot evolve. It is very costly to try to use Turo to lift it back up, so it is guaranteeing that the energy that is that the card that gets placed down, the 60 from the Phantom Dive, is most likely to still hit that bench and take the remaining 3 prizes if he can boss back up maybe the damaged Ogerpon or something like Mew.
Yes, and Alberto still has access to the Dusclops ability.
Oh,
it looks like he... Oops.
He had everything he needed in his turn. Alejandro wins that game using the Crispin to put 2 energy down, and that would have been enough. I don't even know what he chose to KO there. I mean, he had plenty of options on the board. He could have started charging up the Ogerpon to put 6 energy on it and deal disgusting amounts of damage. That way, he could have charged up the Wellspring Ogerpon. He had access to enough there that Alberto just kind of shakes his head and goes, game 2. Game 2.
Yeah. Yep,
Speaking of game 2, we are going to be swapping out the mic to Courtney.
All right, Courtney, good luck and have fun.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dominic. It's a pleasure having... Or, you're not Dominic. Oh, my God. Jesus, Eli. I'm so sorry. I had the camera off and my brain also off at the same time.
Hey, you've been going for what, like 6 hours? I don't know, 5 hours straight?
Doesn't matter. You deserve the respect. So thank you, Eli, based at Eli Elijah. You have 3 names, and I still managed to pick the wrong one.
All right. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure. You too. Thank you for coming back on stream. Evidently, I've been informed that every time I look away to tend to the cat, my audio plummets, so I'm just going to eat the microphone. I'm going to put my entire mouth on the microphone. That's going to make sure that we are keyed up. Actually, I think the cat is relaxed now. She's chilling in her little cat spot, so we should have a uninterrupted finals. Fingers crossed. Although, thankfully, this is still top 4. There's plenty of casting left to do. Hello, Courtney.
Hi. Hello. Hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing very well. Good to have you back.
I'm very honored to come back here on such short notice. I'm very excited to commentate about this. My best performance in a tournament at all was with Terrabox, so I have a lot of experience, especially with this matchup. As I did test this matchup a lot with both my partners. I haven't gotten to the point to play the build with Iron Leaves, but it's the same list that I'm usually normal to see: 4/4 Ditto Leaves, usually a Teal Mask and
4 Ditto.
No, 4 Hoot, 4 Noctowl.
Oh, okay. I was just like, yo, you got secret texts we don't know about?
Well, to be fair though, you can technically use multiple Dittos in the same turn if you retreat into a new one. But obviously that's not a really good strat. I think specifically of decks such as like Entei Valiant, of like mass switching is like the only way you could have probably done it. But that's not the matchup we're doing right now. We're doing Terrabox Dragapult. It was a very dominant match. I took a step away to do something, and coming back, I saw a Dragapult on Alberto's side, which is very crazy, especially with how strong of a start Alejandro had with the immediate torrential pump. That's the biggest threat when it comes to the non-rare Canyon Dragapult build. You're extremely slow to start. A lack of Shaman can absolutely nuke any chance of setting up. The bundle takes care of anything that is over 100 HP in the active, and I can't remember who told me this, but the biggest threat for Terrorbox is that little Shaman, and not getting that out is just horrible.
Yeah, I mean, when I was playing Terrorbox, I felt that Shaman wasn't a huge impediment because the Terrorbox version I played was Charizard. Charizard doesn't have to care about Shaman, but you're right. This version of Terrorbox that Alejandro has is definitely a lot more behind if it does not have access to those early game Wellspring Ogerpon turns, particularly versus Dragapult. Because the minute a Dragapult got into play, this game became contested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and smart decision by putting down the Fez for Alberto. As much as having the sob target is really not the best, but having the ability to neglect a Iron Bundle whenever it comes into play, forcing Sanchez with a boss instead of a Iron Bundle puts a bit more pressure on his side. Probably needing to use 2 Noctiles instead of the 1. You can't really Crispin and Iron Bundle anymore. He has to find a way to get like a Teal Mask, E-Switch, and a boss. The full board state, he does have an Area 0 in hand, so no matter what, he is going to be spreading his hand full. At this point in time, with the Buddy Buddy Poppin' and a bundle, that's going to be really helpful. No longer really caring about the saw block now that the item lock is going to be in effect. He can just take it as slow as possible. If he does get item locked, it might be a bit of pressure, but the only Pokemon that he'll be able to be sobbing is any of the basics such as Latias and Vez.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we're going to see the Buddy Buddy Poffin fill up that bench with the other access tools, the other tools he has access to. Wow, I said that sentence backwards. And I'm not sure who I want to root for here, but I think it's going to be Alberto because Alejandro Sanchez has been on both top 8 and top 4. If Alejandro wins again, Alejandro will have hit the entire top 8 stream, which, by the way, is quite a feat for a Terrorbox player. And I think we're going to shake it up a little bit to make sure that my hope at the start of the stream, my prediction for a Enzor or Dragapult finals comes true. I'm going to root for Alberto to take 2 games here, but that's a personal opinion. I would be happy to see either player win. Both of them have played extremely well. Both of them are using interesting, different strategies, and it looks to me like Alberto is checking through his prizes. He finds the Budew, but I don't know if he's there. Where's his Dreepies? That looks like a Dracloak. Okay, there's one. Is he somehow out of Dreepies?
Yeah, two Dreepy prizes. Pretty bad here. Honestly,
I guess you had to get Budew. He could still have it in there, you know.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is because there's no way to go around this torrential pump at this point. The triple Dreepy needed to happen, but it is 1 in hand.
Okay.
So the goal, so the goal for Sanchez on this turn would be to get a Crispin and grab a rescue board for the Noctowl next turn. Putting down the jamming tower is going to be pretty bad. Not knowing that he has the Area 0 in hand, kind of useless at this point. Having that 1 damage is very interesting. I've had this scenario before of where I want to keep the Wellspring Ogerpon as healthy as possible because if it gets Badooed, it can be a really bad 2 prize trade later on in the game, as it's now within Dragapult range. So I felt like it probably would have been best to just keep it in the bench. We did just see, I think, an immediate Crispin.
Yeah, just a rapid turn. Crispin, the counter to Jamming Tower, which would have turned off the Terra Crystal. It was just Area 0, Crispin, go. Didn't even need a Noctowl. Who needs Noctowl in this establishment? Bam. Takes a knockout on the Dreepy with the energy and the Budew. So that leaves Alberto with still the ability to retreat. He's not sob locked, but only 2 Dreepy. If there's 2 Dracloak, that puts you at risk of a second Ogerpon play.
Yeah, right now we just need to set up the other Dreepy again. We need to make sure that we have something to attack later. The biggest issue right now is because no Noctowls were used, we're at a point where even with a counter catcher, nothing is going to really change anything. Because the free retreat for the Latias is just going to be an immediate retreat. So I would say this is probably a good idea for setting up later. If a Dragapult does come into play, a Wellspring Hoot Hoot Knock could be really effective because Sanchez's goal is to knock out the ones on the bench while keeping the one inactive free until the retreat. But I feel like it would probably be the strongest to retreat first, then evolve the one that is just about to take this itchy pollen damage, so that it is out of range of the Dragapult.
Yep. Phantom Dive would be able to do the remaining 6 damage counters necessary after this itchy pollen. So if you're new, that's what's going on here. Although you had a pretty good way to explain it too, Courtney.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is we're not seeing any Dracolic. Like, we have one. And if we don't see another... Oh, we have an Ultra Ball and a Dracolic.
Saved.
Who needs the Ultra Ball?
Easy.
Yeah.
Bench is too full. There's no Terra Pokemon in play for Alberto yet, so he does not get to put down up to 3 more bench Pokemon this turn. But once he gets Dragapult in play, he will be able to use Area 0 Under Depths, which Alejandro has not made full use of either. There's 3 bench spaces for him available. But we will see what happens for the rest of this turn. Checking this card, trying to make sure this is the right Recon Directive card to take. It's a less easy decision than the Ultra Ball versus the Draculac. Okay, Ultra Ball in hand. That's going to grab a Dragapult next turn. Retreat into Badu. Itchy Pollen for 10. Alejandro cannot use items. No Ultra Ball for Noctowls here.
Yeah,
Nest Ball.
Usually in this spot, having a very strong Iono is how it's going to work. I do believe he actually does have a Noctowl in hand. The Phantom is a good idea. Not needing to stall, taking that 3rd prize. But now we're in a very interesting set where the threat of knocking out the Wellspring for Dragapult is imminent. We have a 3 prize turn from Alberto coming up. So I would expect probably a counter catcher Iono here. I feel like that would probably be the strongest play. The Fez is going to draw the cards no matter what. But if we get the Iono down, it'll definitely have a weaker hand. Having only access to 2 Noctowls is still a lot, but there's still so many Noctowls in deck.
Okay. Looking through, interesting sequencing choice here. Choosing not to go for the Ultra Ball for the Dragapult right away, waiting to see what you get off the Recon Directive and the Flip the Script first. You might, if you are familiar with this game, be thinking that's a sequencing misplay. Not so. Perhaps Alberto has both Dragapult in the back of his hand already. Not even a concern. Not even a concern. You don't need to thin your deck for other cards when you already have the cards you need. Very nice. That hand size is so disgusting.
Yeah, his hand's pretty stacked. I feel like it would be beneficial to take advantage of the Area 0 at this point. What's crazy that he's only going for another Dracolic. I believe he has another Ultra Ball in hand. He just wants to get his hand to the max size, try to make sure that he finds the perfect 2 pieces. I do believe he is off in energy because he does have the Dragapult in hand. So he just needs to find that 1 basic energy because I believe the other energy in hand is a Luminous. So if we're able to get this basic, we are in the driver's seat.
This is getting exciting.
I do believe he grabbed a Night Stretcher.
Okay. I think the strategy for Alberto is very simple. Take prizes. Good move. I support that. Plays the energy down. That's enough to Phantom Dive. Evolving into Phantom Dive. Well, it's called Dragapult, but,
Oh, he has the boss in hand.
Ooh, but he used Iono this turn. I don't think he can use it. There's no counter. Oh, no. Lies. I lied.
Yeah, Iono was last turn.
Oops. They are moving at lightning speed.
I feel like at this point it would be best to take advantage of the extra space. Usually, because at this point I feel like having the ability to double Dreepy into those last 4 prizes is probably best. I don't know if he had it in hand. Oh, absolutely not. Both Duskulls are prized.
Duskulls are prized. Rip. You know what? That's not a problem. Alberto has everything he needs to start kicking names and taking names as well.
Yeah, already Sanchez is eyeing another Wellspring Ogerpon. I'm not a fan of the fact that they're both different arts, but we got to make decks work how we can. I usually go
That's true.
for I usually go for all full arts when it comes to EXs.
Mhm.
So seeing non organized arts is definitely a bit of an OCD itch.
It happens. I am a min rarity player, so I'm just like, ooh, pretty cards every time I see a full art or a secret rare or something like that, or an illustration rare. Those are just, it's bling. My eyes are shiny, full of gold. Okay, there are 2 attachments off the Crispin. Probably, I mean, you're
So
not gonna get knocked out without a Hawlucha this turn.
yeah, I was gonna say, so it
E-switch
wasn't a
is down.
Crispin.
Was it
It
an
was an
E-switch?
it was an attach return and E-switch from the Fenritom.
So there's still time.
Yeah, so there's so right now I believe we are mewing for 2. Restart ability gets you max of 3 cards in your hand. This could definitely help out significantly if we get like a way to get a teal mask. We are getting an extra draw.
Crispin,
I just see a Crispin.
Is that stretcher? Crispin stretcher Ultra Ball? A Ultra Ball for Noctowl?
Yeah, I mean, like, he has such a strong turn if he pieces it perfectly. Because what he's able to do, if he has another E-switch still in deck, he can go teal, E-switch, boss, take out 2 more Pokemon, and then next turn, you just Clefairy again.
Beautiful.
Because now that Mew and Fez are out, Aboto does have to pick and choose between either not taking the knock, just bringing it up and letting it stall for a turn because the Latias is currently just giving a free retreat, or just take out the Mew for when you do Iono them down to 1 if they have this ability.
Okay, there's the Ultra Ball discarding a Nest Ball and a Vessel. Noctowl is going to search out 2 trainer cards. Which trainer cards are we taking? What do you have here? Dana, 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 na 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 na. There's the boss. The Getsus art is so classy. Like he looks evil. I don't trust him.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is my Magic deck. I was gonna say that
What? That's a different card game.
But yeah. No. Well, I was gonna say out of the list that I
a Turo. Choosing a Turo to prevent some kind of boss stall.
Yeah, I believe. Well, actually,
lift
it
up
could be
Noctowl.
for
Lift up Noctowl.
Yeah. I was gonna say I also use the
Makes more sense.
this art as well. I think it's probably one of the best bosses arts.
Yeah.
It's definitely affordable. I can't afford that that Giovanni.
Oh, the full art Giovanni?
Yeah.
This is so sad. Every time I open a 151 ETB, I've gotten the secret rare Erica and the secret rare boss, and both times I traded them immediately for playables. People are just like, "What are you doing? That's like a mint fresh out of pack. You could PSA grade that." And I'm like, "I don't care. I want a guard deck."
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like it seems like we're getting a stall set up. Making sure that we get the pieces in our hand for when we do want to torrential pump for 2 prizes. Depending if Alberto does have a Turo in the deck list, we can just wait until Fez just hits 120 before we just torrential pump onto the onto a Dracloak. I think he just dropped the card.
Recon directive.
Oh, but we do have a monkey. Yeah, so that just denies the
demanded.
stall.
Okay, because of Area 0 underdepths, Alberto is able to have more bench Pokemon, although that's already 5 because you can't really tell because of the Dracloak turn sideways. That is 5 bench Pokemon, but he can have more than 5 if he'd like. Latias is going to make it so he can... he can't retreat this sensitivity. He gets sob-locked. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Good thing you pointed out the Monkey Dory, because Monkey Dory is your core answer to being sob-locked. If Sob continues to keep a Pokemon you don't want in the active stuck in the active, then you can just keep accumulating damage turn after turn after turn while your opponent passes and passes and passes. Except Monkey Dory will let you move those energy back onto those damage counters back onto Alejandro, meaning that draw pass strategy only hurts you in the long run. It is a very critical component to make sure you do not get retreat locked by things like Evoltol or Wellspring or Knockley or Sudowoodo, Ethan Sudowoodo to be specific.
Yeah,
So, very
specifically,
strong
I'm fearing the fact that if Sanchez gets a bit greedy and goes for another Soblock, 1 Turo can just completely take the game out, because what he can do is he can Turo the Fez. He can first monkey onto the fan, Turo for the Fez, and then take out the Wellspring and the fan for the 3 prizes. We're at a point where Sanchez needs to like be aggressive.
Turo lifts up the Rotom, preventing that play.
Yeah, the only thing is that we do still have the 70 HP Hoot. That's a big issue. We might have to see all of them get evoed this turn, which does limit Sanchez's ability to find cards if Alberto gets a sneaky Iono, especially with how big that hand is.
Although even with the Noctowls in play, Monkey Dory will make it hypothetically possible to take 7 prizes in a turn. Now it would be over a 2-turn combo of putting a damaged Noctowl, so it would take 2 turns or maybe 2 Monkey Dories to get this done. But it is possible. Okay, there's the Mega Mawile. We might see the Mega Mawile come out this game. This is going to be exciting. Mega Mawile deals with his first attack 60 damage times the number of prize cards your opponent has taken. With its second attack, Big Bite, it deals 260. So, it's 80 times the number of prize cards taken.
Yeah, so
that's
it
too
is,
high. That's too
high.
Yeah,
it is a knock on Fez, which is terrifying. However, if this Hoot does not get evolved this turn, we do have a Hawlucha option.
Okay, there's Mew EX coming back down.
Yeah, I feel like Sanchez is. Sorry, I definitely feel like Sanchez's goal here is he needs to make sure that everything's evolved, but he does sob.
Whee!
If we can see this Turo. I don't know what I think. Shock. Is a critical turn.
What do you have? What did you recon direct?
It's a jamming tower.
Okay. That could bump something off your bench that you don't want there. But it would also be used to move those Noctowls out of the play. So you'd be blocking yourself out of using Hawlucha in that scenario. So not ideal.
Yeah.
Okay, a Psychic Energy. That's not going to let you retreat under Saw Block, but, a couple more turns of this, you could start using Pheasandipity's attack to take a prize off of a Noctowl or a Hoot Hoot.
Yeah,
Buddy Poffin.
I think Alberto is... I think he has a way to pick up right now. I think he's digging for that. Well, now that we're currently soloing this, we're at a point right now where we need to see a Turo this turn. It's very interesting to see how we're going to be playing this. Obviously, we're going to be Monkey Dorying, I believe, onto a Noctowl will be best. Turo has already been used, so one more sob into like I said, a Turo, he would be getting knocked. I don't see a Turo in the deck. Which I believe we're just gonna be we're gonna be stalling until the sun comes up. But just having one pass here, I believe we just need to see how Alberto is going to be able to get out of this. If he has no pickup, this is just horrible. There's just no way for him to win this matchup. He's locked in there. The Monkey Dory stalling is only hurting him. So we just need to see either Sanchez make the first move by energy torrential pump, or we are going to go for a knock onto the Fez. Knowing that there are no Duskulls makes it very safe to do this play.
Okay, and we're seeing a Noctowl grab off the Ultra Ball, so that is why the damage went onto the other Noctowl rather than immediately onto the Hoot Hoot, because you're going to be able to use a Hawlucha to put the 7th damage counter down necessary to put Noctowl at a potential knockout, depending on what damage is on Alberto's board at the end of this turn. So let's take a quick look. Shuffling through the deck there. There's not a lot left to grab out of the Noctowl search. We're hoping to see maybe a Crispin to put the last energy onto the Mega Mawile, start knocking out the Pheasantipity, and Crispin is not the grab. I think we might be out of Crispins. There's an E-Switch, though. E-Switch would be enough to start charging up maybe a big bite from the Mawile or the first attack. What is it called? Chomp something? It's cute.
It's gobbled down.
Gobble down? Oh, we're
Yes.
eating. Oh, we're eating.
Yeah, it is gobble. Well, the 80 per prize card is actually the first attack.
Ayo, E-Switch? I mean, we could have seen like an E-Switch Crispin play, but Mew is going to search or use reset. I am losing it. It's going to use restart to draw 2 cards. And
Oh,
it's
he's
going to be
setting up
attachment
for
on the
the
Mew. He's going to use
Fez.
Mew. He's going to use the Fezzidipity against it. It's going to be crazy. It's going to go sicko mode.
This is gonna be really funny. But the only issue right now.
Oh, he didn't have it.
Yeah, the biggest issue right now is he needs to have a 3 prize turn coming up because now Monkey is going to put damage on the Noctowl that already has damage. If Mew comes up for a swing, just 1 retreat, you gotta knock on Mew, you gotta knock on Noctowl. So I
nothing
feel
on
like he
Alberto's-
had to be aggressive this play.
He does, but nothing on Alberto's side of the board is going to be knocked out by a Mew EX using Phantom Dive. There's nothing at 60 damage counters or less, unless there's some sort of way to get Duskull into play. No, those are both prized anyway. Maybe Hawlucha?
Yeah.
Is there, maybe there's like a lone Monkey Dory or something? I doubt it. The Terror Box doesn't run Monkey Dory. Okay, Saab is going to put 20 damage onto the Mega Maw while Alberto is looking through his massive hand. Could Alejandro win by deck out? Is that
You
an
possibly
option?
could. I think it was an incorrect play to put it on the Mawile. You have a perfect turn to just set up the Noctowl and Phantom Dive. So I'm a bit curious as to why he did that. Mega Mawile only went to 250 HP at this point. There is still a Crispin in the deck.
This is going to get nasty.
Well,
Yeah, there's a
no, my
Pikachu
apologies.
EX.
That was the discard pile.
Yeah.
And Pikachu.
Pikachu EX has the ability that prevents it from being knocked out if it has no damage counters on it, although a single Monkey Dory ping could change that in a heartbeat. Its attack for a lightning, grass, and metal energy deals 300 damage, discards all this energy. Instead, we are going to see the attachment onto the Mew EX. Mew EX is going to copy Fezzindipity, discard the Dracoloac. That's going to take 1 prize for Alejandro. All Alberto needs to do is find a Hawlucha and take the last 3 prizes by knocking out this Mew and this Noctowl. Definitely a huge misplay by moving the energy, the damage counters onto the Mawile instead of onto the Noctowl. Maybe there was afraid of like a Turo play, but I don't like to see it. I think Alberto has this game. He just needs to get the Hawlucha. There's the Hawlucha. Hawlucha's going to put a damage counter onto the Mawile. And look at Alejandro shaking.
Yeah, he realized it.
He knows. He realizes.
He has the bear. Oh, it's the counter catcher bear.
Oh, he's going to use the counter.
He's got the 3 prizes.
Oh, that's a style play. He had 2 win conditions in the same hand.
Oh my god! I wasn't even considering that. No way. He took it. He surprised me. I'll tell you what. Actually, no. I feel like that would make more sense though, because if the list played 2 Turos, having that damage be picked up and then into another Noctowl later on is going to be horrible. So just having that basic there, just for threats, especially for next turn, because if he didn't take this win, he would have just brought up the Mawile, put another metal on it, and then just knocked everything on the board. It's a very smart play by Alberto.
Incredible. Now, we have Game 3 going on, but before you are taken off the stream, I'm actually going to pop off the stream real quick, take a quick break. You will have a second co-caster with you. I will jump back in, just trying to like to hang out, but it's going to be a 3-caster stream again. Are you all good with that?
I'm more than fine with that.
Okay, beautiful. I'm going to make sure I am full of energy for our finals. It is quite the feat going for a full 2 days at 6 a.m. I don't know about starting at 6 a.m. for EU streams again. I might do it. I might be crazy enough to do it. But in the meantime, we're going to add a 3rd caster to our call. This is going to be Mel. I don't have quite an intro for Mel. However, if you would like to introduce yourself, you did introduce yourself yesterday when you were casting with Andres Lostanau, but we didn't get enough time to do that setting up for Game 2. So if you'd like to, have at it.
Yeah. So for everyone who did not watch the stream yesterday, my name is Courtney Rabers, also known as After Crash VT. I am a competitive Pokemon streamer for a team known as Project Artemis. We do a lot of content related to the Pokemon TCG scene. We have an active YouTube channel, we have a Menify page, and I do the video editing for them. I have a few projects on my own personally, but I'm very excited to come back and do a top 4 game with my wonderful co-hosts. I'm very excited to see this next game with Mel, and we already have this game set up. A fantastic start by Sanchez. Basically, the same thing what happened last game. Latias start by Alberto. We're going to be having we'll have a fan call probably coming up, but it seems like we have a way to get it in the hand. Ditto for the Wellspring. We do see the Ultra Ball. Teal, I feel like will probably be the best play right now. You would Teal for the energy and then go ahead and draw. I haven't seen a deck play Lily yet. Having the Clefairy and the discard is a bit of a threat to Alberto to be like, hey, it is in deck. All I need is one Night Stretcher and then a Crispin, and then you're cooked.
Courtney, I just added Mel to the call as well. Mel, if you want to say hello, feel free to do so.
Hi, everybody. I am so excited to be here. This has been such a fun watch this weekend, not just the event, but also the stream. Hanging out in chat all weekend has been such a great time. Also, Courtney, fantastic job the last game. Really fun to watch. I really loved as the games are wrapping up, you can kind of see the players, the gears turning in their heads, and the way you all caught that as that was happening, especially with Alberto's massive hand for the past couple of turns. It's almost like when the players have more options, you don't really know which way they're going to go. So that was a super fun way to wrap up that last game.
Oh, and a top deck.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, having the top deck buddy probably saved this game. The big issue right now is the hand disruption probably needs to go into effect. We didn't get a good
Immediately,
look.
right?
Yeah, we didn't get a good look at Alberto's hand. If there is an Iona, which there is, this buddy might be a Badoo and a Dreepy, but I feel like double Dreepy is probably the safest here.
I think I also missed it. Did we have anything devastating in the prizes this time? I know Alberto had those 2 Duskulls toward the top last time, so that was a little bit rough.
I don't think they actually showed the prizes for this one. What? Well, actually, no. I think they did, but I think they briefly showed it. I didn't see anything. I could go back. 1 moment.
Amazing. Something else I always think about, especially with this matchup, I am a Terrabox enjoyer. I love a toolbox style deck. I love when you have multiple options you can put in, kind of depending on the meta or sort of how you're feeling. There's lots of fun things you can do. But with Dragapult, I love that it plays the cute little Badoo, and I think all the time about how many players must have a vendetta against a random adorable Pokemon, specifically because of a game matchup like this.
Yeah. Well, I'm honestly very happy that I have another Terrabox fan in here.
Yes, yes.
And I completely agree with you. I do think it's funny that this is the third ever Badoo printing for the Pokemon TCG, and yet it has probably been the most impactful since its release in Prismatic. So I do have the prizes up on my screen for those that did not see it. Alberto prized Brock Scouting, Boss's Orders, Dreepy, Jamming Tower, a Fire, and a Psychic, while Sanchez prized a E-Switch, a 1/1 of Hoot Noctowl, a Fan Rotom, Latias, and Vessel.
That E-Switch has been pretty versatile, and we saw it last game too. I wasn't expecting the Mew play, and I know Alejandro, we kind of saw him shake his head as soon as he did the promote. But I'd be really curious to know what his line of thinking was there, especially since we didn't have something like the Clefairy in play. So even if there was sort of a switch out to get that Dragapult up to the active, like you mentioned too, there was nowhere for those 6 damage counters to go, where it really would have been impactful to take that third prize. So I'm hoping we see some E-Switch action this game too.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure on the list that Sanchez has, but usually they run 2 to 3 E-Switches.
Yeah.
So we definitely still have access to them in the future. Having the Teal Mask down now is really good. Having the ability to draw a card while also putting energy on the board for the E-Switch, and just having a way to take knocks with it, because 30 times the amount of energy on both active Pokemon is really important. But obviously
Yeah.
we went for the torrential pump with only one Dreepy.
I was gonna say, especially with Alberto only having that one Dreepy, you could kind of see his hand placement, that disappointment, that like, oh no, like you can't see on my bench, there's only one. But sure enough, it did hit the discard pile.
Yeah, this hand isn't the strongest. We do have a Lily,
We have a Lilies.
which could help. We
Courtney, I'm
were-
so curious. While we're talking about lilies, I saw a post from Jake Gearhart this past week about the lilies versus Iono debate and when it's more impactful than the other one. Obviously, we're at 6 prizes still for Alberto, so he's going to get that full 8 cards. But when you're thinking about maybe putting away cards that aren't as impactful or that you don't want to see again off of a draw, what do you think about?
So usually when it comes to my decision between an Iono and a Lily's Determination, I usually consider where my opponent's hand is in relation to size, the strength, and what information I already have on it. So if I'm going against a Noctowl engine, knowing that a Fan Rotom has been used for a Noctowl, I'm going to try to disrupt that hand as much as possible. But if I'm going for a list that doesn't necessarily um, give too much information or their hand isn't much to disrupt, and I still want to see some of the cards in my hand later on in this turn, or for example, me playing Gardevoir a lot, I would consider having a Vessel still in my hand, even though that I have an energy to discard. So if I put down everything that I can without those two, and I drop the Lily, I could see that Vessel energy come in later, so that I can grab the 2 energy, discard it with an Ultra Ball, and then get more energy than usual. Because a lot of new players are having issues understanding that, because usually you would like to in your hand as much as possible for the 8 cards, but sometimes just seeing those cards again later on is just so beneficial, especially for like Alberto, because he had the bear, and then the bear is going to be coming back later on in the game, but it was the only card in his hand, so doing the Lily is perfectly fine here.
My gasp there was that we got the Night Stretcher. I did see he had another one in hand off of the lilies, but as soon as we did that Buddy Poffin for a single Dreepy, I could just feel Alejandro maybe like getting ready for that second torrential pump. I know for myself as a Terravox enjoyer, I am a little bit on, I would say like the greedier side. I typically will opt for the torrential pump, even if that means like getting rid of the rest of the resources in my hand, because that double knock, especially on an evolutions deck, is so satisfying. But I am happy to see Alberto. He did have that Night Stretcher if he needed it. He had the second Dreepy in hand, so we are all good there.
Yeah,
And it looks like an Itchy Pollen to pass the turn.
Yeah, when I played Terrabox to the Full Grip 3K, I actually didn't run a Ditto. So usually my play is to be very patient with my opponent, see where he goes for, or my opponent goes for their turn. I specifically remember a game where it was against Raging Bolt, and they already had to use a Prime Catcher early, and I was just dead drawing. So I just went, here's the Latias. I have multiple ways to bring up Latias and Fez. I'm gonna just stall until you deck out, and I won. So the fact that you mentioned it earlier, that this list has so many outs, like you can Saw block for a deck for a deck out. You can Torrential Pump bully your opponent if they don't have a Shaman, like a against Gardevoir or Dragapult, or even end Zoroark early on. But there's just so many options with a Noctowl list like this. Like I think of Eevee's Terrabok list, like they're the most diverse in this format so far.
And Courtney, I'm curious. So it looks like we are setting up for that torrential pump. We have the Badoo in active. Oh, we saw Sob.
I think this is
Never mind. I was gonna
okay.
say we were looking at maybe the Dusclops on the bench, or perhaps even the Dreepy with the energy attached. And I'm also a bit curious. We did bench the Mawile early. How are we feeling about that?
I think it's perfectly okay. 2 prizes can be taken a lot quicker. It just more or less depends where the structure of this match is going to go. Sanchez has been given the information last game. There are no Turors in the deck. There are no rare candies in the deck. So he can just stop and then watch his opponent struggle, while he can just set up for next turn. He can just attach and then boss for both Draco. So I feel like this is the strongest play. He doesn't really care for for an item lock. The boss's orders might have been a bit annoying, But I wouldn't be surprised if he just had a way to retreat the knocked owl and then get exactly what he wanted. Because usually, Terra Box always has it.
They always do. And we do see Alberto draw into that ace spec off of the Iono. So that could potentially open up some options as we get a little further in. Dusknor hit the board. I am hoping to see a second Dracloak this turn. I know we saw last game he was able, it was looking grim, but he was able to chain the two off of the first recon directive. So I am hoping to see a second one hit the board this turn.
Ooh.
Hello, chat. I'm rejoining. How are you doing?
Welcome back. We've been having such a great time. Game 3, we are off to the races. We saw a super early torrential pump on a lone Dreepy on the bench. We saw a Lilies over some Iono hand disruption. And then it looks like Alberto did get a bit more setup this past turn.
You're absolutely nailing it. I'm okay to hop off if you guys want to cover the whole match. I just wanted to say hi, Melissa. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you. Yes, this has been great. Thanks for having me this weekend. I know yesterday the early mornings are just a bit tough with these time zones, but I'm looking forward. If you keep this up for the rest of the season, I am seated. I will be here. I'll be in the chat. I'd love to participate. This has been such a fun time.
Please do. I saw you in chat yesterday. I was like, yes, but that's me. And Courtney as well. You have both been excellent, and thank you for what is honestly a fabulous duo. I do not want to interrupt.
Thank you.
All right, and then it looks like I think I missed it here. What is the deck search that we're doing on Alejandro's side?
I think it's a Crispin.
Oh, yep, that looks like where we're going. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so we have a very strong issue with Alberto's board. There is no second Dracloak. Though we are having a wonderful point on the fact that there are no tools available. So Crystal is currently offline. There are no there are no two energy torrential pumps. If there is an E-switch in hand, Alberto might just have to let this game go at this point. Like, Sanchez has just been on a roll with getting exactly what he wants, but it seems like his choice right now is proving that he does not have the E-switch, because having the E-switch here would just, I would consider closing the game out. Like, having no ability to get up a Dragapult next turn is just so awful.
I know. I really wish we saw that second Dracloak last turn, just so we could avoid a situation like this. This does open up the Pheasantipity, so we might see maybe a bit of a comeback from Alberto. And I know that is the scary thing with these Dragapult decks, is that sometimes it is okay to let your opponent get a little bit ahead in the prize race, because you can kind of sweep up and do a few things, take multi-prize turns more than one turn in a row. I also love seeing players read cards on stream. I love this so much. I think it is just a testament to how many fun options there are in deck building, and then I feel a little bit less bad when I'm out at the tables reading my opponent's cards too.
Yeah, I mean, like, even the top deck, even the top tables need to understand where these new cards are. I will say though, I absolutely love the art of this Mega Mawile by the KCG Works. Yeah, I think honestly the Mega full arts are probably one of the prettiest. Even though that I have a soft spot for the full arts for the normal EXs. I do think the early Mawile bench is a bit not good, in my opinion. So
This is what I was thinking. I was like, Courtney, I have to talk about this because it feels so early. And then I feel like Alejandro really put all his cards on the table, because once we get the Wellspring Mask out, we know that's kind of where we're leading for that second attacker. And it's 3 prizes on board.
Yeah, because right now it's a little bit of a punish. There's no Latias available because it is prized. I'm guessing there's probably an air balloon in the deck. It'd be very strange if there isn't. So,
yes, we saw it last game, right at the end.
Yeah, so I think benching a small while for 3 prizes is not good, because I can think of a turn, literally this turn, of where we can put 2 prizes onto the pop the Dusknor onto the Mawile, take 4 prizes this turn, and then just tell your opponent, you need to get this Lily's Determination. Oh, not as Lily, but just Lily's Clefairy, or your cards.
And
It
then we
is, I
basically
believe,
crippled
already in the
Alejandro's
discard.
board because there's no comeback because our lone Hoot is out. Even if we take a turn to Turo the Noctowl, because we did see Alejandro play Turo last game, that still is going to take another 2 turns to get back to having that search ability. So I'd be really curious to see if Alberto can pull that off this turn.
Yeah, there already has been, I believe, 2 Crispins used in the discard pile. The Lily is also there too, but I believe Sanchez has a Night Stretcher in hand. We're at a point where it's if Alberto does get a bit greedy and takes out the Mawile now, I feel like it'll be it might bite him later, but I feel like it might just be best to just knock the Hoot, like put 200 damage on the teal, knock out the Hoots, no way to draw. You have the Dragapult for next turn. You can take 4 prizes next turn.
Or
and
5 if we get the Mawile, right?
yeah, true, absolutely. You're absolutely correct on that.
And
But
that's a clean sweep.
yeah,
And that's gotta be
I
so
think
scary staring down a Dragapult like that in the active.
yeah, I think this plays significantly better. Mawile still can't do massive damage. Teal only has the treasure pump only has 1 real target, which is the Drake Cloak. But like at this point, like Sanchez needs to decide where he's gonna go, because now he's been put into an awkward situation, a fork of where if he brings up the teal, he has 4 prizes. He has the ability to get a counter catcher next turn for the Mawile. Like there's so many ways for Alberto to take these last 5 prizes, which is
We
crazy
have
to
to
say.
I think this turn we have to see the Lily's Clefairy come out from Alejandro. Did we see that at all this set?
So the Clefairy was one of the first things discarded. I believe it is.
Gotcha.
I
Oh,
believe
and
it
that's
was
for the Night
discarded for the
Stretcher.
Ultra Ball.
Perfect. So we have to see the Lily's Clefairy comes out because Alejandro must take 2 prizes to turn that Dusknoir off because that would eliminate our 5 prize turn setup. But the only issue is Clefairy only has 190 HP, so now we're looking at a return with the Dragapult. And then placing the damage counters again on the Ogerpon. So now that's going to take us down to a 1-1. And then Alejandro at that point potentially has Mawile as a cleanup option. We would maybe have to see some. I don't even think we would have to see a Gust at that point. So I think that really is Alejandro's way to win this game.
Yeah, I think we're
Ooh,
at
but we're seeing the attach here.
4, 5, 6.
No.
So yeah, so the big thing is I don't believe Teal can knock. So I think with no area 0, I think we're at a point where he just loses, because now
I
it's
think
just a
that's it.
Noctowl. It's not a Noctowl. It's a Noir to Mawile counter catcher, and then just take 5 prizes.
Yeah, we really had to see the Clefairy come back out of the discard this turn. I think that was Alejandro's only way back into it. Leaving enough prizes to keep that Dusknoir as an open option, that really is tough. Does Alberto have the Gust? Have we seen that in his hand yet?
I don't believe he has the Gust currently.
Okay, we do have a Draw Cloak online, so that's not it's not totally ruled out.
Yeah.
Thinning is winning, as they say, so
Here we
maybe
go.
we won't see some thinning first either.
For a Night Stretcher.
That's not bad. I don't hate that as having just an option.
Yeah. I think we're at a point where we got the monkey. Oh, the monkey could
Oh.
oh wow. The monkey could open up for a possible prize dig. If he the thing is that if he picks it in order, he won't grab the boss. Is the biggest thing. The bosses will be the next card if he goes in order.
And Courtney, something I think about all the time, it's so important when you're doing prize checking at the beginning of the game. Even if you don't get all 6, my number one thought is I always look for game winning and game losing cards. Gust options, that's a game winning card. If I can at any point choose which prize cards I'm taking, I think that 100% sets me up for success. So I think Alberto having that information out, we see the Iono anyway. I think that's still fine.
I mean, he
I
just needs
think
to
it
get a
doesn't
counter
matter
catcher.
at this point. It really is his game to win.
It's just at a point where he just needs the counter catcher and he wins. He does have the counter catcher.
And there it is. There it is.
His game.
Where's the top deck graphic? Top deck.
Let's see if he sees it. Counter
Top
catcher the
deck!
Mawile.
Yeah, wow.
GG.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say
I
like
guess it doesn't matter. We still
no
have the
matter
single
what.
prizes. Oh, there it is. Wow, what another testament. Like we said, Dragapult really is a comeback deck. Even though Alejandro had such an astounding strong start, we had a full turn without any Dreepies on the bench, or with the lone Dreepy being knocked out. It just, at the end of the day, it really didn't matter. What amazing foresight from Alberto to see those lines, see the prize mapping. Really, really great.
Yeah, congratulations to
Incredible.
Alberto.
And congratulations to both of y'all. That cast was so harmonious and beautiful. I'm just sitting here going like, it's cinema. It's absolute kino.
Thank you so much.
And Courtney, I would totally do this again with you. This was such a great time.
Yeah, an absolute blast casting with you.
Michaela, are we going to keep it on for the player interviews? Because if we have some time, I have some hot take questions for both of you.
Ooh. Oh my goodness, we have to get these hot takes.
Amazing. Well, that's actually my question. I'd love to hear, what are your hot takes in the TCG right now?
Courtney, would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
I would like you to go first. I need to develop a hot take right now.
Okay. Well, my previous hot take was that Kangaskhan is a really good and undervalued card, but then Milwaukee happened, and that's no longer a hot take. That's now a nice freezing October sweater weather take. So
yes, that's so funny. I love a coin flip. Coin flips just called to me, and so when Kangaskhan I saw it was printed, I said, I'm so in, I'm ready. I opened my box, and I pulled 3. It's a sign.
Beautiful.
It's a sign.
Beautiful. Did you get the alt art?
I did. It is gorgeous. Oh my gosh, the art. I love it's almost like a firework kind of with the pastel orange and the mosaic pieces all together. So fun.
Okay, I've got my hot take. I think Tinglu EX is a good card and is underplayed. Tinglu EX from how they evolved.
Stop.
You know what? We're talking about hot takes. We're talking about hot takes. It's a good card.
That's a art take, honestly.
It's the only card that blocks Monkey Dory. Underplayed.
Oh well, I guess for right now we do have Battle Coliseum coming out next set.
Stadium. That does nothing. You could just bump your stadium. You know, I mean, it does not nothing. But it's basically
Yeah, but I can counter capture the Tinglu.
Okay.
I can counter capture the Tinglu, double Monkey Dory onto it, and Screamtail.
Okay.
Nah, that won't happen. It's okay.
You don't got it. You don't got it.
All right. Well, now that I've exposed myself, what is your hot take for the TCG?
My hot take right now is I think Control is underused right now. I think Control is in a very good place. And I think that if a good list is cracked, I think that it could easily take over. We have a lot of Pokemon with abilities. We have a lot of stall methods with like Ethan the Sudowoodo, as you said earlier. We have the Bulbasaur now. We have the Shuckle for stalling. I did play a fun, only basic control list of where Lily's Determination was kind of the main draw engine. I think it has legs, but we definitely still need the Pidgeot. There isn't a way for us to get every piece that we need. I'm a huge control player. I played Pidgeot control to Orlando 24 and Toronto 24. And I played stall for half of the 2024 season. So
I did as well. I did as well. Courtney, I am also a stall or a control enjoyer.
Very nice.
Well, it seems like we're both going to get along pretty well because we both like Terrabox, we both like stall. So
Yes, it's so fun. I had a pivotal moment, I would say, in my TCG career. I was playing a lot of stall, a lot of control. I was having a great time. And then I showed up at I think it was a cup maybe. I was playing Chen Pao and I played against Snorlax round 1. And as a Snorlax player, we eat those up. We eat those up all day long. I had the worst time. And I was like, man, I'm doing this to other people. And that was enough for me. I came home. Snorlax came out of the sleeves, went back in the binder, back to the piles, and that was all she wrote.
In the mirror.
I did. And I remember I was there with my friends, my testing group, and I was telling them, and they were like, Melissa, I hate to break this to you, but that's you, baby girl. Like, you have been doing this to people too. So
yeah, I remember I was worried, especially locally before I moved to Illinois, about me playing stall and control to like challenges and cups. Everyone reassured me because I remember the quote that kept on coming up, which was, "We hate you for playing the deck, but we love you for you." So
Yes.
like I'm happy that you care for me anyways. Back out.
Yeah. That's so fun. Those are both really great hot takes. I would love to share mine if that's
Yes,
okay.
please.
And this is a phrase I tell my testing group all the time, and I know they hate it. I always say anything worth playing 4 of is worth playing 3 of. And this might just be a bad take, but that's my hot take. Because if we're looking at a TCG deck as odds, right? And odds of drawing into something, and you need to make space. If I'm playing all 4 ofs, if I just go to all 3 ofs, I have more space.
This is
And
the
if the
hottest
odds
take.
are the same across, Courtney, I see you thinking about it.
Oh no! Oh no! Hot take. Hot take for sure.
I have a
Scorching hot
neutral
take.
stance on this.
How do
can
you have a
agree,
neutral stance on this?
I can agree and disagree depending on the list.
If it helps, I'm always looking for space for 4 crushing hammers. So that's really where this originates from. And so in my head, I'm like, if I just go down to all 3 ofs, I have my space for my fun, silly cards.
Oh, so
My
you
other
must be the only jelly crushing hammer list that I see on ladder.
I was really into Dragapult hammers for quite a while. Shout out Henry Brand. If you see this, I love it. Dragapult hammers. It was so fun because Dragapult, it kind of just operates by itself, you know, like 200 damage to the active, 60 ping to the bench anywhere you want. That is good alone. And so you can have this Dragapult package and kind of build what I call the silly or the fun around it. And I think it's still effective because you're, at the end of the day, you're still taking prize cards. Like, you're still doing that. So if I can have fun with my own package on the outside, I'm so in.
For sure.
So you're gonna play Dragapult with 3 Dreepies?
I mean, maybe. I
Yeah,
might.
does it apply to the Pokemon as well, or just trainers? The 3 of them?
Well, true.
I think it could apply to everything.
Oh my god.
Scolding take.
There's
That
no
might be
shot.
Deserts with water.
But
I love it. I love the confidence.
If I see a 3-3-2 Dragapult line, I must be in.
Just call me up.
I must be in the deepest pits of the distortion world, honestly.
You know what's funny about
That's a Giratina take.
Y'all mentioned 4 Dittos. Again, I'm making a Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh video, and I did it was a pro Yu-Gi-Oh player, but he's started playing Pokemon, and he's like trying to innovate his own deck, and he was like, I think every single Pokemon deck should play 4 Dittos. It's the best card you guys have. Like, why does not every deck play 4 Dittos? And I was like, what?
Does he know?
What does he know that we don't?
I know, right?
That's so fun. Can you imagine? I think about this too all the time. There are so many fun decks, I think, that live at the local level that we just don't get to see or hear about because they may not make it to these large stages. And can you imagine just rolling up to your locals and playing against a quad Ditto?
That'd be insane.
Wild,
Quit the
right?
game levels. Quit the game.
I'm
You
picturing
can't
the
win.
buddy
That's too much aura.
poppins,
With the game, they're too
switches.
powerful. Yeah, I don't know if you listened earlier, Mel, but I was actually making a fact that I think the last time such massive switches were like in effect was like Entei Valiant. I feel like that would be. I feel like that would be the only way you could like really put Ditto back on the map. Also, I do want to say shout out to the 2 people that are on the stream, Amy and Emily.
I was going to say the same thing. It has been so fun to watch their run this week. I love seeing when people from the desk or from any of our casters, when they participate in the events. And I love just kind of like tracking how they're doing and just to keep up with that and to get to cheer both of these amazing people on from both sides. It has been so fun this weekend too.
Absolutely. I will say that I only had one experience playing across Emily, as she was a local of mine before she departed from the United States. Always a great person to talk to, fantastic person to be across the table. I did find out that her winning in was against Dan TDM.
Yes, I saw her post
Dan
about that.
Hokeman is playing currently.
Dan the Minecraft guy. Although he's not in finals, that's going to be the privilege of Alberto and question mark. Could be Piper, could not be Piper. Depends. Let's see if Limitless Labs tells
Dan was
us.
playing Poltzard.
Have you seen? I don't remember where the graphic ended up. Do we know what the other top 4 match was?
Dragapult and I want to say Oh, it was
Zoroark.
Dragapult Zoroark. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No.
I would love
we
to see
actually
Zoroark
did.
make it to the finals. I would love to see. I love Dragapult. So fun, and also make some room. Get out of here. We've seen you enough.
Yeah. Okay, so the match between Piper and Alexander is still going on. They have not figured out who's going to finals yet, but if it is Piper, that means the end Zoroark Dragapult prediction came true at the start of the stream.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see where this last match is. Let's just see if Zoroark just gets handed the win again.
If we do still have a bit of time, I have a couple more questions that I would love to ask you all. I
Please
was in
do.
chat yesterday just asking our casters questions, and when I asked Jeremy toward the end of the day, I'd love to hear about a core memory you have from your time either playing Pokemon, either at an event, an experience you had. I love hearing trainer stories. So if you have a core memory you'd like to share, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I would say for me, biggest core memory that I have was, I would say, the start of my um, more, I would say, networked experience socially. I didn't really do a lot of things outside of just playing the tournament, going with the local, eating food, and then just going to bed. Ever since NEIC 2024, um, I met my wonderful boss at the time for Girl Power, Eliza. Um, I met my current partner Sky, and all of her friends, and then something just in that tournament just clicked in me. I did the second best that I ever did for a regional at that time because I was playing stall. I was on my winning in and lost to a lost Tina. I had a really good first game by Misfortuning Sisters 3 switches. Um, but then the other two games were just an absolute nightmare to play against. Um, I and like thinking about how I transitioned from being not social to like I have people now coming up to me and saying hi, and like thinking about how I've like come to be friends with like I would say probably 30% of the people that play Pokemon online now. I feel really good to know that, especially with my upbringing and how I put my emotions on my sleeve and I show that I'm very energetic and like I'm a very good person to come up to. I feel like it's very nice to know that there's another figure in the scene where it's like, hey, come up to somebody, and you can just lay your heart out and they'll listen. Like we need people like that in the scene.
Courtney, that is so good to hear. And I think that brings up such an interesting point, too. There is a difference between being welcomed and being invited. And I think when you make that transition from being just a participant or an attendee in a space to being someone who has community and is wanted and is invited into spaces, I think that really changes your whole experience, right? Like just
Yeah.
showing up to a locals and like knowing some people, like a little wave, like that's great. But when you go somewhere and people recognize you and they want to chat with you, and I just think that's so cool. So I love that. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, I was specifically gonna mention a scenario where like I had so obviously I do VTubing, so my face isn't really on covers at all. So like when people come up to me, I don't even know them, and like people come up to me like, "Oh, hi, Courtney," and stuff like that. Like, you know me. I specifically remember NEIC 2025 where I was talking to Oat Milk Girly on Twitter, saying hi, and Victoria was also talking to her, and I was just like, "Hey, you don't know me?" After Crash on Twitter, and then I just get pointed at. It's like you're After Crash, and then immediately gets followed. So it's like I think it's awesome to know that like somewhere in a micro celebrity on Twitter where it's like, oh, people know me. It's weird. It's definitely weird, especially 23 years of just kind of being an introvert. Being welcomed into a community that's just so warming because like I've learned a lot in the past year that I've done in the past like 5 since I came back for Champions Path. Like this community is so amazing. Like for people who are wanting to just get into the space, we're always welcoming. Like, just come in. We're gonna give you a big warm hug, and everyone's gonna be lovey-dovey.
Speaking of, we are about to welcome in our next caster to the stream. She is well known. I've seen a lot of people shouting her out on Twitter this weekend, so I'm particularly excited to see her come on. This is Kara, also known as Shining Espeon. And with that, that means our two current casters, Mel and Courtney, it has been a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
And I'll see you for another regional. I'll probably be here for Vegas. I'm going to Toronto.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I will cover
See
as
you
many
around.
regionals as I can. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, now we are going to go into finals. According to the stream, we have approximately 1 minute and 42 seconds until that happens. So that's going to give us a little bit of time to welcome in Shining Espeon. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. My camera's not on, so let me turn that on. So you can see mostly my cat right now, who has decided to be front and center of the stream. There we go. You know, let's give her a second in the spotlight. Okay, my dear, I have work to do.
That's true. We've got game 1 of finals coming up. There are a lot of exciting things to talk about, but let's start with just this one. Can you give us a bit of an introduction about yourself?
Yes, absolutely. I am Kara, aka Shining Espeon. Yeah, my big thing is commentary. So right now I'm doing a whole retro Pokemon in commentary, which I have found a way to converge. So I do a weekly stream where I just provide the coverage for whatever the big retro locals of the week is, the DCE Deluxe, the James G tournament circuit, the Hole in Locals. So basically every week I am streaming 1 to 2 retro tournaments on my own channel. I also have been jumping on the Tournament of Doom standard streams as often as possible. I am just going to commentate every single thing I can get my hands on. So that's what I'm here for.
Excellent. And I'm very excited actually to hear about this retro series. I have really enjoyed all the retro games that I've played, but I've never quite done it. However, I will note that we are about to go into the game in about 5 seconds. So do you want to cover that first, or would you like to talk about maybe the retro series so people can get... oh, wait, they're going to go into like a thing anyway. We've got time for the retro series. Go ahead.
All right, best of both worlds. Yes, so basically, it's strictly grassroots. It is just players who are passionate, trying to get together, regular retro Pokemon play. So the James G and the DCE Deluxe are essentially the same idea. It's a different format every week, and they're each alternating weeks. So 1 week you have a James G tournament, 1 week you have a DCE Deluxe, but that means every week you have a tournament with the same structure going on. And it's going to be like usually 5 rounds of Swiss cut to a double elimination top 4. So a fair bit of Pokemon action. And like I said, different format every week. So players with different like expertise have opportunities to shine, and players who are just really like multi-talented and retro can really start to make a name for themselves. We have some pretty much certified legends now from just all the different formats that they have shined in. And then there's also the Hole in Locals initiative out of Europe, and that is a strictly focused on the EX block, Ruby and Sapphire through Power Keepers. And that's just literally a locals for that format, encouraging players to bring their favorite decks or play with some new stuff. So it's a lot of fun. But oh my goodness, I do not want to take away from our finals starting right now. This is a really exciting pair up. Oh, hold on. Are we watching top 4?
I think so. This is exciting. All right, we're going to get a little bit of... Oh, wait. They didn't even start the game yet. We are going to get both top 4s. That means there's going to be more spots for people to cast. This is fantastic. This means the stream can keep going. This means more opportunities. And it means we're going to get to see if Piper can win this game. This is crazy. This is crazy, right? This is crazy.
Piper's been on a tear since the tail end of the season here. I mean, was it an NAIC top 8 and a World's top 8 back-to-back? That is wild.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, she had those two big regionals wins in the 2023 season with Radiant Charizard and then Mewtwo V Union. And then, I mean, didn't have another like really big finish. And so now she's just been like exploding back on the scene, and it's really exciting to see. I love watching her play. She's just such an interesting player to watch, and often just plays so fast. It's
Yeah,
dazzling.
she knows what she's doing. Have you heard her
Very
talk
much
about
so.
her tournament prep strategy before?
I have not. No, I'd love to hear about it.
Okay, so there was a video back in 2023. I don't have a link to it, but she was on someone's podcast talking about what she does to prepare. And at least back then, when she was having her first round of regionals wins, her strategy was to theory mon her matches out. So sometimes she would simulate a whole regionals. She would say, I'm going to think through my matchups. I'm going to think through where all my cards go. Like, I'm going to maybe take a notebook out, write down, Charizard and Teleon needs to do these 3 prizes in this sequence against this deck, against this deck, against this deck. And so Piper Lapine, like, intellectually is just going through these matchups like crazy, probably at a faster speed than you can actually play the cards. And that would explain a lot of why Piper has got this incredible skill difference, where you sit down and she's just flying through because all those thoughts are already like preloaded into her brain.
Yeah, she knows the lines. It's all familiar pathways. And yeah, she's just a remarkable theoretical mind for the game, for sure. And that's a great thing to spotlight about her. Meanwhile, we are starting our match, and Alexander has that Budu start with a Buddy Poppin. Can't really ask for too much more if you're a Dragon Ball player. I mean, you could.
Absolutely.
I mean, I like swinging for the fences. I like dreaming big, but
2 VIP pass, 1 more Rotom. Go back to Lumineon. You could ask for a lot. It's just one of those things.
You're speaking to my heart here.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're bringing in the retro expertise. I gotta try to stack up a little bit, but I do think you are uniquely equipped to talk about the history of some of these decks and what these cards do. So, for example, can you tell us a little bit about how Dragapult is similar to some of the retro format decks that players who are just returning to the game might be more familiar with?
That's a really good question, actually. In some ways, the Dragapult deck we have today is not quite like anything we've had before, but it's kind of an amalgamation of ideas we've had in the past. The big thing that glues the Dragapult deck together is the recon directive ability on this Dracloak. And I mean, that we've seen that before. That was on the I forgot that name, Team Up Pidgeotto's Airmail. That era, though, that tag team era, that Pidgeotto with Airmail was a huge part of several decks, both control and more like mid-range type decks. We saw some people running like a Blacephalon Airmail Pidgeotto deck, trying to get a lot of pieces together. But yeah, the Phantom Dive is reminiscent of Dragapult VMAX. But all these parts together as is, it's kind of a fusion of a bunch of different things from within the history. So I don't have a single retro deck popping into mind to compare Dragapult to, but it's, we've seen all those moving parts be successful in the past. Tactically giving up prizes to, manipulate the game state, set up cards like INO and Countercatcher. I mean, that's a big part of retro formats today, as a big part of the game's history. Electrode EX is kind of the poster child for that, and we see that coming huge here. But I don't want to talk too much about retro at the expense of standard.
True
so
enough.
I would love to lock in on like what's going on with Piper here, because she just got a critical card down for the matchup.
That critical card is that Psyduck promo. It is associated with the Mega Evolution set that came out, although it is not part of that set. It is only in a limited 3-pack blister. Got the L there where it needed to not be. Psyduck has the ability Damp, which prevents your opponent's Pokemon from using any abilities that would knock themselves out. And the top contenders for that are the Duskull evolutions, Dusknoir, and Dusclops. Dusknoir can knock itself out to put 130 damage anywhere on your opponent's board. Dusclops does the same thing, knock itself out to put 50 damage anywhere on the board. It's almost like using an attack, but the drawback is that it gives your opponent a prize card. So you use it only when it would put you in an advantageous position, which is one of the big strengths of this Dragapult deck. It may not be able to take one-hit KOs, but using the strength of Dusknoir, it can. Piper, however, has Psyduck in play. While Psyduck is in play, that is disabled. Now, the other trade-off here is that Psyduck only has 60 HP, which means it is very easy to knock out using Dragapult's Phantom Dive's second effect that does damage counters to the bench. So it is possible for Alexander to take a knockout on the Psyduck and then in the following turns use the Duskull, but it's also really easy for Piper to use Night Stretcher or Super Rod or any other kind of cards to get that Psyduck out of the discard back onto the bench, and particularly Artisan searches it back out. So it is hard to keep on the board, but hard to get rid of. It's kind of a unique position.
Now, the fun thing about Dragapult, it's true it does not commonly take big one-hit KOs. I mean, it certainly can. We've seen that throughout some of the sets in Top Cut. But it's fun because it may not be taking one-hit KOs, but it's still entirely capable of closing out a whole game in 2 attacks. And that's a big reason I really like the Dragapult deck. It often gives you just so many different lines to map out a win, and it often doesn't matter if you start pretty far behind, because as long as you get that big Dragapult ready to go, get off that first attack, and then hang in there, you can frequently string together a way to close out the game. And, you know, Alexander is off to the races here. 3 Dracloak on their second turn is the dream for a Dragapult player. Having access to just recon directive just keeps the resources flowing, helps you find all those cards you need, and just helps you amass those great big hand sizes that consistently present a threat that Piper has to contend with her Ionos. So, you know, usually the massive hand is the Zoroark player's domain. So
yeah, this time it was the other way around.
Yeah, go ahead. There was an interesting play. I'd love to hear about it.
Okay, so the Dracloak normally does not attack right away. Normally you're using Budu as the Dragapult player to keep slowing your opponent down. Except in this case, that's not how you slow Piper down. The way you slow Piper down is getting rid of her Zoroarks, which the decision was made to charge up that Dracloak's attack. I don't even remember the name of it. It's just used so infrequently. But it deals 70 damage for a fire and a psychic energy, which is just enough to knock out the Zorua, preventing a Zoroark on the next turn.
I want to say Dragon Headbutt, but that's just a shot in the
that
dark.
sounds right. That sounds right. I give you a plus 10 out of 10. Correct.
I'll take it.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Attach an energy, trade, and pass.
Limiting the flow of Pokemon that can become Zoroark will limit Piper's hand size, and that is what the Zoroark deck thrives on. But now, speaking of hand size, we are about to see 3 more recon directives. Alexander, off to the races.
That will give Alexander access to see 6 cards, choosing to take 3 of them, almost like Colress's experiment at home.
Yeah, without having to banish cards to the Lost Zone. So it's a win-win. So the dream scenario here surely is a Phantom Dive to knock out the Psyduck and the Zorua, both. That would require some kind of gusting effect, and that might be easier said than done, but I have to imagine if you can get rid of both the evolving basic and the damp, that's pretty good.
And the other thing, too, is that Alexander could choose to use both Duskulls here by evolving them up, popping them for effect to make that even easier to do, while also lowering the price count threshold, making the game even faster, because Piper will only have one limited option.
Not through the damp, though, right?
Oh, that's right. Not through the damp. You're right. Called out. Goofed it up. It happens.
Oh, we're in this together.
Okay. I'm like holding your hand through the screen like we're in this.
Absolutely. Solidarity.
I don't see a boss coming down. It looks like it's just going to be a Phantom Dive.
No, that's a boss
there's
right
the boss.
there. Oh my goodness.
Wait. Order of Operations choosing to boss up the Psyduck so that the 60 damage gets placed on the Zorua, not necessarily knocking. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Why?
Interesting. So that was a deliberate choice that Alexander made. They definitely could have grabbed the Zorua. So what do you think would be the rationale for choosing to not take a knockout there?
Oh, so you could put 6 damage counters down so that on another turn you could do 260 to it and then close it out with a Phantom Dive in the late game, or maybe to use Monkey Dory. So you're creating a scenario where it's easier to hit 280 using your Dragapult that only does 200 off of Phantom Dive.
Yeah, it must be a prize mapping thing. My thought is that it has to be a prize mapping thing. They want to take 2 knockouts on Zoroark EX and close the game out there, and that's kind of a heads-up play. I think a lot of players, I mean myself included, very much would have been tempted by the double prize swing and would have just charged ahead. But Alexander says, I want to think about how is the game going to get actually wrapped up from here, and plan for that. Now, the one risk here is that I have to imagine Piper is running some number of Monkey Dory, and in fact, I saw a peak of one in their deck right there. So some of those damage counters could be flying right back at Alexander, but sometimes you have to, force your opponent to have it.
This is so incredible. I'm just sitting here looking at the Secret Box play, looking at this Watchtower come down. There are so many different plays you can make at any given moment. And particularly with the Zoroark deck, you have to have cards available that you can trade. So even things that may not be useful in this match are all useful in this match because they can all be trade targets. There's another Zoroark down. There's a Nest Ball, going to grab a Reshiram EX. That's going to make it possible to start attacking this turn. The Zoroark will only be able to do up to 170 with Virtuous Flame, and if it were the benched one with 60 damage counters on it, it could only do up to 120 using Powerful Rage, so we are likely going to see an attempt at a 2-hit KO from the Zoroark, which does technically keep Alexander in the lead in terms of game tempo, but Piper has a plan.
You know,
Countercatcher.
the one safe bet is that Piper always has a plan. All right, down goes the Draft Cloak. So now the floodgates are kind of open for Alexander, though. They have 2 Duskull in play, and there's no Psyduck. So they could really start to do some pretty spooky things if they get some evolutions down for these Duskull.
Ooh, it's ghostly.
Exactly.
Sorry, that was silly.
Oh, no, that's the energy we need right now, 100%. Okay,
Well, it is
Recon
October.
Directive, I saw a Lily.
That's good. That'll get you up to 6 cards shuffled into your hand, or well, shuffled into the deck, then 6 cards into your hand. Order of operations there.
What's the other
But this
card?
is the Lily Regionals. And it's pronounced Lily, but it's the Lily
absolutely
Regionals.
Is.
That card
Milwaukee
is
was just
so
a warm up. We are officially in Lily Regionals.
It's
All right,
true.
Night
There it
Stretcher
is.
grabbing back an energy. So continuing to keep the energy drop train going. And that's the big weakness of the Dragapult deck. Unlike a lot of the stage 2 decks, there's no real like energy acceleration like Charizard EX or Gardevoir EX have. So you really don't want to be missing energy drops. So often games against Dragapult are just thrown into disarray by the Dragapult player getting their like 1 energy knocked off the board, and then they have to scramble to manifest an attack. I mean, it's so important that they've opted for the Neo Upper Energy Ace spec so frequently.
A single attachment of Neo Upper covers the attack cost of both the the fire and the psychic energy for Phantom Dive. So this is a pretty close call here to figure out. There's Dusclops showing up on the side. I think I see a purple card in hand. I see an Ultra Ball. There's definitely access to something.
I believe it is a Dusclops in hand, and there's a Monkey Dory being discarded.
Okay, bye-bye Monkey Dory. Interesting choice to discard the other Dragapult, though. You could get it back with Night Stretcher, so it's not a huge concern. It may be the easiest card to throw away there.
I don't know exactly. I know a lot of the slow Dragapult lists, like the ones that Justin Newdorf made second place with at Worlds, ran a heavy kind of Night Stretcher. So honestly, having a Pokemon discard is often at least as accessible, if not more so, than the deck. Sometimes you can just bank a card for later, but there we go. They're going to capitalize on that Dracloak KO and say, well, you want to take away my ability to draw 1 card? I'll draw 3 instead, grabbing that Pheasantipity EX.
The other good stuff going on right now is that while Alexander is figuring out this turn here, I mean, the tempo is definitely in Alexander's favor. You have to be careful about playing around Powerful Rage, but the minute that Dusknoir or the Dusclops comes down, that's going to make it possible to take a knockout on the Reshiram, which would strand all the Zoroark from being unable to attack. So there's a combo play here where you knock out the Reshiram, do 200 damage to the Zoroark, and then Zoroark can't retaliate. Okay, choosing to do...
seeing...
Yeah.
So 200 to that active, leaving with 80 HP remaining, and then another 6 damage counters onto the bench. So now that is 160 HP remaining. And I have to imagine that their game plan is, okay, I'm going to set it up so I can gust and close out the game next turn.
And a Super Rod shuffling back in Psyduck and Pecharunt EX. Pecharunt makes retreat plays possible, and it seems to be that Alexander's strategy is to knock out both of the Zoroark and Zoroark EX. Those will take 2 prize cards each and close the game out, and is very close to doing so. Probably about a 2-turn clock, less if that Dusknoir is able, or Dusclops is able to come into play and take the last damage counters on this active Zoroark. Instead, there's going to be a trade for 2. There's going to be attachment and a Mochi onto the bench Zoroark. It looks like a Watchtower is coming down, and Iono is entering play. So there's still 1 trade available. Piper will have access to up to 7 cards after this Iono draws her 5.
So this is an all-important Iono, and I think we did see the Psyduck. Oh, that is
there it is.
Crucial here.
Absolutely, that
I'm sure
changes
Piper
the entire pace.
Huge sigh of relief there, because that's going to make it, I would say, I think impossible for Alexander to win on their next turn, and I think they were trying to do exactly that.
Interesting choice there to use the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. If you had not gotten the side deck, you could have used the Buddy Buddy Poffin by taking it out of the game, by using it for no effect. That means it will not be available on a future turn if another Super Rod play is needed, but it also lets you shuffle the deck, so the Iono and all the cards that were on the bottom are no longer on the bottom. They are now distributed evenly.
Yeah, and also, I mean, don't want to draw that card later. Anything you can get out of the deck in preparation for late game is, it's never a bad thing. These little margins add up over the course of a game.
There's a Monkey
So
Dory
we
hitting the field
saw
as
that
well.
Night Joker for Virtuous Flame again. Down goes Dragapult, and time for Alexander to pull together a response.
Yeah, this Zoroark is dealing 400 damage, so it is critical to knock it out pretty much as soon as possible, except you can't use Duskull to do it.
So if you are Alexander here, what would you say is your ideal play in light of this Psyduck coming back down?
I think I would like to gust up the bench Zoroark and knock that out and put another couple of damage counters on it, but I don't think you're required to do that. I mean, it is not dealing knockout damage, so I think you could be just as well off by taking the knockout on the active Zoroark and maybe putting the 60 on the side deck to prevent it from blocking Dusclops next turn, because that way you are not going to get return knocked out. You're going to be guaranteed to have your Dragapult live another turn. I think that's the strategy that Alexander's going with. Has the Neo upper in hand, so should be able to attack.
Never feels amazing if you're forced to put a Neo upper on a Dragapult that already has an energy. Like, it gets the job done, but it feels a little wasteful.
There's a Luminous.
Oh, okay. Well, even
yeah.
better.
Yeah.
All right, eyeing up the Halucha here.
Halucha makes it easy, puts another 2 damage counters, and still keeps putting it on the Zorua. Interesting choice, making sure to get rid of the non-damage Zorua so you can prevent a Zoroark in the active. That's a pretty good turn. It's a 7 prize card map, so it makes Piper's Ionos even more effective, especially with no Dracolock on the board. So Alexander is definitely going to be at a bit of a risk if they choose to knock out the Zorua. There is that 2 counter catcher?
Yep, that was a double counter catcher played. I think Alexander was thinking, I need to get this card out of my hand after this turn. It's going to be dead, so I'm going to just burn these cards and move on.
Well, that makes it crystal clear.
Rally.
The move is to get rid of the active Zoroark, make sure that there are no chances of getting one hit KO next turn. Pretty good move. I think that is definitely the ideal turn, because now you're able to knock out the Zorua next turn. Doesn't matter what happens, you can Phantom Dive the Psyduck. That's really good play. Psyduck can't evolve. No one's playing Golduck, even though Golduck has the same ability.
That'd be a wild tech, just the anti-Dragapult tech. Here's the Golduck. Good luck.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think they tried to Phantom Dive with Budu in the active, but
that could have been so awkward. Choosing to knock out the Psyduck instead. Yeah, forcing the Psyduck to come back so that there is a guarantee of being able to use the Dust Noir line. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they kind of set up like a win-win for themselves here, because if the Psyduck comes back down, hey, there's a 60 HP Pokemon on the bench. That's not good. And if it doesn't, well, I can use my Dusclops.
Okay, Piper choosing to counter catcher up the Pheasantipity, along with attaching a Dark Energy to Monkey Dory, moving 30 damage off of the Zoroark, knocking out the Budu. Piper just needs to take a 2-prize knockout onto the Pheasantipity this turn. There's the E-Switch. There's the Zoroark. Is that enough? Is there a way to deal 107? Is there a way to do it?
Oh, yeah, there's the Binding Mochi on that.
Binding Mochi poison damage.
Yep.
That is
enough. That'll do it. A damage modification got the job done. And you see Piper has the win, and those cards start flying. I mean, already a fast player, but when she's eyeing up the wind, it's just blazing fast. All right, so that was an explosive way to wrap this game up. It really looked like Alexander was in the driver's seat the whole game, but Piper knew the lines, played to them, and pulled out that win.
Mm-hmm. All right, it looks like we are going to be having Game 2 coming up soon with another caster. But before that happens, we have a little bit of time to just chit-chat, see where we're going while the replay is on. So is there anything you'd like to shout out, anything you'd like to ask?
Goodness, this happened so fast, I wasn't even prepared.
I know. We were trying to do the full round with a person, but there's just so many people who really want to get the casting experience. We're like, okay, we'll swap it out.
Fair enough. No, nothing off the top of my head. Yeah, entirely unprepared for shoutouts. I always freeze up when it comes to that, and then as soon as I'm off the mic, I say, "Oh, I have 1,000 things I want to say." Oh well.
Well, would you like to stay on for the next call, and then I can be the tertiary caster who's just kind of chilling in the corner?
Oh, I'd be thrilled with that if you have me. Yes.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with the duo. We just need to get our next casters in. Actually, I should check the queue, make sure that there's enough spots for people, because we do have the top 4 match here. So there's possibly up to 3 games here, and then there are the finals. So that's 3 games in finals. That's a bunch of options, but it just depends on what the interest is for our players. Okay, there's the prize cards shuffling up. We will welcome our next caster when they are ready.
Well, in the meantime, starting out round 2, and this is looking very, very familiar. Another Buddy plus Buddy Buff and start for Alexander.
Okay. I actually have to take that back. I lied. I'm a terrible human being. I'm unfortunately going to have to outro you out. We are going to add our next caster back in.
Well, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, the demand is apparently a lot higher than I've noticed because there is a second conversation going on in chat. So I don't know how we're going to do the timeout, but it is a pleasure to cast with you, Shining Espeon. You are welcome to rejoin the queue. I have told people they can come back in. Half the benefit of doing it so quickly is that if we are incorrect and the queue does change, that means you could get back in. So I will try to.
I will be doing that.
Okay, beautiful. Our next. Yeah. Also, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again so much for having me. Sincerely.
Please come back for more casting. I want to do a full game with you. You're so knowledgeable. Okay, our next caster coming on is going to be a player who is a good close friend of mine. This player made top 8 at Atlanta Regionals this year. Please welcome Nano, also known as Orlando. Hello, Orlando. Oh, goodbye, Orlando. Somehow jump back into the watch party call. I don't know how that happened. All right, one more time. One more try. We can do it. Orlando?
Hello?
Are you with
I
us?
was moved back.
Okay, we fixed it. Are you? Not again. Oh my god. Nano keeps getting kicked out of the chat for some reason. I'm gonna one more time. One more time.
I understand the problem now. The buttons are lying to me.
Okay. Are we connected? Are you kidding me? Oh no, you're still here. It's just you're putting on the video camera. I was about to be like flabbergasted.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi. How is everyone?
Hopefully having a good time watching the Lille Regionals.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've already started into game 2 pretty quickly. A nice setup by Alexander having a board of 3 Dreepies, a Duskull, and a Budu, whereas across the field Piper has gotten 2 Zoroarks out and a Dark Energy attached to the bench one. Psyduck is now down.
Seems like a pretty good start. I did notice the 2 monkeys in the prizes before I got here, so that seems kind of rough, but...
Ouch. Yeah, that is no bueno. Okay, looks like Piper is adjusting the Zoroark and the active. And is that an attachment in hand? That could be a tool. That could be an air balloon. No, that is a Hilda. Hilda will be able to search for a evolution Pokemon along with an energy. It could be a special energy, but in this case, it will likely be a basic dark energy. There it is. There's the Darmanitan. That's going to start setting up Piper to get Darumaka in play. And Darmanitan to evolve uses attack on Zoroark. G-E-X. E-X.
Yeah, Darmanitan is probably the favorite attacker for the early game in this matchup, just because it knocks out basically everything on the opponent's board, but later on, Reshiram tends to be a better attacker.
Mm-hmm. Okay, are either of these decks that you've played before?
I have dabbled in a little bit of both of them, but neither of them are my I have a lot of experience in.
Mm-hmm. But you've certainly played against Dragapult plenty of times.
Oh, yes. I have played more Dragapults than I care to remember.
Mm-hmm. There's the Iona, there's the Watchtower, a shuffle of the hand, drop to the bottom of the deck, and draw 6 cards for both players. I see some Ultra Balls, a Monkey Dory. I think that's a Pult. That's a Pult. Discarding
Getting one
the...
Dracloak.
Okay, classy. Now this is a sequencing question. If this were you, would you be using Recon Directive first or using the second Ultra Ball first?
Most likely the Recon Directive first, just because from what it looks like, well, actually, I don't remember what else is in the hand. If there's like a supporter that you'd want to play, almost definitely Recon first, because you want to keep the supporter, but it kind of just depends.
Okay, there is a Hilda in the hand. There's an attachment going down onto the bench Dracloak. And a pass,
Hilda
not
and a
going to use the
boss?
second Ultra Ball.
Yeah, discarding Hilda and boss sounds really rough. I think keeping it is better.
Okay, trade discards a Cleffa, trade discards a Buddy Poffin, Piper draws 4 cards. We've seen this before. I don't even know what the hand size is. Artisan bumps the Jamming Tower. Tools are back online, so that means Piper will be able to search for a basic, drop it to the bench, and will be able to retreat if she so desires. Technically speaking, Piper is undefeated right now.
Oh wait, that's insane.
I think this is scripted. I think the script is saying that it's Piper's game to win.
Yeah, from this setup, especially if Piper finds a boss this turn to KO the lone Dracloak, then I don't see how this can turn around very easily. That Turoing the Zoroark means that there's a little bit more time. Like, Alexander's at least guaranteed getting a Dragapult into play. But you're still really scared of just attacking into the Zoroark, because then the powerful Rage from Reshiram just KOs you right back.
That it does. And Powerful Rage Reshiram is the hidden secret force across this entire matchup spread, because you can't just blindly drop down Phantom Dives. You'll create this monster that can one-hit KO you in return for you being forced to take 2-hit KOs. So without access to Dust Noir to even up that trade, Piper is in a strong and commanding position with the Psyduck and the Reshiram down at the same time. There's another Dreepy.
Yeah, and especially important, Alexander didn't even get a Dusclops into play last turn, so Dusknoir shouldn't be an option unless he plays Rare Candy that I don't know about.
Shuffling up, shuffling up. We're going to need to see another... Well, we still have to see a Recon Directive, so there it is.
Was it Psychic Energy and something else?
It's purple? Oh, it's Latias.
Latias.
Taking the Latias. Latiases. Okay, not ready to bench it just yet. You only have 4 spaces in the bench. This isn't like the Area 0 matchup. I call
Yeah,
it
and
the
also
Area, it's Turbo
Latias
Box.
is weak to Dark. So
Yeah.
it would get knocked out by the Righteous Flame without any modifiers.
Okay, Ultra Ball discarding Hilda and Latias for, it looks like, the Dracloak. Dragon Headbutt.
Does Alexander already have the Dragapult in hand?
I think he discarded it. He may have a Night Stretcher.
Okay, because otherwise discarding the Hilda is an interesting choice, because that would guarantee you both Luminous or Fire and the Dragapult.
Potentially even Neo Upper if you had to. Okay, Iono's coming down, shuffling the hand. That makes sense. Can't use Hilda in that scenario. I see an Ultra Ball. See an Iono. There's a Bolt. That's good.
There is a Dragapult. There's no energy yet.
Ooh, that's rough. The other thing too is if you're able to use Dragapult this turn to, for example, use Jet Headbutt, its first attack for 70, that's not enough to put the Zoroark into 2-hit KO range. You're still, or that's not enough to put it into 1-hit KO range. You're still in 2-hit KO range because it takes 280 to knock out the Zoroark.
Yep, that was a very painful Recon Directive. He found a Luminous and another Dracloak.
Oh, no.
I think he ended up taking the Luminous, I wasn't sure, but now he's Ultra Balling for Halucha, so it looks like he's trying to just get rid of the Psyduck immediately.
Yeah. Problem is, you're going to need the Phantom Dive to do it. I'm really a little bit worried about this. Are we going to get to see the Phantom Dive, or is the lack of energy going to destroy this game? Come on, Alexander, what do you have in your hand?
So Alexander did take the Luminous off of the Recon Directive instead of the second
really?
Dracloak. Yep.
Very good. That means it's going to be a knockout on that Psyduck. I'm glad you saw it, because my eyeballs are twitching.
You've been up for, what, 7 hours now at least?
I mean, you do that every day, right? Okay, here's Halucha. Halucha coming down is going to put 2 damage counters across the board, 1 on the Zoroark, 1 on the Psyduck. This could be, yep, there's Psyduck gone. 200 damage on the Zoroark. That Zoroark can one-shot anything on Alexander's side of the field, including that charged up Dragapult. So Alexander is going to need a Neo Upper to be able to use a Return Phantom Dive next turn.
A Neo Upper and a second Dragapult.
This is true.
Which is most likely going to require a Night Stretcher since there's going to be 2 in the discard after this turn.
The good news is there will be access to Recon Directive to do it. Recon Directive, able to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 at the bottom, put 1 in hand. So those resources are not eliminated. They are just pushed aside. Okay. Palpad shuffling Serrano, and I think that was a boss back into the deck for Piper.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch the other card either, but
yeah,
having more boss in the deck is always good with Zoroark.
Okay, trade. Palpad is such a strong card. I'm surprised more decks can't afford to play it.
It's one of those things where you need a deck that draws at least a certain amount of cards. Otherwise, it tends to be less good than just another supporter in the deck. Like Gardevoir before rotation used to run Palpad just because you could see that many cards. And Ceruledge right now runs it because it draws through the whole deck, but most other decks most other decks just don't have the time to play Palpad and get value out of it.
That's good strategy tips, because if you're at home and you're thinking, well, I have 2 boss's orders, but if I have a Palpad, I could basically have 4. You know, it's a way to increase my counts. But also you have to be realistic about, will you get those 4 boss, or will they just sit in a deck full of 30 cards? Alexander trying to put something together. Do you think he has it? Ooh. Nest Ball and a boss, chooses the Nest Ball. Going into the deck. What do you think his backup turn is if he can't get the Dragapult down?
That is a great question. It would probably just be like retreat into Halucha and pass because the bench is full. With the potential exception of Dusclops into Badoo, but that feels like a stretch.
Okay, Dusclops into Badoo is not impossible. I mean, you could get some good value out of that, especially if you want to try to start setting up your late game to have access to Blood Moon or something else that can do more than 200 damage to a already chipped Zoroark.
Yeah, a really crazy play would be to counter catcher the Zorua on the bench and hit that with Dusclops and Badoo for a knockout.
Ooh. Wait, that's kind of fire. Badoo Grass Weakness technically does 20 damage to the Zorua, so you could do that with either of the 2 Zorua. You could probably get the one that's undamaged for the most possible value out of that turn. Although the bench space being a bit full for that is in the way.
Yeah, you would have to find the Dusclops first and still have a way to retreat the Dracloak from the active.
Can't feed 2 birds with 1 scone.
Looks like Alexander has the Dragapult, but not the Neo Upper yet.
Okay. Doing a quick check through the hand. Is that a Ultra Ball discarding? Yep. A Counter Catcher, and it looks like a Lily's Determination. Searching the deck. I don't know. There's the Dusclops. Dusclops go to hand. Damage go to active.
Dusclops would allow for Jet Headbutt to pick up the knockout, but then you're leaving Piper with 2 prizes left, which feels very dangerous.
Yeah, for real. Having 2 prizes left when you're rocking a Pheasant Dippity on your side of the board is not an advantageous prize map.
Nope. I guess we'll
Deck's
find
getting a
out what
little thin.
Alexander's plan is.
That's true. Being able to use 3 recon directives this turn is pretty good. That will put Alexander next turn in a position to use at least 2. And given that hand size, that's a pretty good access to cards. Alexander's deck is thinner than Piper's at this point, which is unusual versus a Zoroark list.
Yeah. Yeah, Piper's only managed to have like maximum 2 Zoroarks in play and only 1 for the past couple turns, which is kind of not the ideal Zoroark board state.
Okay, popping the clops. That's going to almost damage the Swordwork, and I think we're going to get to see the Jet headbutt. There is a Duskull off of the Artisan, so next turn, if there is a 1 prize knockout from Piper, that will prevent this Duskull from being effective, because there's only 2 prizes left. Piper has a win condition here of knocking out Pheasantipity, or otherwise being able to take, any kind of prize whatsoever to prevent Duskull and to stay in the game. I do think Piper can't take the Pheasantipity KO even with Binding Mochi. Binding Mochi is a plus 40, and Virtuous Flame is a 170.
It would be knockout.
That's knockout?
170 plus 40 is
Plus 40 is 210. Wow. You know what? We literally saw that play last game. It's totally impossible. There's no way she could do it. Oh, she did it.
Well, that's not a lot of cards. That's just a Yveltal and Iono, and it looks like Watchtower and Palpad?
Okay,
Or
flooring through it.
Darmaka.
There's a Reshiram. Leaving that
Yeah, and Piper
Zoro
just
in
has
the
to pass.
active. Oh, that's bad. I mean, she does have Yveltal out, so if it gets too devastating, okay, there's Yveltal. Retreat into Yveltal. Bench Darumaka. That gives her some options for next turn to take a 2-prize KO on either the Duskull or the Halucha or one of the 2 Draculax. But the
Yeah, but
pass
Piper's
there,
gonna need a lot off the top deck.
preferably a Zoroark to draw more.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander can take 2 prizes this turn, more if he uses the Duskull creatively. It's possible to take not maybe without a Dust Noir. Like, I don't think a Dusclops is enough, but a Dust Noir could knock out, let's say, the Reshiram or the Darmanitan and leave the remaining 6 to knock out the Zorua for a 3-prize turn. So it's possible for Alexander to win here. Requires Dust Noir to do it.
Yeah. I feel like if he also has Turo to reuse Halucha, that would also work. To Turo plus Dusclops on the 2 Zoruas with the Phantom Dive damage would be enough for 3 knockouts.
That's correct. That would do it. So to do that, Alexander needs a Fire Energy or a Luminous Energy, a Turo, and a Dusclops. There's the Neo Upper. That's one piece of the puzzle. Does Alexander have enough to force a game 3? We've already used both of the Recon Directives, and there's no way to use Pheasantipity this turn. Checking the hand. This would be a great time for Piper to, pull out Okie Dokie.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't even know if Alexander even has to win this turn. He really just needs to find a boss for both Zoruas, and then Piper. The best Piper can do is clutch.
There's a counter catcher for
seems
1.
like exactly what he's going for.
Oh, yeah. All right. Piper's last win condition here is to spam Yveltal. There's a scoop.
Oh, and
We're going to game 3.
Not a good enough top deck to see that.
Nope. Blood Moon Luna was in the prizes, so late game options were a little bit constrained for Alexander, except for the fact that, he just won.
Yep. And I think the biggest difference maker in that match compared to the previous game was the amount of Zoroarks Piper had in play. Like, Piper had 2 in play the second turn, but then had to Turo 1. So was just stuck with 1 Zoroark for most of the game and couldn't draw enough cards, which was really obvious when you compare the deck sizes.
Now, since we're about to go into game 2, we are going to do casting just 1 game at a time, so we're going to swap you out and intro our next caster. But before you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out or anything you'd like to suggest for the stream?
Not particularly. Like, shout out the stream in general. This is really cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see Xander next.
That's true. Xander Bennett, the first caster on our stream for Milwaukee, and one of our last casters for Lille Regionals. It feels a little bit poetic. But at the same time, thank you, Orlando, for bringing your experience to the cast. It is always exciting to see you. And you are also one of our first time. So technically, you have a perfect unbroken streak, like it's Snapchat.
Thank you, Orlando.
Yeah.
You did great.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, while we are gearing up to have our next caster on the stream, I'm very excited to share that we will be doing these events again. Frankly, this one blew my expectations out of the water, and I hope we can turn this place into somewhere where you can go during your regionals to see as many fun casts as you can, to give as many casts as you'd like to give, and also just to connect with people, because in our Watch Party VC, there's been a rolling group of like 6 to 7 people all hanging out. It's been very exciting. And speaking of people, Xander!
Hello.
Unfortunately, all my
Greetings.
cute Pokemon stuff is on that wall, so you're getting Autumn's art closet instead.
Well, it's beautiful. It's good to see you, man. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. I am getting echo from you somehow. Oh, I need to mute the stream. That's why. There we go. Okay. Got it all fixed.
Beautiful. Rocking the headset there as well.
Yes, this is actually just the headset I use at my job. It gets the job done.
It gets the job done. Let's take a look at our game in progress. This is game 3 between Piper and Alexander of top 4. Who are you rooting for? What are you thinking about?
Well, I feel like this is, generally speaking, a very good matchup for Piper. It was good prior to Psyduck getting printed, and it's better after Psyduck getting printed. However, attaching to a Monkey Dory and passing is not the start that you want to have, so Alexander is going to get to effectively go first and attach and play a supporter. Piper's going to be 2 turns away from attaching, given that there are no Zoruas down at this point. So this may be a fast one to finish up this top 4.
Not like this. We need the plot armor on. Well, I don't know about... This is more the royal we here.
Yeah, if you're rooting for Alexander, you are stoked right now. He is developing his board excellently, already getting all of his Pokemon down, the 2 Dreepies and the Duskull so far off the Nest Ball.
Shuffling through that deck, doing the prize check. I didn't see anything tremendously bad in the prizes in between rounds, but if someone in chat did see that, please let us know, alert us to the facts.
Yeah, Piper also didn't play any items on the first turn, so luckily the Itchy Pollen in that sense isn't going to matter. Any items drawn off of this are not going to be played, so Piper needs explicitly Enzaruas here. Like, you really badly need to see a physical copy of Enzarua. Your item draw is not going to work. Excuse me.
Okay, manages to get 6 cards. That's apparently difficult, as we saw yesterday, a player drawing 9 off of Lily's Determination, creating a double prize penalty scenario. Fortunately, that's not what's going to happen here. Piper's a professional in... Oh, no. No.
Zoruas. You have Petron Energy and a bunch of items that she cannot play. So the only good news about this is that you do have a 3-turn knockout to get your items back, but that is so silly. That's really not where you want to be. Luckily, Piper not at any risk of getting like donked from a Dragon Headbutt and a Dusclops, so she does not even bother to put down the Pecharunt, as we're just going to see Alexander develop his board. This is quickly running away from Piper to have a potential to advance into finals.
It just takes 1 turn of items back on to use that Buddy Puffin and get in the game. The problem is that Budu won't give it to you. You have to earn it. You have to take those knockouts using either Mind Bend or using Monkey Dory's own ability to put the 10 from Itchy Pollen back onto the Budu. You'd think 30 HP would be enough.
Yeah, and just thinking ahead, one of the hardest parts, if this has been commented on the stream, then my apologies for missing it, is that the first Zoroark is going to have to 2-shot a Dragapult because you're not going to have enough damage on you on the Zoruas to be able to 1-shot. So not only are you a turn behind on benching your basics, you're also just future turns behind on getting rid of any Dragapults. And so for as long as you allow Dragapult to announce Phantom Dive, you cannot be happy as the opponent, no matter what the matchup is. We're seeing an Ultra Ball come out from Alexander, likely going to be for a Dracloak to start drawing cards. 2 of those are able to evolve this turn for being down on the last turn.
The pressure is on. Every Dracloak is 1 step closer to a Dragapult, is 1 step closer to a Donk for Piper. Now, even though there is access to the Pecharunt in hand, that's not going to be enough to really get the game going. Its attack does 60 damage times the number of prize cards your opponent has taken. We don't want Alexander taking any prizes if you're Piper in this scenario.
Yeah, and you're so far away from getting a attack off. Yes, you're going to be able to knock out this Budu in possibly 2 turns. There's another Iono, so the good news, the only good news is that the deck wasn't shuffled after the first Iono, so we know that dead hand on the bottom is just followed by a second dead hand. There is another hand without Zoruas. You can see it on Piper's face. She hunches in her chair. This is tough. And actually, this could be the game. Double Dusclops on the active into a Phantom Dive with a Neo Upper could end the game right now. One of the Dusclops is already in hand.
Okay, let's see it. Neo Upper.
Piper getting slightly punished for not Adrenabraining that 10 off, but
there's
you're losing the game for other reasons. Yeah, okay, so Hilda, I think it's already over.
Not like this. Not like this.
Okay, I think the line is
There's
seen.
yeah.
So as long as the second, yeah. Okay, so Alexander is searching for all this stuff right now. Knows the Hilda
Yep.
targets are
Yep.
there. Yep. So that's going to be a Dusclops. This is going to be a Hilda. Going to get the remaining 2 cards, and this is all going to happen really fast. So we're just gonna we'll talk through it. That's going to be. Oh, okay. Counter catcher works as
Countercatcher
well.
to do it. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Alejandro advancing. Wait, no, that's
Alexander.
Who is that? Oh my God! They all start with the letter A. Alexander advancing.
Yeah, and if you're Piper, that's got to be tough, especially Piper's had some bad beats recently. Piper's elimination from NAIC was really tough with the multiple impotent prize, and then going into this game just not seeing any of the Zeruas. But if you're Piper, you're walking home with top 8 money and championship points. Yes, it's obviously a bummer to be in such a favorable matchup and to have such a rough start, but if you told me that if I had the option to choose to make top 8 of the regional, I would say yes to that. So obviously she's going to be happy with the points that she has.
Can't deny that it's one step closer to the World's invite, which I don't think anyone is doubting the Piper's probably going to make, especially this early into the season. Having, I think, this top 8 and then the inevitable regionals win that we all know she's destined to achieve will probably get her to... Okay, I'm being ridiculous.
Knock something over?
But you get... Yeah. No. I'm being a little silly. Okay, I'm just like completely ignoring Alexander's contributions here because that was masterful play of Dragapult. Those were some difficult games to convert, and convert they were.
Yeah, and the game that Alexander lost, Alexander was a 1 turn back from winning. Alexander played that really well. What makes this matchup so hard is that you can't just swing into the Zeruas or the Zorarks unless you're willing to get knocked out immediately. So you need a follow up. You need to be having those attachments. And was a Dusknor and a Phantom Dive away from winning the game. So playing really well in this matchup that is super not in your favor and will be advancing to finals as a result.
Very exciting. So now that we've seen both top 4 matches, it is time for the finals. I'll say it again. It is time for the finals. The Lille Regional Championship finals will be played between Alberto Conti and Alexander Rutowicz.
Dragapult mirror. Let's see who can draw their Dracloaks in the face of the other player. One might think that mirror matches have historically not been that interesting, but there is a lot that, as long as both players are drawing and setting up, they're able to keep the other Duskulls in check. You are just able to swing into the other Pokemon without the Duskulls going off. So it is a lot of drawing and positioning. So we could be in for either a steamroll or for a potentially really grindy final.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way that you use Dusknoir kind of makes this into a standoff of who is going to pop the ghosts first. So between Alexander and Alberto, I am not quite sure who I believe is favored to win. I think, though, we can all agree Dragapult is finally going to win a regionals.
Yeah, and without any Gardevoirs and cut, the Dragapults really ran free, even in the face of these decks that still sometimes have good matchups against it. You know, like Terrabox can run them over with a quick Wellspring, and Lily's Clefairy in the late game. Alternatively, the Zoroark matchup, usually pretty tough for the reasons we described. So showing that there is still ammo in the tank for them as they're moving on to finals.
Very close there. Piper could have done it, just not this time. The script has decided it will be a different regionals that Piper wins. Okay, who has more plot armor?
Probably Alberto. He's been on a tear these past couple years.
This is true.
But we'll see. There's coin flips and opening hands and everything to start from there. So we'll have to see how those games show up.
Yeah, and the story there is pretty interesting. Alberto having a top 8 in 24, a top 4 in 25. This being 26, this could be the win, or it could be top 2. Either way, a clear consistency and a clear progression. Just it takes a whole year to get 4 places higher. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, we were one of my friends. He made 12th at Worlds, and I was like, "Well, you could do 11 places better next time." So the goal is always up.
That's right. Top 16 Worlds has to feel very nice, though. The level of self congratulations that you earn from achievements like that are well worth it.
Yeah.
Hey Xander, since you were since that was a short game and I was accounting you for either a game 3 or a game 1, do you want to do the next one, the game 1?
That is very generous of you. The fact that this was a short game actually does work for my narrative of attending this League Cup in an hour and a half. So I don't even mind. I'm glad to hang out. If you are looking to drop a follow, it's just my name on Twitter. You'll see me hosting cube events and trivia events at different tournaments around the nation and globe. So thanks, Mick and Caribou, for all you're doing with this event. Yeah, it's tons of fun.
Thank you,
Been even
Xander.
fun just chatting with y'all.
Yeah.
If you are watching this event.
Yes.
See ya.
Yeah, go win that cup.
Oh, yeah, I have 2 cup wins already, so just
Win
need to
another one.
round them out. Yeah. All right, see y'all.
Bye. Yeah, if you are ever at a regionals and it's day 2 and you're not in the tournament, go find or flag down someone who knows where Xander Bennett's cube is, because not only is that the most fun you'll ever have at a day 2, it is always open, and there are some really exciting things that you do in that cube that you will not find replicated elsewhere. So if you would like to join Xander's Discord group, I will probably post a link to it after I check to make sure that's good to go. It's like a public server. I just want to make sure that it's currently open at the moment before I drop that link and hype it up.
Mick, I'm going to turn the sound here on for this interview.
Okay, sound is on, and we will get our next caster.
As difficult, if not more difficult.
I think the toughest was Zorak so far. I managed to dodge all the Jelly Sand Guardi, which was pretty nice, and yeah, Zorak.
Well, Zorak indeed. Zorak wins. Well, Zorak doesn't win top 4 at the very least in the hands of Piper, unfortunately. But, Alexander, in just a moment, we will have you on the stage once more for a finals match.
Yep.
Winner takes it all against Alberto Conti. It's going to be a match for the ages. So all I have left to say is best of luck. But before we go there, anyone you want to be shouting out before we get to see you on the stage again?
Only Team Kokoshiki. That's it.
Well, from the team and all that, we'll be right back with the finals of the 2025 Lille Regional Championships.
Everybody, we have a treat for you for the next cast. Well, I had an echo going. There we go. We have multiple people coming on to cast for our finals. We are going to do a big group, and we have about 7 minutes and 20 seconds until the finals match starts. So that means everyone can have a little bit of time to get to know each other, figure out our styles, figure out the order we're going to go, because having 4 people cast at once should be quite the juggling match. I hope we are all excited to get to do this. I hope we are all excited to give it a real try, because a 4-person cast is a lot of people.
So I was thinking, Mick, well, I also said this in the chat as well, but obviously stream can't see the chat, that it's not necessarily gonna be like everyone proactively casting. It's gonna be more of like a watch party type vibe. And then if people have points to make, they can pop in and say, oh, that was a really good play, or like, this is why, so it's like baby casting kind of in a way.
Couch casting.
Yeah, also, and just reactions. We want some reactions here in this final, so we'll see how
True.
it goes. But I'm going to start getting our group in here.
Okay, excellent. I'll just keep narrating.
Beautiful.
I gotta find something to talk about. Yeah. Let me see. I haven't used my monkey cue card today. My my monkey face for Monkey Dory. Maybe I just need to say what I really want to say, which is monkey for 20 minutes. That's just kind of how I operate. Okay, we have coming back on the stream to grace us with their presence. We have Mel, Base Set Eli, Orlando, and Shining Espeon or Kara. So we have 4 of our returning casters here. I'm looking forward to doing this watch party experience with everybody. We're going to get all the video cameras on, and that'll be that. Hello.
Okay.
What's
We're so back.
We're so back.
Yippee.
I'm a little
Never
sad.
more back.
A little sad, not gonna lie.
What's got you? What's got you down?
I mean, Piper's not there, man. That was my
Oh.
prediction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pour one out.
And
Pult
more
near-
Dragon Pult. How many times do you think they're going to announce Itchy Pollen?
Oh,
Over
wait,
under?
this is
Get ready.
Over under.
for per game or total?
Let's go total.
Yeah, we need to start like doing bingo cards right now and taking bets on these finals for everybody here, okay?
That's what I'm saying. Get those channel points going. Mods, get a poll. Everyone place your bets.
Do they have channel points on YouTube?
I haven't configured them if they are.
I don't know anything about streaming on YouTube.
Okay, I
I'm
will be
gonna
writing
say
down
my
the
guess-
answers though.
I think I'm going to say 12.
Okay.
I was gonna say like 14.
13 was going to be my guess. So there we go. I'll lock that one in.
Yeah, I'll take 12 too.
Okay. So Eli and Mel are at 12, Orlando at 14, I'm at 13. Or no, you're at 13. You know what? I'm also at 13, Kara. So we have Orlando as the
Solidarity.
outlier. Boo, would you like to add a number to the list?
17, 13.
12, 14, or 13, or different number? Number of itchy pollens across all the games.
Oh, snap. Okay, I either go lowest or highest, so... no, you know what? Let's just go with like a 16, sure.
16 itchy pollens.
Sure.
You're gonna have a hay fever after that one.
I hope that's not what happens, though.
Do either of our finalists play Rare Candy? I wasn't not keeping track of both of their lists throughout this.
I hadn't seen one.
They won't after all these itchy pollens.
That's so true. But I was just thinking how many we really might just have like the back and forth while everyone just manually sets up, hanging out.
I think what's really going to happen is that one player is going to itchy pollen, the other player is just going to not have anything playable, and that game is just going to be over in like 10 seconds, and that'll just throw off everyone's math.
I feel like a reasonable guess is like 6 or so, just if it only goes like 2 games.
Are you gonna alter your guess to 6?
No, I'm just saying.
All right, you need to lock in. We need to lock in.
I'm swinging for the fences on 13. It's a high ball, but I'm locking it in. I'm happy with it.
You got 3 minutes, so it's okay. You can think about it.
One of my favorite activities is before NAIC when Pokemon would send out the guess game before finals. So it's like how many cards will be in each player's discard, how many attacks will they announce, things like that. I always take like the most extreme scenarios and I base all of my guesses on that because in my head, I'm like, if it happens, I'll be the only winner and that would be so cool. So I'll do all the math for like a donk or something, or like one of the games is going to end in deck out, or it's just something like that.
Does not hesitate. I'm gonna change my answer for itchy pollens to 6. What do you mean we're cheating? It hasn't started yet. You have to lock in. You have to lock in.
Wait a second.
I'm still saying 14 just with the hope that we get 3 full games.
I was about to say, we're doing it across all games, right?
Yeah, it's all the games.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm still saying 13. I want a really funny game with just like all itchy pollen.
I think that's my nightmare. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, I played so much Seismitoad EX. If there's item lock going on, I'm in my happy place. I'm sorry. It's who I am.
Are there any other Pokemon you think Pokemon players might be like traumatized by because of an interaction in a deck or like in the video game or something that otherwise would be cute and like a fun Pokemon to say is your favorite, but because of a card interaction? Are there any other ones we can think of besides Badoo?
I don't know how many people's favorite it is, but Garbodor has traumatized me multiple times.
Yeah, I mean that's the TCG for you, right? Like they've taken kind of unassuming Pokemon and they've given players like feelings about them.
Yeah.
So like I mean, Seismitoad is a poster child. Garbodor is a poster child.
I mean,
now
together.
Snorlax, I guess from.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Blacklax. Get that out of here.
Stantler is a big one in the retro community now.
Yes, yes.
yeah.
I asked someone in the VGC community the same question, and they said Cryzen and Incineroar.
Stantler was also kind of a boogeyman Pokemon like back in the day too when it was legal. So it's just getting a second life as a villain. Sableye and Oranguru.
Oh yes.
Junk Hunt resource
My
management.
beloved.
I love
I played
Love
Darkrai Hammers way past its prime. Like way when it was bad and like no one was playing it anymore. I'm still junk hunting. We're getting 2 Crushing Hammers back every single time.
One of my favorite decks was just Darkrai Sableye with hammers and lasers and bicycles, and I'm just doing my thing every single game.
I played it to nationals one year, and I paid 4 random receiver, 4 research, and that was it. And
oh my goodness!
Bicycles, I think like roller skates or something around that time too. Hammers galore, and it was just like 4 Darkrai, 4 Sableye. We went all in.
I have to call you out. You said you played research. in like 2014. Are you sure about that?
Oh, it would have been a Juniper.
Exactly. Put some respect on her name.
2014 could have been Sycamore.
Okay, Juniper is legal too. If you had
Yeah.
style, you still played Juniper.
Yeah.
One of my
Thank
friends
you.
made me Professor Melissa cards, and it was like in the style of Professor Juniper at that time.
I
And so
love
I'd
it.
always carry them around with me, and I would like put them out on my little playmat.
Limited edition.
I need
For
a
real.
custom card.
Do any of you have anything that you bring to tournaments with you, like good luck charms or just like things that make you happy that you set out on the table?
I have a
No, I
Wooper
just-
plush.
I just have my shiny Espeon playmat.
Oh, that's a good
That's
one.
a good playmat.
I also have a Dark
My
Dragonite
little-
playmat if I want to rep the retro. But it's always one of those that I bring.
I'm a big fan of a small plush. I have like a little Jirachi's my favorite, so I have like quite a little collection of them. Usually one of these will hit the backpack on the way out the door.
So the team up era was just peak for you because you were coordinated.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And we're back.
Okay, we are about to kick off the finals. I'm excited. I've been saying a long time. If you give if you give Alberto a Giratina V Star, he's going to do well with it. And he made 2 top 8s with Giratina, with Lost Giratina, and then he won with Regidrago Giratina. And now he's just pivoting that momentum. Now it's just okay. Now we're trading Giratina for Dragapult. Still just rocking these big finishes with these Dragon Pokemon.
If you're a player and you're watching events like this and you see these big names that continue to do well, what's your first response? Like, how do you go about maybe trying to emulate that or to find out more?
Well, you
And what
gotta
would you
study
tell
those.
people who wanted to?
Looking at their mannerisms and I guess like card habits, like the way they. I mean, shuffling is a big one, right? Some players take notes. This guy, I see a little notepad next to him, so there's that. Yeah, studying those mannerisms and how they do things efficiently when they're like sequencing and searching through their deck.
So I have a different take on the answer. The one thing that catches my eye is when like a certain player keeps putting up results with the same deck. Some great players. I'm Piper's a poster child for this. Changes decks all the time, keeps making good finishes. But when one player just continually becomes like the face of a certain deck, they're a player I watch because I just want to see like whatever they're doing with the deck. I feel like they probably understand something. So back when Lost Giratina was a thing, every time Alberto was a player I was looking at, he was like the Giratina player. So that's a big thing that I do. I look at the if I see players doing well, I look at like the patterns of what they've done well with, and I see okay if they have established themselves with a certain deck, I want to learn that deck from them.
That makes so much sense. And I'm not sure if we missed it. Did we see a cut to prizes yet? I see we're still setting up.
I don't think we have.
Not yet. The good news about having more sets of eyes on this game is that we are going to miss nothing? Question mark. We're definitely not going to miss the itchy
Oh,
pollens.
here we go.
Okay.
Ooh, double Drac and a Neo.
We should have guessed how many Dracloak are going to be prized across all the games. That was the real guess. All right, 3 and counting. How many are we going to get total? I'm going to say 7. I'm going to say 7 total.
7 would make me sad.
I'll just take 6.
I'm going to say 3. We're not going to see any more. Our players are going to have all of their resources available to them.
I'll say 4. And be
I will
reasonable and expect 1 more to be in there.
Yeah.
Swing for the fences every time.
I always tell my
Alright.
friends, don't prize your prizes.
Pop and start. So,
in all seriousness, those prizes are really bad for Alberto. 2 Dracloaks and the Neo Upper is gonna be really rough to work through.
Yeah, that made me cringe a little bit having the Neo upper in the prize.
Either one of those was probably like reasonable, but having all of that is going to be painful.
Is there a specific setup we'd like to see from either player that you think would really set them ahead in the mirror match? Because oftentimes mirrors, you're really just kind of mirroring what your opponent is already doing as far as the setup, and then it's kind of who can take control of that prize race. But on turn 1, as far as establishment, what would you like to see from either player that you think would really set them apart?
I think this
Quantity
is
of
one
basics.
Yeah. Apart from just all the basics that you can find, I think early Duskulls are more important in the mirror than most other matchups, because if you leave them as Duskulls too long, they start getting Phantom Dive for free prizes.
Hmm. Definitely, I agree.
Okay, Alberto's going in, checking his hand. I don't think we're gonna see a return Badu.
Yeah, let's see if they can
Oh, I
make
guess
some
it doesn't
magic
matter.
happen. It's a
Oh,
lot
we're
of
still
cards
waiting
in
for
hand.
Alexander.
Do we have a couple mulligans, maybe?
It looks like it. He does have a lot of cards in hand.
Seems so. I mean, they wouldn't have let him draw more
So-
than 7.
Yeah, he had at least one.
Yeah, I couldn't tell exactly how many cards in hand. Just more than normal for this position. Looks like we're eyeing up the Brock scouting to get started. So neither player is having that explosive start with just like all the basics they need. And I feel like there's a solid chance that Alberto's going to miss the itchy pollen here. I could be wrong. I only got a glimpse of the hand, but I didn't see anything that was really pointing toward being able to pivot into that. I mean, I guess theoretically there's a way to do it, but eyeing up, okay, all those singletons, the Monkey Dory, the Latias, the Pheasantipity. Really curious what Alberto's going to prioritize here.
Kind of interesting to go immediately in with the Brock Scouting, because the Brock Scouting is usually something you could use under Badu Lock, whereas Buddy Poffin is not. Turns out Brock Scouting was Alberto's best option to get a basic out, or in fact 2 basics out this turn, so can't complain, just need to make sure you pick the right 2 basics. Probably at least 1 Dreepy.
It looks like their options were either Brock Scouting or Lily and Hope, and they decided, you know what, we'll take the guaranteed basics. And okay,
Yeah.
eyeing
Ooh.
up
Come
Buddy
on.
Dreepy here. Nope.
Itchy Pollen counts. Nope.
Nope. Going for the stable multiple basic setup. I think that's probably what you have to do here.
I think I also saw 1 Dracloak in his hand, which might be a reason why he wanted to keep the hand this turn instead of Lily's.
Plus,
Yeah,
that
I
was
do
the
believe
first
you're right
deck
about
search.
that. Now aware of the bad news in the Dracloak department. And do we see?
I don't know if we're gonna. Oh, keep going.
Do we see an energy drop? That's the big question. No energy drop here.
And I think the Neo Upper is prized on Alberto's side, right?
It sure is.
Yes, that I think will be super important later. So I would be really interested to see. But although Alexander didn't have an energy attachment to a Dreepy last turn, he did choose to attach to the Monkey Dory.
You're gonna see a nice 8 here that he still has the recon directive to use. So
Yeah, I talked about energy drops are crucial, and they are, but the players do have like a turn buffer, because it's really, without these rare candy, it's turn 3 they're phantom diving. So if they miss 1 energy drop, they can still pull it together. If they miss another one, it starts to get spooky, especially with the Neo Upper prize for Alberto.
Well, there's also the thing that if Alexander attaches to a Dracloak this turn, he's threatening boss KO on anything that Alberto attaches to the next turn.
Right. Which is bad when you only have the double attachment power of a Phantom Dive. Of course, Alexander doesn't know that, but still, it's if they have access to taking out the energy, they are often going to do that.
Okay.
How do you feel? How do you feel about this recon directive instead of the Ultra Ball here?
Depends what you're sequencing for.
Yeah, it's a choice between thinning or getting that information for your Ultra Ball, and I think Alexander's prioritizing getting as much information as possible before they dig into their deck, well, before they search through their deck, rather.
And we already had a Badu in hand, so we see the second Badu here and a Lily's, and it looks like this is really becoming a decision here.
Taking the
Okay,
Badu.
they grab the Badu.
And I can only assume it will just be Ultra Ball fodder again.
Sure
because
is.
To get that second Dracloak out, we still have the Badu in hand, if that's an option we decide to take. And now we've removed basically a useless card for late game from the deck. So I think this is good. This makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not good for our 3-game Itchy Pollen counts.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I'm
That's the
thinking.
truth.
I think we're almost all off. Who had? Did anyone have 6 or no? No one rolled with 6.
I
Someone
switched
took
to
6.
6.
I'm sticking with my meme count. I don't care. I believe.
It would be hilarious if the answer is just 0.
It would be.
No.
I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
goodness, I mean, we could see a mind bend KO here should Alexander really, really want it. I don't think that's the play, but it's an option.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know if
itchy pollen.
I don't know if opening up a counter catcher this early.
We got one.
Okay, there we go. Oh, we need a counter here.
I got one. It's physical paper, but
Yeah, me too.
The old ways still work.
we gotta check
Okay.
our results, cross check.
The lock has begun.
But we do have Recon Directive online, which we knew. This is the drug cloak that Alberto had in hand.
Curious what else they have. I saw a couple bosses orders, which is not the most useful card. I wonder if they have anything. Okay, there's the Lily we saw before. There it is, of course.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that that's the first thing Alberto had to do with that hand.
Yeah, definitely not ideal shuffling back 8 cards like that. But, you know, I mean, it's still better to have 8 cards than to not in this scenario. So get a fresh hand, then get a Recon Directive and see what we can work toward. The only downside is it's going to be very hard to find another Dracloak with the 2 prized.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what Alberto's like Hilda count is, but we need something here.
Even with Hilda, he wouldn't be able to find it this turn before Alexander has a chance to boss KO the Dracloak.
It's
That
true.
looked like a handful of items.
Yeah, it didn't look good.
Now that we've seen a couple majors with Lily's determination in play, though, it has seemed really impactful, which I'm excited about. It's always exciting, I think, when they introduce a new supporter that maybe becomes like a new staple that we'll see more play of. And I think we have a couple more coming up too in the future sets that I think will impact the game in the same way. Dawn, right?
That's gonna be ridiculous when Dawn comes out. It searches. It's a supporter that
Yes.
searches for a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2, and drops them straight into your hand. So Dragapult particularly is gonna be playing that card.
If it
It's
wasn't
literally
for,
good every turn.
If it wasn't for the fire getting a lot more support as well, I mean that would have been good with the what is that, the tree stadium for
Grand
for
Tree.
grassland.
Yeah.
Or do you mean the Forest of
No,
Vitality?
the vitality, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this
Here we
is bad.
go. Yep, this is real bad.
Uh-oh.
Wait, is that just game?
Oh, I think
that's game. Cleaned.
Putting the Dragapult right down on top of the marker doesn't matter. We're just going in. There it is. Clean sweep. Phantom died. No, 1 Itchy Pollen so far. Counts are in shambles.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's fine.
We still have a chance.
I want to see. I want to see the Dracloak prize count. That's what I'm really locked in on now.
That's true. We are up to 3 on Dracloak count. I went low on Itchy Pollen and high on Dracloax, so we'll see.
What was your Dracloak number?
10.
Oh my goodness!
Why did you say 10?
You
I
are
did say
you are
10. I
wishing
thought it'd be
violence
funny.
upon these poor players.
I thought it'd be funny.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, okay, it would be kind of funny for not these players. They might not
If
think
they
it's
both
honestly though,
prize them.
if you start a game and you see that like you just prized like 4 Dracloak, you have to laugh. What else are you gonna do?
I mean, that's gonna be Twitter memed for years.
You're gonna laugh and you're gonna curse it blast desperately.
You're going to have a cursed blast.
Truly.
Okay.
Oh, well, I need to lie down.
Me too.
Okay, so Alberto not off to a great start, but I mean, you know, anything can happen. This is why we have 3 games.
This is true.
And
It's best of 3.
Dragapult really is the comeback deck. We've talked about that a few times today as well, so you never know.
Normally it's coming back in a game, but you know, hey, coming back in the set, go for it. Let's see.
Yeah, this needs a lot. He needs a better setup, and hopefully the prizing is going to be okay.
Oh, hi, Trevish.
Look at him just sitting there, little guy,
love
little dude of the
Trevish.
day. Yeah. So you
Oh,
put the
there goes
garbage
this-
to the side of your deck, so you don't get the garbage draws.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. prizes going out, it looks like. I'm so excited to see what's in there.
I know last game was sort of a result of dead draws, but I think it was really interesting to note that Alberto did have a Duskull out a full turn before Alexander did. And so when I was kind of calculating where the prizes might go, I really thought Alberto was maybe going to have access to those ahead of time. And again, I know it was dead draws, but it was just nice to see that Alexander maybe saw that and so prioritized the Duskull on a later Buddy Buddy Poffin. And so it was ready to go when it was needed.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
I mean, clean
such
gameplay.
an interesting dynamic in this mirror match.
It also forces you, I think, kind of
No
ahead.
Dracloax prize.
Oh,
Our
no.
counts are in shambles. All right, 3 truthers, where are you?
Mel, you are in the lead,
Okay.
followed by Orlando.
Okay, Badu versus Badu. Here we go.
Oh, Itchy Pawn.
All right, get that cat ready. All right, Alexander, bench another Badu. Come on, I want to see it. I need to see it.
Taking a look through that deck, taking a look to see that there's no Draclovac prize this time. Taking some notes. That is a nice notepad.
Yeah.
One of the really interesting changes in the dynamic of the Pokemon TCG in the last several years has been the shift to stage 2 decks wanting to go second. That was unthinkable for so many years. I mean, if you played Black and White, XY, Sun and Moon era, the idea of a stage 2 deck going second was you feel like you lost if you go second with stage 2 decks sometimes. So just the shift toward that being the way to go with the change in how we set up, the change to the supporter role, the prevalence of TM Evo for a lot of decks has just been a really interesting shift in gameplay patterns in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, it's definitely something I've noticed. Just because, and it feels like the shift didn't really finish until TM Evo came out.
I feel like a big defining moment too was when players really started to figure out the Charizard EX deck with the Rotom and with the Forest Sealstone Arven package. That was a big moment where people were like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to be playing blind second when I use Charizard.
Yeah,
and then we've just been charging forward since then.
Yeah, that was a package that I actually used in my Chen Pao deck, and it was great. I mean, yeah.
Elaborate. I'm sorry. You used what in Chen Pao? Rotom V and Forest Sealstone in Chen Pao?
Yep, and that's where I made day 2. I actually used TM Devo as well. So yeah.
Oh, Ultra Ball pitching double counter catcher here for Alberto.
Oh wait.
So
no counter catchers.
Actually, was that Alberto or Alexander who's burning counter catchers last round? I don't remember anymore. But we've seen these Dragon Ball players burning their counter catchers, and Alberto just deciding, I don't think these are going to be a big part of this game for me.
I think.
I think that's a very valid point because I've seen a lot of Dragapult mirrors where they're both players are at 5 or 6 prizes until the last turn of the game.
Mm-hmm. That is our counter catchers in the discard, but who is counting our catchers?
Oh,
never mind.
Boss's orders being discarded as well, though.
Forget Gust effects. Dusk effects? Excuse me? Dusk effects are important right now?
We'll be seeing some Dusk effects this game, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Early Draclovac. That's interesting.
I'm not sure if we lost Melissa or.
She was saying she'd have to go at some point. So.
Okay. She just kind of did the Irish thing. Yeah.
Okay. We will miss you, Mel.
Itchy Pollen number 2.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Oh,
yeah, I kind of like the. I kind of like the proactive Dracloak grab there, though. Just knowing we're going to be under that item lock soon.
Mm. Alberto, it does not want to sign up for a second repeat.
Yeah, Alexander's looking pretty good again. I mean, I kind of feel for Alberto right now.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is for the World's Invite, so you're playing to all of your outs, whatever those outs may be. Alberto just kind of looking with his hands on the table, like, what do I do here? What do I do here? Alexander flying through this turn, trying to figure out which, if any, way to get an immediate board wipe.
And that's also just a Dracloak in hand. So, of course, Alberto would prioritize the only thing that gets them more cards. But now we have an INO, and that changes everything.
Yeah, that might bail him out.
It might also leave him without any Dracloaks.
It could be rough.
Let's see.
I thought I saw a peek of a Dracloak.
I see a bear.
I thought I
see a
saw one.
Dreepy. I see an Ultra Ball.
See, for Alberto, I think he had a Fez in his hand.
I definitely saw the Fez. I think I saw a little flash of Dracloak too, though. We'll see. I know
Can't
there's a
even use the Ultra Ball.
Dragapult.
Yeah. No, I think that was the Blood Moon. Duskull going down. Retreat
Blood
for
Moon is for
the
Alexander.
Dracloak. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
There
goodness.
is the
Dragon Headbutt. Moment of truth here.
Wow.
But Badu count in shambles here. And that's an INO off the top. So no matter what, Alberto's going to see some cards. So INO plus Serendipity. Alberto has some options.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Badu Truthers, we are suffering right now.
shambles. We gotta hope for a game 3.
But yeah, what are we? I have I think 3 or 4.
This is a lot of dragon headbutts that I've seen on the stream today.
Alberto's choosing to flip the script before playing Iono.
Okay. Not a bad move. You might get a Lily's Determination out of it. That gives you access to another 2 cards compared to Iono.
Mm-hmm.
You did find a Buddy Poffin, which at least means the game is not over.
That
That's
does
good.
help.
There's another Itchy Pollen. Although I kind of would want to use.
I want
like
to ask.
Yeah.
I want to ask a Dragapult expert in this chat here. So Alberto definitely had the choice to go first or second, opted to go second. How do you feel about that in this mirror? I do understand the I do understand the upside, but the downside is staring us in the face here.
It was statistically unlikely. The cards were being haters. If you go second, you get to use Badu first. That's what's really important.
Yeah, that's what I was
You
going
also
to
get
say
a
too.
supporter.
Yep.
Both those are true, but if the player going first just has an okay hand, that can lead to them just having everything first, and that's at least scary.
True.
Alberto's a lot more stabilized than they were in the in game 1, so they have a chance to kind of have some more agency in this. Well,
you got to discard something, buddy. There it is. You have a Duskull in hand. That's not bad.
Still no Dracloaks though. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a big tempo loss for Alberto.
Yeah, Alexander just needs a Dragapult to start really cleaning this game out.
And I mean, theoretically, there's a world where Alexander could basically knock Alberto out of the game here.
Oh,
chose not to.
I think he.
Yeah.
I thought he already had a Dragapult in hand. I'm not sure.
Oh, that'll definitely put Alberto behind.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Halucha, but there are access to both Dust Noir and Dust Clops, depending on the well, no, actually, no Rare Candy. So only Dust Clops, but that would be enough to do a board wipe if you can boss up the other Dreepy, and then Alberto's really in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we take double Dreepy off the field this turn, that's going to be just like such an uphill battle.
No. Not like this.
So far that's just a Dreepy going down, but still, that's the Dreepy with the energy.
Get the Clops.
One Dreepy is a very big problem because that limits the maximum number of Dracloaks next turn to 1, which Alexander can still just Dust Clops KO with Phantom Dive, even on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Oh, no Clops. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's a small sigh of relief for Alberto, but I mean, I can't imagine feeling too good if you have a lone Dreepy staring down Dragapult EX. So either way, Alberto's back is against the wall, and they have to make their next moves just absolutely count if they're going to claw their way back into this game. Otherwise, we're going to see a relatively quick finals.
Yeah, definitely should take his time here and really think this one through. Crucial turn.
Yeah, this is 100% the make or break.
Mm-hmm.
2 Dreepies. It's not bad.
So
it's so funny. You don't have access to Blood Moon or Selena right now. Normally, when you're in this kind of position, you're like, "Oh, I got to use Blood Moon or Selena. Get back at the game." That's not going to do anything for Alberto here.
So maybe a potential option would be trying to set up like a Badu stall on maybe that Dracloak on the bench. I mean, there's nothing great to target here, but
no.
I mean, if it's
an
probably
option.
the case. It's probably the case that we just cannot afford to let this Dragapult attack again next turn. It's just probably too much pressure. I'm not sure what Alberto does in the face of another Phantom Dive.
I mean, I'm not even sure if Alberto can even do that because he already discarded both Countercatcher.
So, does Alberto only run the 2?
Or it might be 3, but even then it's really hard to find.
Two down certainly hurts.
Yeah. And you would basically need Countercatcher plus Iono for the Badu lock to do anything meaningful.
Right. I mean, we're talking playing to outs. That might be the out. So failing that was what's likely. What's the plan B?
Oh,
I think this is.
I don't think there is a plan B. I think the plan B is Ichiballin.
I think we're down to plan like G right now.
G for Dragapult.
Plan B's looking like get cooked right now. That's literally plan C for cooked.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm certainly gonna think it. It's looking bleak.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Alberto. Use that plot armor. We know you have it in you somewhere.
And the worst part is evolving into this Dracloak doesn't really help because it's still under threat of Phantom Dive next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he could still evolve, get the Dusclops possibly, and yep. Not good.
The only thing would be a Monkey Dory to save it.
I think he already manually attached.
Yeah, the attachment's to the active this turn.
Oh,
yep.
And never mind. Then I.
Yep. Just absolutely nothing
the
coming up Alberto this game.
We see the optimism you're trying to insert here. It's okay. We get it. But
we need something.
Yeah.
Oh goodness.
The hopes and dreams are fading, but hopefully they're not gone yet.
Gone but not forgotten. Finals is already an achievement, so you could still consider this a win in the long run.
No player is going to be upset about taking home the thousands of dollars prize money for making the finals, or there's just a big pile of points toward a Worlds invite. So, I mean,
they shouldn't be upset. These guys are accomplished and they want to win, so it is going to sting to be right there to take another one. In the case of Alberto
is definitely hungry for that number 2, but still, if this is the end of the line, it's a very, very strong finish to end a weekend on.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's termination. Alexander's digging some kind of Dusclops, Hawlucha, Gust play, maybe. Or I mean, you don't even need Hawlucha. You just Dusclops, Gust of Pheasantipity, and it's over. It's actually over. Well, you can't Gust under these conditions with release played. So
maybe pop both skulls there, the Dusclops. Maybe get another one down.
Let's see if we have access first.
Dusclops with Hawlucha.
Oh my goodness, there's an Ultra Ball and a Hawlucha in hand.
Oh no.
Oh, that's it.
Oh no.
That should be it.
Enough?
He's
wait,
moving quick.
Alexander had a Dusclops prized. Okay, there it is.
Oh, GG.
Not prized this game. Not prized anymore, I mean.
That is the world invite secured. Woo!
I love that little animation for the invite though. Ticket punched.
Well, congrats to Alexander. Are we gonna see tears?
Oh, look at that smile.
That's good. Well done. Well done.
I mean, I love that for Alexander. I love just that outpouring of emotion there.
Mm-hmm. We've seen a lot of Dragapult mirrors. I don't think we've seen a lot of Dragapult mirrors like that.
So that was
that wasn't.
Was that 2 Itchy Pollens?
I have 3.
I have 4.
No, we didn't even count the Itchy Pollen.
Who's gonna go back and count?
I remember not more than 3, but
I thought there were. I remember 2. but there could have been a third.
Well,
I think it was 2, because Alberta had the option to get another Badoo, but didn't.
I don't think Alberto did an Itchy Pollen at all. I think not the whole set.
No, he got one. He got one in game 2.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, he got one, and then got met with a Dragon Head, but didn't get one in game 1. Did Alexander declare an Itchy Pollen in game 2?
I mean, they're showing it on screen. He retreated.
I think Alexander used an Itchy Pollen in game 1.
Game 1, yes, but I don't think game 2. I think they each got one Itchy Pollen then.
No, he didn't. He use it twice in game 1.
All right, I think I'm just gonna go back and watch.
Yeah, I think we have to check.
Right, but no, nobody had 3, so
Oh no,
it doesn't
it looks like 3. It looks
No.
like 3 because one Badoo got knocked out with the Dragon Head, and then there was just another Badoo getting knocked out by a Phantom Dive.
I was right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
We don't have the game. We don't have the live log to read here. Come on, guys.
I don't regret my meme pick. You know, sometimes you gotta just go all in on it.
Yeah, me one though.
I made my guess with the hope that we would have 3 full games. Those were that was 2 games and not ideal.
Yeah,
No,
I
not
definitely
ideal.
was banking on 3 as well.
Yeah, it wasn't too exciting, but sometimes that happens, you know. So yeah.
That is Pokemon TCG for you.
Yeah. And speaking of TCG, that is the end of our CoCast Community Watch Party stream. But before we depart, I'd like to ask, is there anything anyone wants to do before we split up, such as play that alphabet game or just log off? And I'll be honest, I'm kind of tired. I may drop out in the middle of that. Frankly, that'd be rude to do to Boo, so probably not. But does anyone have anything they want to shout out, anything they want to say, anything they want to leave in chat for next time?
I'm okay with going and taking a nap too. Yeah, for sure.
Well, if we can if we can self promote for just a second, I would love to say a couple words.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you all to the viewers for watching me. I have been Kara, aka Shining Espeon. Go ahead and give me a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/Shining Espeon, and on Twitter @ShiningEspeon3. We've got let's see, a lot of retro tournaments coming down the pipeline. We have the DCE Deluxe coming up on Saturday with the Worlds 2005 format. The next James G tournament the following Friday with NAIC 2017 format. And also, I'm putting on a big tournament coming up very, very soon. Announcement pending, but it's coming. The War of 04, a big Worlds 2004 format. Nice little prize pool. It's going to be exciting. So I hope you, give me a follow and come check it out. Come play in it. It's going to be free. So I hope to see some of you. And if you're interested in casting retro, by the way, hit me up. Hit me up on Discord. Hit me up on Twitter, whatever. I'd love to have other people join me on my stream. So yeah, please reach out and we'll make something happen. Oh, also watch me commentating with Frodo on the Tournament of Doom stream this Friday for Halloween. A lot of stuff coming out this next few weeks. And that's it for me.
Cool. I'll just say thank you all for having me and everyone else participating. Everyone in the chat, it was really good, and in the Discord, super cool. Everyone is very chill. I enjoyed my time here, and yeah, shout out to my friends and family.
Yeah, this was really fun. I have a Twitter that I occasionally use, but I don't really do much online. I'll hopefully be here for some of the next of these events. But yeah, this was really cool.
Excellent. And with that, we will jam out. Thank you, Elijah. Thank you, Orlando. And thank you, Kara, for all coming onto our cast to make sure we had a great community event. This was wildly above and beyond my expectations, and so I am thrilled to have shared it all with each of you and with those of you watching at home on the chat. If in the future you would like to be a caster yourself, the process is simple. All you do, !join call, join the Discord server, and wait to see when our next regionals are. We do announcements in that server, so there will be a stream ping every time we are streaming. I do not believe we're going to have a community co-cast for Gdansk. I think it's going to require some back-end support to get all of my next ideas going, and there's 2 regionals at the same weekend, but if at all possible, I will attempt to at least have the Discord calls open so folks can come on in and just chit-chat on their own without being live on YouTube. So if you would like to come to that watch party, which will be a little bit different, please feel free to come by next weekend for the Gdansk regionals, and other than that, I hope to see you all very soon for the next live cast, which is very likely going to be the Vegas regionals on November 15th and that weekend. So thank you all for coming on to the show. Thank you all for watching, and have a great and wonderful Sunday evening.